Welcome to G-Loot PUBG Season 6 Super Week, and we are one day into the competition. We have 3 more days to go, and there is stacks of PUBG action on the way. I am a huge fan of European PUBG. I think it's the best PUBG. I'm going to go with that, and we get to watch it all with you. And I think after day 1, we can expect some exciting stuff. My name is Tech Girl. I'm going to be your host, and joining me on the desk here to break down the games and also to cast them, Kylaris and Toby are with us. Toby, after yesterday, you got to be hyped for what's coming up.
Very excited to see how things are going to unfold today, no doubt about it. Hoping to see some teams step up to the plate and get things going where they didn't yesterday, and hoping to see some of the teams that got ahead early maintain that good stride they're on.
Kylaris, you had some fans in the chat. I'm expecting more of those memes today.
You know what? If they tweet me some memes of me, there's very old pictures of me that people have made a bit synonymous now with my name. Just throw them all my way. I don't mind. Go at me, Twitch chat. I'm happy for it.
There is an open invite to dig through the dredges of the internet to find embarrassingly old pictures of Kylaris. Do it. Do it now. Let's take a look at the schedule for Super Week. You have got all the action coming at you every day, like we said. And of course, all the teams are playing to get into the grand finals, which will kick off on July 22nd. So now that you've got the times, put them in your calendar, book them out. No excuses. We expect you here. The only time you get to leave is to find those embarrassing pictures of Kylaris. That's my rule, and I've just put it in. We are on day 1 and day 2, so let's take a look at what you can expect today. Much the same as what you saw yesterday. Kickstarting on Miramar, you get 6 games. Yesterday they were really fun. Some of those circles, Toby, they were interesting.
They were very interesting. I loved how, and we kind of broke it down yesterday too, I loved how we were, for the most part, kind of traversing areas of the map that we've been in before, but then the very end game locations brought us something very new and refreshing pretty much throughout the day.
I mean, Kylaris, that's the best part about PUBG, right? Is that the circle kind of plays as that extra team and just can mess everyone around.
Yeah, it's kind of cool when you have the way our game 2 and game 3 circles on Miramar work out, because you get a similar starting circle that if teams were not particularly content with their initial rotations, they can say, okay, let's try something a little bit different, of course, depending on the playing path and depending how teams actually end up rotating from there, because obviously in game 3 there was a lot more traffic on that west side, so you can try and adapt yourself here and there and make slight adjustments to your gameplay.
I'm curious, for someone watching who's decided that they want to be a competitive player, that they want to see themselves in the next season of G-Loot, how do you prep? Because you obviously can't prep for every single circle. So what sort of preparation do these teams do to make sure that they have a rough idea of how to play certain games?
An extreme amount of games under their belt is always a great start, right? If you're playing ranked, if you're playing on ladder, and also gelling with 3 other guys that are kind of like-minded and wanting to do the same thing, or maybe you go into ranked and you meet some of the guys that you're like, damn, that guy destroyed us. I want to play with that guy. Hit him up, you know, like these kinds of things to start things off. If you're really kind of building the fundamentals, those building blocks into trying to get in something more serious.
Toby, you got anything to add to that, or is it just about playing all the games?
I think it's about experience, honestly, and spending that extra amount of time, especially now that we do get some of those endings in areas where we don't usually end up. Go into that weird field where you go, a game is never gonna end here, and just check for a small dip. It could be the smallest dent and in the terrain, and that little small dent that looks so useless can be your win condition in a game where you have nothing else to hide behind.
Actually, that's really true. Like some of the things I do a lot is, like, for example, at the end of yesterday, I went back into the game, looking around in that beach location, trying to figure out exactly where all the little dips and divots are to know where the players could have gone next, right? That's actually really fun to kind of get all the topography, etc.
There we go. That's the advice that we can give you if you want to see yourself in Season 7. But for now, let's pull up the Super Week format, because we are in Season 6 and the format has changed a little bit to make sure that we have even more games for the teams to play. Of course, today, the 8 teams that finish at the bottom of the bracket are going to move into Saturday and Sunday and join another 8 teams. I mean, Kylaris, we spoke about this yesterday, but we can speak about it again. This is so exciting for competitive PUBG because it is going to allow all the teams, including your bigger names, as much opportunity as possible to play, and it's just going to help lift the scene.
Yeah, double elim bracket's awesome because you've got the teams that have proven themselves in swaves that get the opportunity initially to qualify through to the grand final. And if you don't qualify there, well, not too bad, because you've got that lower group to actually play from with guys that are equally as hungry and have had a chance to watch the previous 2 days worth of games. So they can like extract some information from that, maybe set up a little bit of how they're going to approach those teams going into day 3 and 4. And I think that's a really cool dynamic.
If you want to finish in the grand finals, you need to finish in the top 8 today. To do that, you need to get some points, and this is how you do it. Of course, placement points are really important, but Toby, what we saw yesterday is that kills play a big role as well. Some teams getting massive numbers of kills, not necessarily having to finish in the top 5 or top 6.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, kills are pretty... I mean, with us being back in super settings and all, you're always going to have over half the point total that you've accumulated come from kills. At least, unless if you're very good at just finding wins all the time. If you look at it statistically, pretty much every team get the vast majority of their points via the kills that they get. And there are just teams that are really good at finding them. We talked about Northern Lights yesterday, how they can manage to get that 1 or 2 kills early game without really having to risk anything themselves. And if you can add those extra 2 points in every single game, pretty much before the game started, you're off to a good start.
I imagine, actually, Tech Girl here, if you have a Northern Lights like they've played here right now, they were 4th last on placement points, but they're 3rd overall because 45 of their points have come from kills and only 6 points have come from placement. So it's very important, those kill points coming in for these teams that we know can frag out.
If you want to win Season 6, you need to click heads. I mean, is that the TLDR that we got there? $50,000 prize pool. You can see how it's split up there. You want to finish in the top 12 in the grand finals if you win some cash money, because 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th is going home with nothing. I like how I'm pointing that out. Someone's going to be very sad. And it's not just money that's on the line, Toby. You can also get some PGC qualification points.
Exactly, and I think that's one of the that's one of the main like big kickers in this one, is that you want to make your way through to PGC. You only have 2 more shots to do so. This tournament that we're playing right here and PCS 7 coming up in a month and a half's time. You want to get as far up that leaderboard here during Season 6, so that you don't have to worry so much for PCS 7. Because should you go out and win this, get 300 points, even if you come in with nothing, you might be fine with an 8th, 9th place in PCS 7. Of course, still, that's not an easy thing to do, but you'd be much better off than if you 0 out now to then bank everything on the final game or final tournament.
As Toby would say, there is the potential for the svamp, which is sponge for Danish. He told us yesterday. All right.
How do you remember?
I listen to you, man. I listen. So, right. Okay. Basically, TLDR. If some of the top teams win here and take the big points, the svamp begins, right? And they are able to accrue huge amounts of points when they've already effectively qualified. So there is a kind of a positive to that for some teams that are outside of that kind of top 7, top 8 range, in that if they take it away, then the barrier to entry for those top spots is lower going towards PGC as well. So these dynamics could come into effect.
I think what we've learned now is that Kylaris' brain is a spam for random words that he can then throw out and use at another time. Talking about those points, this is what the leaderboard looks like. And after day number 1, Entropic is well on their way to claiming all the points once again, Kylaris.
Yeah, absolutely. This is that dynamic in play right now. And at current progression, they're going to be doing it. And that gets a little bit, I suppose, annoying for some of the teams that want to really take those top spots and kind of take that, I suppose, seed in inverted commas. But realistically, for those teams looking to try and push towards the barrier, if they win, if they're not the team that does win, say, for example, a Skate, if they don't win, they're probably quite content to a certain degree that someone like an Entropic or a Northern Lights would soak up those kinds of points. Now, it's a weird dynamic as it does sit, but overall, something that sits true here for 2022.
I mean, do we want to see it's a horrible thing to say, but other than Entropic, who's kind of forced their way in, do we want to see another new name in the mix, Toby? Do you think that that's necessary for PGC?
Yes. I mean, the more the merrier, right? the more teams in the mix, the better, the tougher the competition, the better the competitive viewing experience. And I feel like, too, the harder the competition, the more teams playing at a high level, the more teams that are within that bunch do what they can to become the best. Like, the harder the competition, the more teams fight to get to the top, and thus making for a better overall tournament.
Toby just gave me PTSD from PEL back in the day, interviewing a player from Navi, and all I ever got was yes, no. Yes. Thank you for that. Thanks. I just remembered. I can't even remember the name of the player. I just remember the experience. It was not fun. I've tried to forget it. Thanks, Toby. Now it's all back. Let's take a look at all the teams that are going to be competing. Navi's in the mix as well. They have got better at interviews over time, I believe, so we should be good with that. Some interesting names, of course, a mix between invited teams, teams that have qualified, teams from the Middle East and Africa as well. So Kalaris, a really nice showcase of competitive PUBG for the region.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what yesterday showed as well is that a lot of those teams that are coming in from the qualifiers, once again, can hang with some of these teams here that are directly invited, etc. But I mean, a nice, I think, not surprise, but a nice step up, I think is fair to say, in FUT Esports. What we saw from them, especially on Miramar, was a great start and a great showing for them to get back on that road again, to justifying their invited position. So there's a lot of cool things going on here. I still want to see some of these qualified teams though have a better showing than yesterday, because I think they've got the chops to do it.
I do think what's nice about FUT Esports is, I mean, they weren't even a meme team earlier on in the year. People were angry because they felt like that they hadn't earned that invited spot and they weren't performing. So I'm really excited to see what they did yesterday. I hope that continues all the way through to the rest of Super Week. But for now, let's take a look at that leaderboard. No surprises. Toby in Tropic sitting pretty with quite a big lead after day one.
Oh, it's insane. The fact that they can already now kind of put themselves that far ahead just off of 6 games is incredible to watch. And I think, I mean, we talked to Naileup yesterday as well, right? They were very satisfied with how they performed, and you can see why here. Already a 24-point gap down to saying that, like, there's at this point no way they don't make grand finals.
Kailaris, from your side, of course, there were some teams that you mentioned we needed to take a look at, some of the newer teams. I mean, for me, the one that I was impressed with was Stardust. Any of those sort of newer names, if you like, that stood out for you?
It's weird. They did prompt me to go into the game, as I mentioned before, and have a little look around. But yeah, that's I
the
like
crater hiding.
Yeah, they gotta kind of check it out and get a closer look at all of this. But yeah, I liked what they were able to bring, given that circumstance. I mean, they still need to round out their game overall compared to just having those 2 third places in a row, because obviously the second third place only came with the 2 kills on the backside of that. But overall, I think, fully enough, actually a team like Na'Vi, I think, could be much higher, given the roster that they have. Maybe some teething problems here overall about how things are going. After starting off with the first place, and then from there, really not converting a whole amount here, even though they're an all-star roster.
I mean, Toby, off the back of what Kailaris just said, I mean, this was something for me. Skade and Na'Vi with those lineup changes, I was a little bit disappointed with what they brought to the table yesterday.
Yeah, that's James, as you're saying. I mean, considering the fact that Na'Vi and Skade finished first and second in that first game, you thought, and we even said it, wow, that's a good start. Now, I mean, you have 70 back in the mix, you have Uber back in the mix. That's how they want to get things going, and then they kind of flopped it from there. Not that nothing was happening, but I think they fell under the same curse, so to speak, that the circles yesterday were brutal. And it was one of those days where if you weren't in them early, you were going to have a hard time. And they were just, both these 2 teams oftentimes caught on the wrong side of things, except for that one game for Na'Vi. They were in the ball on Miramar. They had the space, but they just got kind of torn apart by facing other teams from other sides.
Hopefully the Skade and Na'Vi fans will have a different experience today. There was a highlight yesterday, though. It came in the final game, the final fight, Kailaris. We got to speak to Naileup from Entropic, and he even said that they were planning to do that fight. The 4v2 face-off against Question Mark. I do believe we even have a clip of this. Break it down. What are we looking at? How did they get this right?
Yeah, so initially, as I say, they planned to actually just go and sacrifice to blue, right? So actually, all of the troubles, I feel, for Question Mark started before this clip actually begins, because obviously you saw Hobbits go down on the high ground. Now, I watched this fight back like 4 or 5 times as we just watched that ensue there towards the end. Initially, a doozy is up kind of in Hobbit's position, out taking high ground spot, and then eventually they kind of rotate down. I feel that there's 1 or 2 reasons for that. I felt like they were kind of hungry to get the double crate to help them out towards the very end, and also joining up with that kind of position to reinforce down towards the bottom. I feel like the better play for a Question Mark would have been have a Doozy stay up towards the top, have Hobbits join him as well, and probably even have a 3-man sweep up towards the top, claiming significant high ground. They knew where the duo of Entropic was during all of that. And then from that point on, they could have had what I would consider a pretty guaranteed win if you're having a 3-man sweep up in that area, because then you just trade, and take the fight, not giving them the 1v1s, which Toby, you rightly identified whilst you were casting. All of the 1v1s that Question Mark gave, be it the one from Hobbits up in the high ground, or as the Doozy moves around the smokes, it's too much, and these guys will take advantage of it if you give them those 1v1s, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, there was no point at which, as you see the replays here as well, there was no point at which, whether it was QPEIs, whenever they were shooting, there was never like more than one player shooting back at them. It was always a 1v1. They are 4 versus 2. You have to position yourself, whether it's, as Kalaris says, have 2 people on the hilltop to get that kind of overview position, or it's just do a full-on sweep down below. Again, you have all the info you need. There's only so much space left in the circle. Make the sweep around, sit up top, do one or the other. Don't try and execute both, because that's gonna, especially going up against a team of that caliber, you don't win those.
We've now had a chance to take a look at exactly what went down yesterday and what you can expect today. We are going to get you ready for game number 1 right after this.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
That's literally the safest place on the map to get a revive in. And Odin does go down, 8 minutes and 9 seconds. And Tropic has actually nailed up getting that knock and then immediately moving back. Okay, so at least they have someone watching, which is going to be so important. We've also got a DBS though. It's a DBS. Don't do this. Guys, we were talking about this. Oh my God. 3.
Very good flank underneath. Obviously, the knock players will probably get that info across. Takes to find front Buster, finds the other. Damage coming from the return, but takes to finding one more. Just one more player left alive on the hilltop. Will they fall apart? Yes, they will. Ends. We haven't seen more Entropic kills so far this game, and here they are, out active play. Unfortunately, not quite going the way that QB wanted it to, and their teammates are nowhere near for the rescue. Nailcom, he ain't gonna waste his precious bullet.
A player away from that doorway on the second floor just to make sure. Nearly caught on the cross back over, but I don't think he's noted the reposition of Salek. Instinct. Oh, what?
One take here could be the deciding factor whether they win this one. Playing it smart, and it wins it! 1v3 example prevails. Enemy, you need to do all of it. Does find the first, and look at the HP from Lou and Batoons, but no, you're taking Blue. What are you doing?
We might find it, Toby.
Oh, I saw that. He knows exactly where they're coming in from, too.
This could be deadly.
Spots one, takes him down, gets the second, doesn't get it. Look, Roots is stabbed.
And of course, it's Lou, the one to kind of hold back. back that push or at least apply some pressure. James actually finds him as well. That's just Patulins. Finds himself in a 1v3. James open sight line here. The spray is good though. Patulins.
Now it's a 3v1.
Thunder had a chance to aggress while the fight was happening elsewhere, while the Thunder might not strike twice. So goes BBL back-to-back chicken dinners, essentially on their side of the circle. Marco spots for blue down towards me as I say that. Actually, not Marco, the one receiving the majority of the damage there, Ken, but those find a second.
Very good.
And now Lou, all that's left alive. BBL were outnumbered, but it's just Lou left alive. That in the end will amount to more. Let's see a smash tagged up by the mollies twice. Make that Gem able to get a response from the other side. No tries to peek on over. Then the last how much more damage can you do to them? A lot, as it turns out. Solo player left alive goes out.
Even better if he gets a couple of extra points and steals those knocks away. If he steals a few away, that's going to be so good. He can't though. That's Liquid out. And it's only Spyro, and I reckon they know. Actually, Melman that finishes that fight. It's time for Na'Vi.
Actually, over the top side here, the perfect setup from Na'Vi, waiting for a knock to act upon. Quizzy going to find Hyruzu now. Ibarko just going to give it up to the blue Joro.
Really good read on the sound cue there. And Gustav making it.
We're building up to the first game in day 2 of our Super Week here at G-Loot Season 6. And we spoke a bit about what happened yesterday, but there are 2 teams specifically that we kind of want to highlight because they didn't really perform up to the level that maybe their fans were expecting or even maybe we were expecting. I think maybe even what they were expecting. These are teams that were invited to compete. They had that sort of free ride, for want of a better term, and yet just couldn't deliver. Kylaris, you specifically highlighted Team Liquid, but the thing is, what you did highlight before we started the show is that you actually think maybe just a slow start. You're expecting them to pop off a little bit today.
Slow start and unfortunate for day number 1 for a Team Liquid, I think is fair to say, given what we saw from them. We saw towards the end of the day some great stuff coming out from them on Erangel, and really able to kind of up the ante compared to what we saw from them on Miramar. I think we're going to see a bigger step up from them today, correcting what occurred on Miramar. As we take a look at the highlights from what they were able to do, this in particular, as well as for Esports, was crashing onto this compound. A brilliant, as I say, during the broadcast, 1-2 punch from Vard and Clib to be able to round this out. But if you look back at their Miramar games, which, as you can see, are absent from highlights because there was nothing worth highlighting, it was a little bit unfortunate. Game 1, held out of circle by Heroic. Game 2, held out of circle by Heroic. Game 3, trying to bust from a out of circle position on towards a location and a shed where FaZe were. If you add all of those things up, yeah, unfortunately, you're crashing into some of the world's best teams trying to find a way into circles that weren't great for you either. So for me, it was a bit of an anomaly for them on Miramar, and I think we're going to have a step up from them today.
This is a team that's very experienced, Kalar. So from their side, I mean, they would have sat yesterday and gone, this didn't quite work out the way we wanted. Maybe the circles weren't really where we wanted, and they'll immediately be able to adjust. That is one of the bonuses, I presume, of having those top players all together. They understand how to reset their minds as they come into day number 2.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you look at the Vard Clib moment there, just Erangel, that can happen anywhere else. And these kinds of players, right, Toby? I mean, we've seen them be able to produce these kinds of moments plenty of times.
Oh yeah, I mean we heard it from even from Foot Esports yesterday. One of the core things to being a good PUBG team is communication. You only get that by playing a ton of PUBG together. Clip and Vard, they've played together for quite a while, whether it be, I mean, on the same competitive team, but also just your various ranked games during the day. They have played enough together to be able to pull off stuff like this, where most other teams, and even like set duos, would not be able to do anything remotely close to it.
Another team that we're hoping will improve today, because yesterday, I mean, did we even see them on the battlegrounds all that often? BBL Esports, not a team that I thought would be that quiet, Toby.
No, it was a strange start to the day for BBL. I mean, they, of course, circles were tough, especially on Miramar, but they just... They seem to me at least, by phase 3, phase 4, where they're usually very composed and playing things smart, they seemed very eager. They kind of full speed sent it to the quote-unquote last resort position and then would die instantly. Here, great push from them, but held off by a very impressive fighting D.Va team. And just overall, they were hard committing to positions in the early game where I think usually they wouldn't be contested for them, therefore they would get to sit there and then flex out later on in the game. But because the circles were as tough as they were, because there were only so many areas to play around, the spots that you would normally be given kind of for free because they are one of the teams to send it center early, many more teams were contesting those spots because there were only so many to fight for. So I think tough circles for BBL and maybe also a little bit of impatience really is what sat them down. And looking at the leaderboard, honestly, I mean, the PTC leaderboard, most importantly, they're sitting 3rd in EMEA right now, but not guaranteed. They want to get points here at the G-Loot Season 6, and they want to make, obviously, I mean, that comes from making it to Grand Finals to begin with. Right now, 15th place, barely anything at all yesterday. They need a good showing. They need to make Grand Finals, and they need PTC points.
So Super Week is a double elimination. So if they don't make the top 8 today, they still have an opportunity to qualify for Grand Finals. But Toby, if you're an invited team, you kind of want to be in that top 8. There is a little bit of a question mark over your head if you're not making it through today.
Definitely. I mean, they're so incredibly talented. I mean, we talked about, I mean, James, you just mentioned anomalies, right? Code Marco is on the bottom 7 damage dealers for yesterday.
Almost never happens.
It just doesn't happen. No. I mean, he's a fracking machine, and he did not get anything going yesterday whatsoever. It never happens on a normal scale. And with that said, I also want to say BBL, one of the teams that can turn things around. We've seen them come back in tournaments in the past. I don't hope that one day is enough for them to get to turn what was a pretty terrible day yesterday into a good day today.
I think the onus is very much so on them doing something here. And as you say, Toby, kind of defending almost their perceived number 1 spot in their region, because the competition in their region is getting a bit more fierce. You know, with Foot Esports having their slight changes in terms of roster, as well as some of the more up-and-comers, you know, slowly getting into these tournaments and finding themselves in the middle of the pack, where a few more tournaments like this, a few more months down the line, they could be slowly moving up in those rankings here in these tournaments. So yeah, they need to defend their, again, perceived number 1 spot.
It is interesting that for a long time, Northern Lights was kind of the guaranteed winner and everyone else was playing for 2nd place, but that has changed recently, and Tropic seems to be very quickly pushing Northern Lights out of that throne. Carlaris, if they continue to have the games that they had yesterday, I mean, are they going to run away with that top qualifying spot? Is that a danger for other teams to think about the fact that they kind of, once you let the Untropic snowball start, it gets just bigger and bigger?
We saw at PCS 6 that once they had the momentum, it was very rare that they were letting it go. And that is scary. Also, when you kind of talk to Nailub, and we obviously did yesterday, when you're talking to him, he's still like surprised that it's all going on. But quite honestly, I think they shouldn't be surprised of the quality of games that they're currently producing. And on the flip side, actually, just to kind of have a slight tangent off of this, Sam, you mentioned Northern Lights, where they're at. I specifically asked Batulins about yesterday's situation, going into prison and things like that. He mentioned that it was just something that they were testing for PGC, and nothing more than that. Whether or not I truly believe that, I don't know. But if that is the case, there are a lot of things that they are thinking about on the bigger picture than anything than even I can perceive.
I never trust players when they say stuff like that on Twitter, because I'm like, they will never tell us the truth. I once done an interview with a player where the exact response when the interview ended was, I would never tell you the actual story there anyway, in terms of prep. So I was like, maybe just sneakily trying to bat that one out of the way. Or, Toby, maybe he was telling the truth to Carlaris. They're using this as a practice?
Batulins is a very thorough player. He does all the prep in the world, and maybe he was like, you know what, I was gonna fly over prison earlier today in like a replay, but I forgot to, so could we please just go in there and check us out? There's like this one building that I really want to see how the loot spots are, just for future things, and then they went in there and died. No, I don't think that's the case. I scratched my head when I saw what happened. I felt like they had other places to play from that were available. We know they are not afraid to take a fight if need be. As I said during the game yesterday, I thought it was a situation of them being uncomfortable sitting dead center, and they wanted to go prison to then hope that other teams, should the circles go north, kind of would wrap around them and head further up in that direction. That never happened, and they kind of got what do you say, smoked out of that position and ended up dying because of it. A bad play, but a bad play you pretty much never see, at least of that sort, from Northern Lights.
All that said, though, here, Sam, I think that ultimately, yes, what we saw from them, let's think bigger picture than just that game, and let's think just this tournament. Huge amounts of kill points coming in for them. Yes. And when a team like Northern Lights is getting that amount of kill points and having what is, once again, an anomaly of only 6 placement points across 6 games, that's a thing that never happens for Northern Lights. So I'm expecting them to come out, once again, all gun blazing today, but getting significantly more placement points here to bump them probably towards number 1, and Entropic's got to look out.
It always makes me chuckle, though, because as much as we're giving them a hard time about that prison, the truth is, if they'd somehow pulled that off, we'd be having a very different conversation right now, talking about the big brains. It
was very interesting, right? That's genuinely why I just directly asked Batulians. I'm like, is there something else at play here, considering that move? And because as we saw the shift go out, it's difficult for them to really get out of that position. And I'm not in the business really of ever questioning Batulians, because that guy, we saw it when we watched BGC, and they're kind of like telling, kind of rating each other's kind of like skills, where they're at. And everybody's like, Batulians, 1,000 when it comes to brain out of 100. And you're like, okay, yeah, that's fine, because he makes it work almost every single time. So he thinks about the game on a different level to a lot of other people.
And I think one of the big things to it too is we see a team like Northern Lights. I mean, every team really make mistakes, but Northern Lights is one of those teams that you pretty much never see make the same mistake twice. When they mess something up, they'll instantly do what they can to kind of fix it and get it out of the way. And I would not expect to see Northern Lights crash into prison by phase 3 at any point today on the rankings. So should that happen, I hope that they've come up with some sort of strategy to get out of their life.
Oh, Toby, I kind of want to see it happen now, just to see, well, to hear your voice when it does. I mean, this is the thing, though, about Northern Lights in terms of a confidence play. Even though they didn't get those placement points, Kalaris, the amounts of kills they got, I always get a little bit worried for other teams, and I wonder, do you really want them running rampant like that, clicking heads on the server?
And the scary thing is, some of those were salvage missions as well. Like, in a lot of those moments where they get themselves double-digit kills, it's like with 3 people alive after they've lost one early in the game, which is like, hello? Like, you're playing like you're a 4-man right now, and you're making it work even though you're just a 3-man. So they are absolutely lethal. And they've continued to be ever since they started dominating and winning tournaments and winning tournaments and winning tournaments. And let's remember, they are the GLL defending champions right now when it comes to G-Loot and Season 5. So yeah, they're coming for the repeat here in G-Loot, and coming to upset the Entropic position from PCS.
And one of the things that kind of, sorry, so just to go off of what James was saying, one of the things that adds to the danger of what they do is they're second most in kills, just 5 behind Entropic. I mean, if you look at their placement points, right? Placement points equals time spent alive. They have the second most kills, but there are teams that have probably had twice the amount of playtime yesterday that Northern Lights ended up having. So they found so many kills in such a short amount of time compared to other teams. And if Northern Lights is a team that you now start adding to the will be dangerous early game, they're a threat that teams have usually never had in the early game, because they just kind of go about their own thing on the edge of the circle. If they start playing aggro early game now, that's a whole different Northern Lights, and that's a Northern Lights you do not want to have as your neighbor.
Safe to say that we need to start keeping an eye on the Entropic Northern Lights stats and scores, because I'm starting to feel like there might be a little bit, it's not even a little one, there's a big rivalry building here for these two teams to kind of battle it out to see who should be number 1. Toby?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a fun story of a team that has cemented itself as one of the, if not the best team in the world, going up against a team that's still playing open qualifiers, right? It's pretty insane to follow kind of the Entropic Northern Lights fight. It's the now I forgot the name of the tale, but there is something about a poor kid and a prince, you know, and where they switch roles and stuff like that. That's essentially what we're seeing right now, and Entropic are the ones that are currently on the top of things.
Prince and the Pauper?
I'm gonna have to Google what that thing is called.
I really hope Prince and the Pauper.
I really hope it's just a Danish equivalent, and he's gonna say something in Danish. I really hope.
Say it in Danish, Toby. Let's go. We want to hear that one in Danish.
Svamp and the damp.
No, I'm not gonna say it now. Now I'm just being rude. I'll throw it in the cast at some point, and we'll see if James catches on to it.
There we go. We are now, I think we've had our fun for the build-up of the show. We are getting ready to move into that first game. It will be interesting to see who finishes higher on the scoreboard. Will it be Northern Lights? Will it be Entropic? Or will BBL and Liquid come in and do something else? Who knows? Kylaris, Toby, I'll join you after this climactic game.
Ooh, the build. Ooh. The desert. We're here, Toby. It's time. That's a nice playing path. We're getting into game number 1 of the day, game 7 of 12 here for these teams to try and get themselves directly into that grand final here, Toby. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Pretty straightforward playing path this time around. Yesterday, Miramar was all about tough playing paths for not everyone, but most teams. So this one, as diagonal as can be, as easy as can be, and usually this also means pretty straightforward circles. But we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen off of this one.
Definitely so, as we take a look, and as you say, like, it doesn't feel like there's going to be too much strain for people to get where they need to go here. So we'll figure this out. I think for Team Liquid especially, I'll be focusing on them here for Miramar, as we alluded to earlier. They're hoping for maybe a little bit more, because the thing is about the circles that they were having to play yesterday. To be honest, from Picardo, if people are rotating early against that and creating barriers to entry for those circles that they were having to play, it's not the easiest place to go from. Kitesh not having the best of starts.
Oops. Well, at least they don't send Martin. Should be all right. But that's just one of those oopsies where fortunately nothing happened. No one's hot dropping.
Oh my god.
We do see BBL and Heroic close to one another, but Circle once again up towards the north, James.
All right, well, that's not exactly what some of these teams may have wanted to see, but we are apparently, from 2 days of games, not even just 1 day of games, pretty well versed with our northern circles to start things off. So here we go. So we'll see as how all these teams are going to operate based on these circles. I think this circle, for some of these teams at least, the playing path was extremely generous relative to this circle. So for some teams, there won't be too much trouble being able to find themselves an initial spot.
No, it should be all right. And even when you look at it from where is phase 2 going to go and everything, right now, given that the plane path or the plane came in from northwest down towards southeast, ENCE is aware, Creed is aware, Navi is aware, the east, northeast should be available. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a team like ENCE for once maybe actually wrap somewhat early, but go far north on this one. They don't want to have trouble early. Then ENCE is not your typical let's take fights in the early game. They'll wrap far north and let teams kind of fill in behind them. And then even if the circle should go down towards the south, they'll just try to make space for themselves, stay on the edge, and let other teams do their thing as they slowly backfill.
Yeah. Let's see here. As FaZe yesterday, 48 points for them. A good day that could have been, I feel like, even better. Obviously, they started the day off with a 16th. They had a 16th towards the end of the day as well, where they got a little bit unfortunate rocking up to the hill in Mansion Woods, where I think it was Northern Lights was just instantly there. It's a great spot to try and kind of stage your campaign from in those previous circles, and obviously that then went awry. So 2 0-point games for FaZe, and they're still in 4th place. I think they'll be converting more here today.
Prince and the Pauper.
What's it in Danish?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, that's the tale. Now I had to look it up. That's what it's called. Prince and the Pauper. For those kids out there who don't know that story, read it. It's pretty cute. And that is the tale of Entropic and Northern Lights, in case anyone didn't understand where I was coming from with that. So with that out of the way, Navi on the rotation early on. Again, a team that's well aware of their space to be grabbed towards the northeast. No reason for them not to try and grab real estate early on.
Yes. Meanwhile, of course, leading the lobby at the moment, Entropic, who I like to compare to the Hungry Caterpillar. It's another children's book. Basically, have you read that one, Toby?
Probably. At some point, yeah.
It's about a caterpillar, a very hungry caterpillar, and he just keeps eating. And you know what? By the end of it, he's a really big caterpillar, and that's Entropic. They're really good at this video game. I don't know where I'm going with this. I just wanted to bring up another children's book.
Are we gonna find synonyms? Like, are we gonna find fairy tales for every team in this tournament?
That's right.
That's gonna be a. Maybe I'll let chat do that. We'll let chat come up with a new fairy tale for every team, And I'm actually kind of curious to see what people do come up with. Maybe someone can make a Reddit post about it. I'd love to hear who they connect to what story. In the meantime, Skate looking around, trying to see what they can find. And Ends, as expected, trying to make I mean, this is really the three teams we're just talking about. Creed, Ends, and Na'Vi. Three teams that knew there were going to be things up for grabs, trying to send it fast. Gaxi now surpassing Squeaky and Nuki. I would assume they heard this, because he takes her already out of the car. But that's this is the race to the north, really. Who can get to wrap around the other team? Gaxi, though, unfortunately, a little bit on his own here.
Yeah, exactly. A bit disconnected from the rest of his team, and so he's got to be a bit careful about that. Ents is not the most aggressive early on in the game, so yeah, it's not too extreme going past them as a position, but there were some shots coming in, didn't quite connect with Gaxi. And meanwhile, Skade just pitching their post towards water treatment on the east side here. So not too bad a spot to start playing from as well. We're still very early on in this game, and everyone's just trying to get things going. But Thunder lost. He's not getting things going, as FaZe has already rocked up to them as well. They're knocking themselves. This is a really bad position for them to be in.
Yep, suboptimal to say the least. Spiro is now coming in from the north as well, hearing this. He's trying to be terrifyingly close to this, but that, my friends, is BBL out of this one. Early on, seemingly for no reason, I would love to see what kind of led to that fight to begin with. With Thunderlust getting knocked early on, you would have to assume that it's both the teams kind of crashing into the compound at the same time. But this goes right back to yesterday. I mean, you just go 100 meters south, and it's BBL and Northern Lights having this exact same early game fight for seemingly no reason. There's enough real estate around that you can fight for. And now NLT, again, wouldn't expect to see them pull up on this. Again, they're really good at risk management, and there's too much risk involved trying to crash into that only having one knock.
Yeah, and every time you do get a knock, it's likely that they're going to... Because that is such a confined compound, it's likely that they'll have a 2-2 kind of split across that compound, or 1-2-1, etc. And then you get that person up very quickly off the back of it, unless you're in range to be able to throw some decent utility to either close the gap or actually, you know, frag grenade them out, right? So, yeah. Bit tricky. They're looking for maybe a little surround here to try and hold them in, which is actually, to my mind, the cleverer play.
This is not a bad idea at all.
Ooh.
Surround them, as you said, kind of sheep herd them, try and see if you can contain them in that one compound, so should they opt to leave at some point, you set up well for it. Vex falls down. I mean, they got angles on literally all sides right now.
Yeah.
So Vex, quick to fall. Will they find a second with it?
Ooh.
No, not gonna happen. Back to safety. He gets, I think, FaZe now. I don't think they can leave. And the thing is, given that Northern Lights, James, are never really in a hurry to play center, if this hard shifts north or east, FaZe ain't going anywhere before Northern Lights lets them.
I love what they're doing, mate. This is a brilliant kind of sheep herding technique, absolutely penning them in, and you're dead on the money. How does FaZe get out of here without them getting a cheeky knock themselves and then suddenly opening things up? Trying to dart out is difficult as well, so they've really got themselves stuck in a rut there. And Nailup goes down straight away here to Vard. Not the best trade here to start things out for the Entropic campaign. But that means Team Liquid's already at a better position and a better situation than they were in the first 3 games yesterday.
And that was scary for both teams. I mean, it's a straight up 1v1. Vard is alone, Nailup is alone. They're both kind of flexing into more compounds to extend their splits a little bit. But unfortunately for Nailup and Entropic, Liquid gets the better of it. So Liquid sitting still in a 3-way split. They are opting to group out now, it seems. But Entropic falls to now just one compound on the hard east side. So not really in a center position for them to grab. But then again, heard from Nailup yesterday, not really too fussed with center. They used to be more center heavy now, slowing things down, play the edge, find kills early if they come to you, but don't necessarily chase them yourself.
Yeah, and they've proven that if they do survive into the late game, hell, all you need is 2 people.
True.
Given some circumstances.
Yeah, no need for full team when you have 2 alive, they can do damage the way that we saw Ivers and QB, I believe it was, yesterday. In the meantime, Skate still in their 2-way split position from where they can cover each other pretty well. At least the hilltop compound can cover down below. They should be all right. Everyone just trying to spread out, take as much control as they can, get as much info as they can for the circle to come.
There you go, going for the suplex, but not going to be going for it just yet. We have ourselves Foot. Esports trying to position themselves. They're on the east side of the circle at the moment, just west of Cruz de Valle. And they will have kind of on the periphery of them, a 2-2 split from Na'Vi. So moving kind of straight through the west, there might be 1 or 2 shots that could potentially come their way. A big northern shift benefiting bystanders for their 2-2 split currently, as well as Ents that set up a cheeky 1-1-1-1 against Creed X that are moving towards this position. So Ents might have to regroup soon.
Ents don't want to get caught here. Thing is, the rest of them already has. He cannot get to his vehicle. Did not park it in a way that he could get out of there alive. And now, I mean, how the hell do you get out of here? I don't think he can. He has to take this fight 1v4 Ents. They're not moving to help him, and they shouldn't, because that's over and done quickly. Blue Star does go down to the nade, but nope. Ents, I mean, they got in their cars, they started moving, but simply too little, too late. And again, this is to me, a mistake made, an unnecessary mistake made from a very experienced player. Have your car nearby, be ready for that next circle shift, be ready to move when you have to, and Ruslan wasn't.
Yeah, and Creed needed to make that happen fast as shots come in from Batulins on towards phase. They needed to make that happen fast so that they could get in the building, because Foot Esports was rotating right behind them. So it was good that they got that done and then got themselves to some pretty decent cover afterwards. And now FaZe still dealing with this annoying hold that they find themselves in. Istanbul Wildcats is a potential distraction here for Northern Lights. I feel like maybe you could try and seize an opportunity at Perfectix, though. Seizes an opportunity. Crosscow goes straight down.
Instantly taken out of the equation. Not a whole lot to do for Wildcats in that one. 2 headshots come through. All Perfectix needed, and he takes them down. I love to see that Batulins is now in a compound. Maybe it's off of, you know, everyone was complaining about him being the annoying mosquito on the hillside yesterday. And I was like, you told me I couldn't play hillside, so now I'm sitting in a compound and shooting at you. Let's see if they're going to go to Twitter off on this one later. Swapping seats, trying to avoid things, but Batulins does not care. Gustav down middle of the street. He's going to end that way, but Spiro now caught in the open, but cuts 80 with a nade.
And they're going to absolutely take a beating off the back of this. Diggory is the only one to be able to try and make something happen from this angle. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it against Spiro as well. We also have other players encroaching onto this position. Perfectix is looking for another angle. Here comes the molly. Straight push on in, knowing that he can't look that way, can Diggory. So good move up here from Spiro.
Nade comes in. Does he get him? No damage done, but not enough to find the kill. Knows exactly where he is. You can see the audible cues are there too. And again, this is Northern Lights being very smart about how they do things. In the meantime, Foot and Creed, as you alluded to before, James, taking a close-up fight here too.
Yeah, this was bound to happen given the previous rotation. But just to go back to that situation, we're also watching this slow down a pace too. He's actually pushing up. Never mind. Esqui here. I like the push-up. I'm not going to lie. Hit them when they're down, and Creed X is trying to go for the recovery. There's plenty of windows here to get some nades in through. That bounce, maybe not so much on the money, though.
Odin is nowhere near to assist his teammates right now, which has me a little worried. We've talked about Odin, how he, 4-Foot Esports, has kind of been the pillar of whenever they get a good fight going. He's usually one of the heavy hitters on. We are seeing him in a vehicle now to make his way over, and I think this is actually a smart play on 4-Foot Esports side of things. We know he's coming. Sit tight, wait for the cavalry to get here, and take the fight head on 4v4.
Tries to go for a little cheeky shot there. Nade comes in, sees on the angle with that little stair position. And here comes the reinforcements. Odin's now made the crossover, as you were mentioning. So it just took a little while to get there. Flash is going to pop in, goes for the bounce. Wox actually manages to pick up Esqui here with that molly. So that's not too bad as a return favor towards them. Nice angle. Is able to get the second one. Wox on fire.
Odin instantly there to return damage, but not enough to find the knock. They are in a 3v3 right now, as Esqui does get flush on up. Blue Star trying to find the knock underneath the vehicle, not be able to connect anything. Reich's getting reloaded, I should say, on up. Not really a part of the fight for the moment, but honestly, I mean, I was just gonna say they can't hold on forever. Eventually they will get in, and Lyra now finally finds an angle.
I think if Foot actually really needs to press the issue and get in these buildings, and they're going to try here. Right, though, as well as Wox actually go for the double, knocking them down here. This is looking bad for Foot. Odin tries something. No! Wox is there. He's able to take it all out alongside Reichs. This is a great little play for them, and I understand here why they felt pressured to get in those buildings, because you've got Entropic as well as Stardust looking for the angles on Foot as they're trying to make the push.
Speaking of push, let's see here. Entropic, they heard the action. They want to get a piece of this too. They know that there's a wounded team playing inside. And, well, they want to see what they can get off of it. Only 2 left alive. Wox and Reichs trying to stay put. The nice crossfire they had against 4-Foot Esports just before, but Let's see if Entropic can take them down. I wouldn't assume that Entropic is going to leave them as 2 people in that compound.
No. Get rid of them, be able to push up, make sure that you can then push further into this circle. There are hurdles ahead of them, but CreedX being the hurdle in front of them. For Entropic, usually this will be easy pickings, but Wox and Rikes, I rate Wox quite highly, but unfortunately he goes down straight away here to the Eagle Eyes of Ivus, and it's only a matter of time before CreedX falls.
There you go.
Ta-da.
Not too much to it. They tried to set up you can see the way they're positioned. They tried to set up the crossfire same way they took out Foot Esports, but Entropic just that much more patient with it, waiting to find the angles and of course hitting every single shot they had to.
All right, so we move on. Heroic as well as Skade here, taking to the hills. This is in the southeast side of the circle at the moment. There's quite a bit of area where you can inhabit across these hills. Team Liquid also looking on from the west side, who have a lot of hills ahead of them to then try and work with, considering north of them is Bystanders, as well as Divan taking a 2-2 split. So we'll slow things down in these hills for the moment, as all of these teams gather their bearings, waiting for the next circle to pop, and then they're going to try and plan out their next moves.
Exactly. We have to shift away from mountains, but there aren't really a whole lot of them playable, only out towards the far west. So circle, for the most part, can go pretty much wherever it so pleases. Gemty looking over the shoulder of his teammates, trying to scout out the heroic players on the far south side, but can't really get eyes on anything. It's a pretty big ridge that they're playing around. A new circle pops straight onto Bystanders.
The donuts. All right, Istanbul Wildcats grabbing themselves a doozy. Good job by Grown there. A few little cheeky shots as well. And now this gets a bit complicated for Istanbul Wildcats because they actually need to push. They need to get onto this position. But unfortunately for them, Question Mark probably will get the res and then probably continue to hold them out because they have some significant cover against them.
And to add to it, there are only 2 people up, right? So even if you're pushing in 2v3, it's just not the fight that you would want to have to take. So Wildcats, I mean, Circle is going to close in at just about 20 seconds time. We'll have to make a move soon. But now that they did move on that first knock, curious to see what it's going to take for them to actually commit to making a play forward.
I wonder if anybody can even dislodge Bystanders down the line here. I mean, they have got absolutely the best position. That is going to be difficult to deal with because they've got 2 flexing out at the moment who are effectively trying to control what angles they can across those south hills, where a lot of teams are eventually going to be coming from. But there's going to be that crunch down where a lot of the teams actually end up being cannon fodder for one another. So Bystanders is going to be sitting very pretty here.
And it's also a smart play from Bystanders in the sense that they know what the Achilles heel of that compound is. If they lose control of that ridge, that's them not being able to maneuver freely between the houses and the compound. Yeah. So if they maintain control of that themselves, they really don't have a whole lot to fear because no one's going to up to crash into that compound right now.
Here comes the fight, though. No, we have Na'Vi actually just shredding up here when it comes to Stardust. Not really too much of a fight back. So nicely done to start things off for Na'Vi. It's funny considering they worked Uber into their play, but so far what I've seen across 7 games is a bit of a slower Na'Vi, a bit more of a calculated Na'Vi. Again, small sample size, but we know that they can burst with aggression.
And while this has been going on, Liquid and Heroic and Skate have been brawling on the southern side. Heroic do get taken out. They were kind of the meat and the sandwich, so not a whole lot they could do, getting shot from all sides. And now it's Liquid's turn to try and push forward up towards the compound. Shots come through up towards Gemty, who had a strugglesome day yesterday to really get anything going. But let's see now if they can fend off against the boys in blue.
Fun smoke, get out of the way. Tree, Squeaky, actually opening up on QBE, and Entropic having to rotate all the way around. Pixelic, though, trying to go from the fight.
Pixel, always the kind of surprise player, finds the off angles, finds the weird positions that no one expects him to be in. Prone behind this rock, James, no way he expected that. Shot in the back, and Pixel now maybe with a chance to actually fall back to his teammates here.
Yeah, good opportunity. Not too much reason to advance forwards. Novik finds Clib as well. Team Liquid is... And they can't catch a break on these Miramar circles. They're constantly being held out of these circles. But Mexi, good old Mexi, manages to find himself a knock and a confirm onto Grown. But now he's in the firing range of everyone. And Adusi's even knocking in from across the ridge.
And to make things even worse, Circle just hard shifted to the opposite side of the map from where they are. Vart does get one. Mexi gets flushed out, Clip down as well. Just one left alive. Ooh, Liquid Vart on his own, trying to stay put. Headshot comes through. Pixel Not gonna let that one sit. Skate stays alive, and that's 2 teams now they've dealt with on their side now, knowing they can play backs free, but they still, have a move to make towards the circle.
Absolutely, as that circle shifted towards the north, as you're mentioning, a very open downhill area from where Na'Vi is onwards. As a perfect molly from Na'Vi clearing out this angle. And if they clear this out, they are, one, aware of where Ents is right now, and the 2-2 split that they currently hold, actually, no, example went down, the 2-1, that they have. There's an opportunity for them to regroup on, I would say, Melman's location, try and play it from there as long as they can deal with the threats from the south.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how bystanders in this compound are going to potentially get contested, but at the same time, as you can see on the map as well, everyone's wrapping around, but wrapping around into what? Right? I mean, as you said, Na'Vi is spreading out now to take control, but they know they have to hold off. They know that they need to deal with Skate before other teams even think of third-partying in this position. So Melman, I love the fact that he's being this proactive, coming up on the ridge line saying, okay, if they leave that compound, we have to be aware. Issue is Pixel is already there. So curious to see if they'll have that info.
Yeah, definitely. He will have a potentially sweet little off angle as he tracks past the off angle, and I don't think he's fully aware as to where Pixel is, as you say. Melman, though, that's a nice opening. If he can get the confirm, that's a brilliant little start for this engagement.
Instantly goes to the second as well. Jemsy goes down moments later. Bystanders, though. Flammy there. Actually, not even Jemsy is knowing that he finds. So Skate tried to make a run for the hills on the other side. Does not work for them at all. Issue is they've been focusing towards the east, and that has allowed for Northern Lights to get in.
Melman went for a buy one, get one free on the twins. That was brutal. Such good shots coming in from him there. And Alia and Uber are now pushing up on that location to try and control that as a barrier. Brilliant stuff from them. But meanwhile, Bystanders in a big fight as we have Perfectix coming around the corner here to take out Kiana, who had made things so complicated for the team as they tried to push forwards.
Keanu did not know what hit him there. Didn't even react to the door being over. It was like, wait, what? There's a guy in the house? And yes, indeed, there was. But so as though, I would assume will fall second or third, not on him. So Perfectix on his own. But again, I mean, the job's already done, right? They've got themselves into placement points. Again, very few placement points, but they already have 10 kills.
Yeah. It's ridiculous that they just keep doing this. This is just Northern Lights to a T, even when not getting the placement points. Their kill points are out of control, and it's really difficult to stop them by the looks of things. Perfectix is still active and trying to go up against Bystanders who know exactly where he is, so he's got to be very careful about this.
And it's Northern Lights that is playing very different from what we're used to seeing. I mean, not only do they harass teams trying to rotate in, but they do so, and then they kind of snare them down in a way that we usually don't see. Like, they don't normally play around for too long. They'll get moving if they don't like the fight that they're kind of in. They can always find a way to disengage. But here, I mean, throughout the entire tournament so far, we've seen them hard commit to fights where other teams are like, can you please just let us leave? Like, we don't want to be here with you. Just let us get out of here. But they've kind of leached themselves onto opponents, and they've taken them all down.
Yeah, I mean, Perfectix is probably going down here. It's difficult to really get out of this position, but I like the way you describe it, snaring opponents. I mean, well, okay, you're burning. Yeah, Flamey, good job setting him on fire. Does what he does best alongside the teammates. But as you say, snaring is the perfect way to describe it. Them rapping on phase at the start of this game is probably one of my favorite plays of the tournament because it's such a strong play to say, okay, we're seizing this position and you have no way of getting out. You are hard stuck and you will be going down. It's just a case of trying to solve this, but you've got a 1% chance of solving this.
Yeah, you need to hit. I mean, the only danger of them being split the way that they were in that previous engagement is if you lose one, like the thinner your spread is, the more vulnerable it is. If one gets knocked, you can be in danger. But with the aim that NLT has, with the position they were playing, they just don't risk that.
All right, well, as we go on tangents for this whole game, the later stages of the game, the reason is because this circle right now, not a lot of people want to move into the middle of this. It's so open. Everyone wants to be the last person to move right now, and we're sort of getting to that moment here in this game. Ivers staying alive up towards the north, very good for him, but once he comes off that ridge, it's going to be difficult. Here comes the fight now. Uber actually has an AUG in hand. That gun is a laser. He will be able to use it to great effect against Bystanders here if they're not careful. Bystanders having to move up to try and dislodge them, but shots from across the way from Question Mark are causing huge problems here for Navi, as well as bystanders.
Exactly, both teams in trouble here as Question Mark kind of the ones to dictate the flow of what's going on uphill. One will fall, Dante will find the last, and that's, I mean, again, perfect third-party engagement from a distance from Question Mark. They have barely anything to play around themselves. Their tire's been popped too. So the fact that they get to stay put the way that they did and get to third party there too, very good for them. And I mean, again, Hype is solo player. He's essentially fighting off the entire defense here.
Yeah, he's ridiculous. But also Ents here with a ball play along those cliff lines, right? I mean, ultimately, this is still extremely open, very barren. The circle goes the way of the Question Mark double move here up towards Aduzi and Dante. They have played their previous position brilliantly. Just being able to not necessarily move forwards into vulnerable positions, but clearing out the locations down towards the south that would have had angles on now this move that they've made. And this is, well, we've seen it go worse for Question Mark in some scenarios, but I feel confident this should be theirs.
The crossover from Dante and Aduzi should be the nail in the coffin for both ends. And, well, I mean, Ivers too, unless if he pulls off some sort of hero play here. It's the fact that they understand ends being suppressed by Ivers to then spend that time crossing, it was the only right play to make. And it goes to show, I mean, Question Mark, they can pull that out whenever they want, make that correct play. I just want to see them this time around, as you were kind of alluding to bring it all the way to the end.
Oh, yes, yes. I mean, a 2v4 was doable. A 1v4 with Ents overlooking, I don't know about that one. As Ents right now, I think they'll have a hard time finding a solid cover in this circle. Squeaky's moving down towards the road at the moment. And actually, crossing over to this, Hobbits is down in the south, still there. Yes. That's the angle I'm most concerned about here for Ents at the moment.
Exactly. Does Hobbits fall? Then that's going to open a cross opportunity for Ents. Issue is they don't have any vehicles. They don't have, I would assume, any smokes left either. Squeaky did manage to cross on over, but would not expect to see neither Tixu or Nuki get to do that either. He is making the run point up, but look at this.
There it is.
So incredibly open. Hobbit needs to miss everything in order for Tixu to cross.
Oh!
Tixu could just full commit to the peak and return.
Opens a window. They can cross.
Yeah.
Oh, but actually Dante gets Nuki. Okay, so it's going to be 2 for Ents being able to try and make this work. But the fact that they got a second person over there and Hobbits wasn't able to deny that, I'm kind of surprised. He should have been able to probably hold that down. Aduzi goes for the spray, but no, Squeaky trades it off. Nuki's down in the distance. But now that was a 1-for-1 there in the forefront of this fight.
The solo peak as well. Tixu does fall. Ivers is still alive and kicking. Do not count him out. He doesn't settle for third. He wants a second place. Not going to happen, though. Squeaky finds it now. 1 versus 3, potentially 1v4. They do get the rest on up. Squeaky alone. You know you're in a 4v1. Push as a bunch. Squeaky, I don't know what's going on. Somehow got one. Must have been a bit of an observer bug, but there you go. They lost one yesterday, but finally bring it home today.
Yeah, that was a good position there for a Question Mark 2 play. They played it really well. I had my concerns once Hobbit actually gets knocked and that goes down as it does. But I think he also, even if he does get knocked in that situation, he causes enough of a concern and distraction for Ents to be questioning if they can even make that transition over, right? True. So, but the 2 movement up towards the top, very important for Question Mark to round that out.
Oh, definitely. I mean, understanding of the situation, they did everything they had to bring that one home. They just had to bring it home, which I'm glad to see that they did.
All right, well, time for a break. When we return, we have more Miramar on the way here for G-Loot Season 6.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Doorway on the second floor just to make sure. Ooh, nearly caught on the cross back over, but I don't think he's noted the reposition of Salek. Instinct. Oh, what?
One tick here could be the deciding factor whether you win this, not playing it smart. Blue, and he wins it! 1v3 example prevails. Enemy, you need to do all of it. Does find the first, and look at the HP from Lou and Batuls, but no, you're taking Blue, buddy. What are you doing?
We might find it, Toby.
We saw that. He knows exactly where they're coming in from, too.
This could be deadly.
Spots one, takes him down, gets the second, doesn't get it. Luka rooks his stab.
And of course, it's Lou, the one to kind of hold back that push, or at least apply some pressure. James actually finds him as well. That's just Batulins. Finds himself in a 1v3. James open sight line here. The spray is good, though. Batulins!
Now it's a 3v1. All eyes on Hibbard.
Thunder had a chance to aggress while the fight was happening elsewhere, while the Thunder might not strike twice. So does BBL back-to-back chicken dinners, essentially, on their side of the circle. Marco spots one more loot down slow HP. As I say that, actually not Marco, the one of the receiving end of the majority of the damage there. Kent, but does find a second.
Very good.
And now Lou, all that's left alive. BBL were outnumbered, but it's just Lou left alive. That in the end will amount to more. Let's see a smash tagged up by the mollies twice. Make that Gem able to get the response from the other side. No tries to peek on over. Then the lost, how much more damage can you do to them? A lot, as it turns out. Solo player left alive goes out.
Even better if he gets a couple of extra points and steals those knocks away. If he steals a few away, that's going to be so good. He can't, though. That's Liquid out. And it's only Spyro, and I reckon they know. Actually, Melman that finishes that fight. It's time for Na'Vi.
Actually, Aaliyah over the top side here. The perfect setup from Na'Vi. Waited for a knock to act upon. Quizzy going to find Hyruzen now. Ibarko just going to give it up to the blue Joro.
Really good read on the sound cue there. And Gustav making a case for the shotgun just to be permanently part of this. Beamy goes into the blue to surprise
No way, man.
And Team Liquid, who are trying to move up. You can take a look at where they are with the car. They are not shying away from this at all. They want to finish off FaZe Clan entirely, and they do. Team Liquid managing to take this Wizard Tower. Is anyone coming in next? He's got the shotgun. What can he do? He's out of bullets.
He actually finds a ton of damage.
And it's Lou again. Lou, absolute monster this game.
Double's coming through, getting a little bit horny for this one, I gotta say it. Whether or not Vard's going to be able to find an angle here. The pop flash looks perfect here. Can he swing on the outside? Oh, a double comes through. Good. Almost with the drive-by, but what an effort from Vard.
To look in two places at once. That was the power of Beamy's position. He's looking at T-Bone. Now he's looking at... Oh, Beamy actually could have sprayed at the same time, and that would have been that. But he comes through it anyway. 8 kills in the chicken dinner.
Game 1 is done, and I'm presuming, I mean, we focused a lot on that 2v4 fight from yesterday where Question Mark lost their chicken dinner, Kylaris. Maybe they were focusing on it too, because today they start the show off with the win, and they probably just wanted to feel a little bit better after what happened yesterday.
Great control from them on the west side of this circle, I think. It's when you look at some of those later circles in this situation, absolutely everyone's playing edge for good reason, and Question Mark found themselves in a great spot where they could not only have great view from the north to the east over a big cone as to how all the teams were going to be approaching it, but they also had great angles on the teams from the south as well, so they were really covering all the bases really well, and made a nice transition north as they needed to.
Let's take a look now at the highlights from that game, and as we begin, I'm really hoping that Northern Lights phase sheep herding, as Kylaris called it, is going to be in action. Toby?
No, I mean that was. I mean, we kind of broke it down as it happened. That was just a perfect example of you forcing. I mean, we talked yesterday about the punching bag and the boxer. I mean, NLT made FaZe the punching bag, right? They were the ones dictating everything. You don't get to punch. We punch, and we punch when we want to, and you just have to kind of take the hits. That's what happened. They forced them into the compound. They said by circling around them, they just really prevented them from doing anything. And whenever they tried, they would get punched.
Some other good moments here as we moved into it. I really liked how aggressive Skade was with Liquid, but then obviously Na'Vi making sure that they got some kills on the board as well, Kalaris.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, I said it whilst we were kind of watching it. I was surprised at kind of their pace. It feels like they're really analyzing every angle that they're going to be coming in at a slow pace, as it does say. And again, you know, it comes back to looking at these later circles and how it will be difficult for them to go much further than an edge location. But 11 points, nothing to sniff at. Very nice to see them convert.
Can we just talk about Northern Lights? Again, 10 kills, 2 placement points only. I really like this style that they're bringing to the table, Kalaris. This aggressive play. That, I mean, you guys spoke about it in the cast, but they just do not disengage from fights anymore. And I think it's working for them.
Yeah, they're beastly. I mean, I think they also know that for a few of, again, actually, the Northern Lights FaZe situation, probably one of my favorite situations in the tournament thus far because of how methodical and played out it was in such a, they didn't even need to shoot. All they needed to do was position themselves around them in a barrier, which was great. But beyond that, they keep rolling from fight to fight, even when they can't get in these circles. And they're just showing why their gunplay is superior to a lot in the lobby right now.
And of course, this is the important thing we need to be looking at today. The leaderboard is up. The top 8 teams will make it through. They'll make it through to the grand finals, but the bottom 8 will be leaving. And there it is, Northern Lights, 8 placement points, but sitting in second place, 55 kills, more than the first spot, Toby. And they're slowly just going to make their way to try and knock Entropic off that #1 space.
This is going to come off of some very, very deep theory crafting. But if we go back to his response yesterday, Batulans, in that this is part of what they're doing in this tournament is prep for PGC. With the amount of PGC points they've already accumulated, they're pretty much through, unless if something disastrous happens. They're pretty much through to PGC. And when we look at PGC, a lot of teams tend to play edge. You don't have a whole lot of teams that dare to hard commit early because it is the big global stage and everyone's playing somewhat passive, at least early on. If Northern Lights are saying, you know what, there are so many edge teams during these global tournaments, let's become a center team. If this is their practice to transitioning into not necessarily committing to playing a new style, but now being able to do both, they're showing us here that they're incredibly good at it because, again, if you get enough kill points, the placement points aren't really that important, and they're showcasing it on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's one of the best places to practice what you want to do in tournaments later on, right? Because there's money on the line, all importantly. In scrims, in those situations like that, other teams are testing things out, stuff like that. But for all of these other teams that aren't qualified for PGC right now, they are playing their 100% to get to PGC, to get the money, etc., and things like that. So this is the perfect ground, in theory, to test things if you know you're going.
A little bit frustrating, though, if you're here trying to get those points and then you're watching Northern Lights, we're just trying something new, and then obviously trying something new that works so well. I'm sure that could be slightly frustrating. What is kind of frustrating, we spoke about them at the start of the show and we were hoping for a better performance. BBL, Toby, just first out. I mean, this is good. It gets worrying as the games start ticking off. They're running out of time to get themselves in the top 8.
It's again a showcase, I think, of them committing to something. We didn't see exactly what led into that BBL phase fight, but seeing as Stendalos knocked himself with a vehicle, you'd have to expect that's them coming full speed into the compound to take the fight. I think it's the race similar to what we saw with Creed and Ents on the far east side in game 1. It's a race to a compound that they're beat in. So it's BBL usually being the one and only team to commit to those center buildings, now being contested. They run into FaZe, they get taken out. The rest is kind of history with what happened with FaZe and NLT. But for BBL, I would say slow things down. I mean, now that you're getting contested center all the time, don't rush it. Just play smart on the edge because you're good at it.
Play smart on the edge, you're good at it. Thanks, Toby. Great advice right there. Also, click heads. That's what we got. Kylaris, I thought Skade was really impressive today. I didn't really see, when I say today, just from this last game. Last week, yesterday, we saw little bits of them, but I do expect Skade, based on how they got into this competition, to really pop off, and I'm hoping maybe they're starting to warm up.
And it could have been an entirely different game for them had Melman not, again, got the 2-for-1 deal on the Twins. I really do think that those were some great shots as they were trying to transition. It's not the hardest shots in the world, but he definitely caused them huge problems.
It is now time to get back into game, gents. I'll catch you on the flip side.
She did it. She succeeded. Good on you, Sam. I love it. I'm all for it. And we are, of course, the ones on the flip side, James. And the flip side brings you a pretty, once again, very decent plane path. Not diagonal in the same direction, but this time straight west to east. Everyone should be able to go exactly where they want.
I feel like we're on both sides of the flip side, to be perfectly frank with you. Because we're here. And then we'll probably
What's on the other side of the flip side?
Us.
Oh.
With Sam. There you go. All right. So, yeah, as you mentioned, this plane path, very, very kind. And we'll figure our things out as we go. You know what? Let's not go north. How about that? You know, maybe somewhere else. Maybe. Hello?
How about if we go just a bit south of where the plane is right now?
Okay, calm down.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I mean, we've got some spicy circles throughout this tournament already. Why not just up the ante a little bit? With that said, once again, I mean, I'm looking down towards PBL and Heroic. We haven't seen them clash a whole lot in the very early game, but the vehicles they're going for, they're side by side. Like, quite literally a hand's reach from one another when they go for those cars. And you have to think that eventually someone's a little late on the plane, someone's a little late on something, and it would have to happen. In the meantime, while I alluded to the Eastern Islands, James, the circle proposed something different.
Yes, it did. That is one of the most southwest circles I have seen in a long time.
How do you transition? I mean, we like to think of like, what are the bottlenecks going to be? Where are the kind of the heat areas? How do you transition into this? When we look at the ridge around, or the edge of the circle, what is right now, you have Chuma. You have Monte. Like, those are two big cities you do not want to have to cross through. Then you have the southern entrance and the hard northwestern one. Those are pretty much your only two kind of green light areas. Everything in between, essentially Stardust and Face right now, is kind of yellow light. You can go, but it's at your own risk entry points. And there's so many teams east, northeast that, I mean, essentially the entire circle, entire server, except for Creed, has to make some sort of rotation into this.
Yeah, if you're anybody on the east, I think forget about it. Because what's going to happen is, there's going to be so many teams that are going to say, okay, let's take priority compound in the hills north of Valdemar and try and work from there. Because that's kind of where we're expecting this to probably end down the line. Anybody who's going over towards Los Higos and Prison, if it gets desperate enough to try and make that rotation, good luck to you. I've got my thumbs up for you. It's going to be a great game, I'm sure.
I'm thinking boats in Porto Paraiso. You know? Down to Los Hijos, easy win.
One can dream. Yeah.
You'd love to see it. That's going to add a whole new layer of viable rotations into circles if that's what's going to happen. I can't really tell you who I would expect to see doing a play like that, but yeah, Heroic on the move early makes perfect sense. Go to the center hillside of kind of the Trident, as I like to call it, of the roads down by Valdemar. Set up on the hilltop, get all the vision in the world, and take control.
And in a ridiculous sense, because obviously you're dropping in Chumacera and working your way from there. I know that this isn't an absolute, right? But this is a winning play in a ridiculous sense, right? This is a location, given this circle, that could absolutely play a pivotal role here, all things considered. And you're here at 3 minutes 55. So it's nice. I love it.
It really is. I was just looking at Paige again. BBL and Heroic side by side, but we saw 3 of the Heroic players there already, and then you have Paige, the one who looted the furthest east, but also the last one to go. Fortunately, we're talking 2-3 seconds, able to avoid a confrontation with the entirety of BBL.
Yeah, so let's see where BBL can take, because actually this is already foretelling a better start for them, right? Walks. I like this guy, man. I like this guy.
He barely got to scope, and there must have been some damage done on crossco before that happened. If that was him just double headshotting like that, that has got to be the fastest like scope to double headshot I've seen in a very long time. There must have been damage from one of the other guys coming in there too, because that was instant. I'm
going to continue to sell this guy to the viewers right now, because again, in qualification up to this game, to this tournament even I should say, he had a 10-kill game. He is the real deal. So I'm loving seeing Wox being able to do some flexing out here. Did all right in the previous game, just a little bit unfortunate. They eventually had extra parties move on to them after the fact, but they found themselves an all right spot.
This is Wildcats thinking they're rotating early, and then as you said, Heroic making the pretty much instant rotation. Yeah. They go, yeah, you thought you were early? We were here way before that. So Corexi just sitting here ready, waiting. Issue is, or could be, for Corexi, how many opponents does he want to hear outside his door before he himself starts hesitating and whether he should stay there or not?
Well, at least he won't need to reload because he has an M249.
True. True. He's going to be fine with ammo at least for a while.
Yeah. As we have a few shots from his number Wildcats going off, and that triggers even just a response from Corexi knowing exactly where he is on the position, and actually probably heard audio cues knowing that he's wounded. Oh, coming around here for the attack. Doesn't quite get it. Corexi, just on audio cues alone, looking for a strike onto the Wildcats.
There you go.
Amazing.
Perfect.
Love it.
Understanding of the situation. I mean, have a teammate peek outside, hit him 3 times, he's low HP, correct, shooting the nade, lining it up. Nothing that you can do to survive it if you're grown, and that's unfortunate for Wildcats because they were in a position from where you'd think they could get a really good game going, but just punished, I mean, twice on instantly on their rotations, really.
I love that he just threw the smoke directly at his head. His dead body's head. All right, I want to loot. Smoke it up.
Might as well. Might as well. I mean, rather safe than sorry. Boop it off the head there and you'll be fine.
Love it.
I'm looking at the map right now as FaZe get themselves looted up a little extra. Out towards the east, we're seeing the mass migration of the southern shoreline. And there has got to be teams running into one another in that transition at some point. And again, I mean, Northern Knights, not in a hurry to go anywhere. Now this time around, they've settled with Wildcats saying, you know what? We're going to be bucking you for... well, probably until the circle forces them to leave.
And how did he get stuck there of all places? Oh,
exactly.
That's so rough. And Lou is just looking for the off angle for the easiest pickup of his life. Oof. That's all I'll say. Oof.
Yeah. Matsy inside. And again, I mean, it's 3 kills now on Wildcats. The first 3 kills in the game too, but it's happened to 3 different teams. Like, they've lost players to 3 different teams within the first phase. And that... It's hard to blame it on one thing, but I would say I think a lot of it comes with inexperience, maybe. I mean, they weren't expecting Heroic to be up there that early. You have to know that a team like Heroic, when given the chance, will make an early move. Northern Lights, I mean, we didn't see exactly what led to him being caught behind the church the way that he did there. Yeah, but the early one too, getting instantly tapped out of the car. Have someone nearby to help out. It's unfortunate that it happens, but when you have it 3 times back to back to back, there is more to it than just tough luck.
Yeah, there's so many factors to analyze, right? Like circle tendencies, how quickly these teams are willing to make that move when they do. The fact that, are we likely to get a circle down towards prison and all those, that island?
Oh, that's what he was prepping for. He just went to the wrong prison.
Maybe.
Guys, wait. Oh, sorry, we died. Oh, I thought we were on Miramar. My bad, boys. My bad. I was just prepping for tomorrow is all. That's how 900 IQ Batulin says. He preps for the circles to come.
God gamer.
There you go. Beamy, in the meantime, finds Diggory. I don't think anything will come off of it because it's a solid 700-meter headshot. That is actually incredibly far. Incredibly far. He found that.
The fact, wow. Beamy is a bolty god as well. Why is he going for these?
Wait, and Gustav now went down. Oh, I thought it was Gustav going for the rest. No. Okay, it's AC. So they'll live with the scare phase in the open. But that is some distance. Got to an issue for Gustav is he won't live with the scare. Nail Cup able to find one. Thought they had the compound safe, but not gonna happen.
No, not too bad at all. solidly holding this down. There is a fight going on between bystanders shooting at Ents in Los Higos. You were laughing at this too? I'm looking at it on the map. I'm like, how are we here?
I'm so glad you saw it. Ents, they're like, we're the late ones. We're so smart about this. Let's go down to the island.
There's no way.
Bystanders are already there, and now Question Mark and Footballist are setting up for it too. This is there's a lot of expectations for the circle to go south.
I'm concerned actually that Question Mark would have an angle on that fight as well, as the circle shifts so west. West.
That's out of the map west. This is
rough.
This is really, really, really bad. Like, there's not only do you have a shit ton of water, sorry for swearing, but there's so much of them. There's so much of this map on the west side that you can't even get to because of the unplayables on the west.
Yeah, this is
like phase 5 in phase 2.
This is going to be a rough play, and there's some slight elevation just north of Valdemar, which becomes extremely valuable at this moment in time as we take a look at the map and see how things are going down. Yes, you can see the fight down in the bottom right-hand side that's going on, but that at this point may as well be any other map, because that is so far away from where those teams need to be right now. And you see actually as Flammy is moving north of prison, I can't believe I'm saying that, to try and find himself a spot to try and play from. But once the circle would usually shift north from there, I'm concerned about how they're going to cross.
This is, I mean, we're phase 2 and we're already at last resort rotation.
Yeah, teams
have to commit to the city at this point. Because of the topography of the mountains in the north of this circle, you have to commit to the city. There's no other play. If you don't have a compound already, if you're coming in late, you have to full speed send it into Valdemar in phase 2.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. And we're going to see absolute carnage unfold here in a few moments' time once of these teams try and jostle for position. Quetper already taking out Mailman to start things off. They're on the east side of this circle at the moment, and even them, they're pretty close to entering the city already. We have Team Liquid trying to push around Clib, but no, he wasn't expecting this coming round the corner was James. Oh, dear me, but Barbie going for Lookarooks.
How is Ivers the one getting out of that fight alive? Now finds Mexi there too. It's a good hold from a play on this side, but not gonna last any longer. Unfortunately, Vard does get one, but it's Nailed from the other side to get the final kill.
Navi's on the way.
Liquid falls in 16th, but as you're saying, Navi full speed forward, and you have Stardust right behind as well.
I feel like teams here at this point, once you hear this fight go down, people are just trying to set up in the city, so they are still vulnerable. If this fight has gone on, Spiro also taking down Illidan once again. Divan is in a terrible spot here to take this fight against Northern Lights right now.
They're incredibly split. And Northern Lights, I mean, they're just so good at very quickly gathering info. They know exactly where they have them. There is an off chance that Sahar has a play to make. Maybe he can become kind of the surprise factor, but as far as I'm seeing it right now, Northern Lights has read Divan completely.
Definitely. So this is going to be a push round to take different angles, and then there's nothing for them to really work with. Kitnesh going to get naded out here. That is rough.
Not far enough. It doesn't roll as far on the sand, I suppose, but down to 1 HP. There you go. Lou does find it in the end. No reason to risk anything. Get the kill confirmed. You're good to go. In the meantime, we had a bit of a mind battle going on the southern side. Ents went back to the other side. Ooh, that was Perfectix. Tries to get out alive, and he will. Ents, they went back to the main island. Then they were like, bystanders must have left by now, right? Then they drove back down south to Los Hijos, but then they had to turn around again because bystanders hadn't left yet. So now they're moving into the circle bystanders, and Ents are miles out in the blue.
Batuland, you are a crazy man, but you're a genius as well, all right? Like, I understand this. He'll move eventually, but he's trying to gather as much information as he possibly can from this vantage point. And also, of course, probably get his bike back. But Istanbul Wildcats, they're down. They're gone here for now. Ents is trying to rotate in from the blue, down in the bottom right. And whoosh, as we zoom in on the map. Tough spot.
This is pretty bad. Pretty bad. Now FaZe, though, I mean, they were the ones being snared, to use the phrase from before, by NLT before. They might have a chance to do the exact same thing to them here. They're the ones getting to gatekeep, at least, or attempt to gatekeep NLT on the northwest side. I mean, they have to approach from somewhere, but how do they get through with Ents sitting on the inside? And Heroic, in the meantime, dead center in the circle. They can see everyone, but they can't really take a fight to anyone.
Like when Paige is leaning around these windows, I'm also in real life tilting my head around the window to try. There's something
Are you
wrong
the
with
guy
me.
that when you play racing games with a controller, you like turn it as a steering wheel too?
Mate, you don't want to see me when I'm playing anything like that. I'm all over the place. I'm so animated, like I'm switching left and right and all this stuff is ridiculous.
Jumping around nature or ducking when your player is ducking to simulate that too. Yeah, we've seen that happen. We see people do that, but then again, whatever works. Whatever makes you play that bit better. NLT in for a tough one here. Ends 2. I mean, they do have an approach to make into Valdemar from the hard east side. The issue is they are only now coming into the area. They're only now starting to scout forward because they've been so long on their rotation.
Yeah, and I'm still concerned for bystanders. We're having FaZe. They know there is a team up here, and they probably know it's Northern Lights as well, considering that they were probably watching the kill feed while that fight was Divan was going down. Here comes the move. 3 cars, 4 cars.
They see 4, but what do they do to prevent them from getting in? Because if imagine this Northern Lights gets around FaZe, which it looks like they will right now. They get underneath, circle goes south, or at least to some extent south or away from FaZe. Now they have to play into NLT.
Yeah, Northern Lights, they could go even further than where they've gone, but shots are ringing down on them, and that is not what they want to do. They need to get at least one, I feel. They have to get one, try and cause some disruption here to the Northern Lights front that is moving down, because Perfectix has moved up on them.
Vex has 0 spare 5.56 for a double 5.56 play. And keep in mind, we lost Gustav early on. They're playing a 2-1 split with HC on his own. Now, fortunately, they are backing off. They are going back to kind of fortify the position that HC is in. But Vex, he is literally like out of ammo. He does not have any spare ammunition whatsoever. So get regrouped, spread whatever ammo you have between you, and set up shop in the center. This is the right play to make. Disengage, that was too much to risk. And now they get the circle going their way too.
Yeah, aside from getting that circle, it went a little bit awry there for FaZe for the moment, but they're not out of it, not down by any means. But allowing Northern Lights to move onto that spot as, not freely, because there was a little wounding here and there, but as freely as they did here, does cause some concerns. And again, my eyes are fixated on how bystanders is going to get across that. It's
they'll figure it out.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, what they'll figure out is probably that they can't cross, but
maybe
they'll figure it out. We'll see here, Hergy in the vehicle. I think they're just having a last chat. It was good to know you, boys. Let's just full speed send and see what happens. That's here they come. Oh, do they go 1 blockade at the time? Nah. Let's go. Full speed forward, pedal to the metal. Where do we stop on this ride forward?
It's going to be a wild ride. Shots already coming in from probably quite a few angles very, very soon. As, well, Herc hasn't been hit yet, so that's not bad.
Somehow.
Hello? Are we going to...
They're getting shot at by 3 teams, and only Keanu has taken damage. I'm not sure exactly how they're making it this far.
The
issue is NLT is massively split right now. If they crash any of their positions and get 1 kill, they have all the room in the world. This is not a bad play from bystanders.
May as well be Hell's Angels. Jeez Louise, this was...
Then they get a compound for free too.
What? Okay, you know...
Oh my lord, they crossed the entire circle and they get a free compound.
Hats off to them. That was amazing.
Yes, that was incredibly impressive. Ents now try to do the same thing. Oh wait, so apparently people don't take damage when they cross the road like that? Oh yes, apparently now they do, because people have scoped in, people have zeroed in their scopes, I should say, and well, Squeaky, okay, fending off as best as he can, but Ents already wounded.
Finnish Power battling against that, but they will go down in 13th. Wait, one? They just got a double confirm after the death. Oh, Squeaky, you're funny. But there we go. So they are gone for now. It's going to be difficult for any of the teams even coming out from Valdemar. No, we saw Navi move up slightly against the position of Stardust, Entropic, and Foot Esports, though, still trying to find their small steps into this circle, and it will be difficult.
Entropic is gonna have to play this one out on foot, and everyone has high ground on them. Like there's no way they can, like nowhere they can go where they'll get proper cover. So I think this is already now kind of turned into a salvage game. See what we can get for the Esports. They're not gonna have it though. If bystanders can do it, we can do it too. Where do you go from here?
See if it can work. Already shots coming in on the back. One of the tires went on that though. Foot Esports trying to find themselves a position. Gonna bail out, but the car explodes on towards it all. And gotta try and recover from here. Difficult though.
Yeah. in trouble, to say the least. Again, everyone can see them, but here comes Entropic trying to get something off of it. One goes down. Odin still alive on the hills up above. Spots one, spots two. Uber there to help as well, and Entropic down in a second.
Absolute massacre on that location. It was always going to be difficult for those two teams. We were mentioning it before, but there you go. They are done. Likewise for Na'Vi, trying to move up against that. They're done. Actually, Odin's still alive. So, you know what? Kudos. That's also pretty decent to stay alive during all of this. But now it's BBL's turn. How are they going to transition from that side? Because the entire lobby is shooting at them here.
I'm seeing a sideways car amidst their rotation. That is suboptimal, to say the least. Smash alone as well, trying to take the fight to escape with Heroic coming up the hillside. 2 Page spots 1 Beamy, the one to flush. Trouble brewing once more for BBL.
Very much so. Heroic now trying to push on against the position from Skade. Finds an angle quickly. T-Bone, though, a bit too vulnerable whilst being outside of that shack. Will take some shots himself from Thendalos, who's trying to trade from the opposite side of this. Now getting in a car as Thendalos to try and basically send it once again. But ain't ever going to be a send like Bystanders.
True, and Bystanders, I mean, still up with 4 on the north side. Perfectix went down earlier. They managed to get him back on his feet. That's the room they needed. Page finds Thendalos. So once again, as I said, BBL having a tough couple of rotations into this one with not really a whole lot to gain from it.
Yeah, let's see what they can do with this. As just finding the recovery position now. And Creed, I like what Creed's doing north of them. This could quite easily hold them out. And then they wouldn't really have too much contesting them from that angle. So if they can get away with that, that's great. Odin's going to go for the send. This road is just... This is really Fury Road from Mad Max. This is crazy.
Don't prone there.
Oh, no.
Don't prone there. That was too close, buddy. And he learned the hard way. It's, I mean, again, I guess you see it happen once and you try to do the same thing, but it's just not going to happen. Not at this point in the game. He tried, made his way up the hill. Unfortunately for him, didn't quite work out. On the flip side of that, though, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Flammy. He sent it down towards the south. They dealt with Perfectix early. Now, they did allow for him to get rest, but they've dealt with him. So they're sitting on a very wide 3-1 split. In the meantime, Creed now realizing that, well, these teams from down below have to come uphill, and they most likely have to come our way.
Did Flammy drive there or walk there? Did you watch?
I think he drove.
He drove? Okay, so there was some audio cues about him moving to that spot. So I imagine we're going to have the teams close by taking that into account. If it had been a walk, obviously a little bit more dangerous. But
there's no way he sprinted that.
No. Yeah, that would have been...
I mean, it could be, but that would be...
There's
very daring.
Yeah, there's like an opportunity too, because there's like quite the valley, between those two hills where the road is. True. But still, it would have been a little treacherous. So yeah, just curious.
Meantime, yeah, I know T splitting out to get control as well. Again, Batulin's eye in the sky, making sure his teammates are safe. Guilty goes down to blue. Easy peasy Stardust out of this one as we get our way into top 6. Wanted to make sure no one was on the other side. Spiro confirms it. Crawls back, and now NLT from a tough position in the north, been held up by FaZe, and now sitting with really the best chunk of the circle.
Yeah, Northern Lights is looking for control here as they're moving and kind of creating that barrier along the road down to the bottom, as these teams will try and use that as an entry point, knowing that there will be a team in FaZe's compound, because that's an overlook for everything else that would go on.
Shots from Heroic, yeah. I mean, and Bystanders are coming into this one too. Everyone's going to be fighting in a second, except for Question Mark. Everyone else going full speed forward here. Reichs finds one, Blue Star finds the second. Page falls down. Patulans now peeks over the top, takes down Turkey as he realizes all of Bystanders have pulled up right behind them. But I'm loving this play from Creed. They knew that Heroic was occupied elsewhere. They come in, they instantly backstep on 2, and now Heroic has to respond to it.
Yeah, and likewise for Northern Lights, the fact that they have Perfectix on the off angle to just stop when Bystanders were going to make this move. This is perfect for Northern Lights as well to shut this down and now control a huge portion of this circle as Creed continues to take this fight, taking out Heroic wherever they can. Northern Lights is on double-digit kills again. Someone stop them. This is nuts. But Creed, Reichs, taking out Heroic off the back of this. A brilliant move to hold them out and try and solidify themselves on this side, but I don't know if they can make much more happen from this position.
So it's gonna be tough. We'll see if they can wrap around, but they're going straight into a very, very hungry Northern Lights, who again just continue to grab more and more control. FaZe 0 kills. They've been, ever since they backed off here, forced to play it very passive inside the compound circles. Fortunately, have gone their way, but they haven't really been able to do much. And I'm actually not really against them playing it this passive, because they have no info to go off of audio, other than audible cues. They haven't really had a chance to peek out, so might as well just sit tight and let things come to you. I don't know how Creed's going to play this one. I think the thing that they need to wait for is the FaZe question mark fight to occur, and then probably third party that, because I don't think going the way of Northern Lights is going to pay dividends in this moment, considering the control they have over the circle. No, it's gonna be tough. Fortunately for Creed, NLT are kind of backing off of this one right now. Northern Lights, Lou actually does go down on the street. Rykes hitting shots once again. A pretty solid pickup for Creed in that knock on the ground. The issue is Batul and Spiro instantly there to help. And FaZe taking the fight here against Dante. Will be able to take him. Here comes Creed, though, now pushing on Northern Lights. This is a great opportunity with that opening knock that they got to try and properly control this position, as FaZe and question mark still going blow for blow during all of this. Yeah, again, it's FaZe staying on the kind of defensive end of this. Question mark has to push forward one little peek at the time. Gaxi does go down on the other side of things. In the meantime, 8C tries to hold off. He knows that he's kind of in between the opposing team here, so needs to constantly move around and try and see if he can find new off angles to get knocks in. And look at this circle shift. I mean, Northern Lights has everything under control now. Yeah, of course. It's funny because, again, the way that they entered the circles so much earlier in this game, there was an opportunity for FaZe to hit some shots and really slow them down. It was not to be the case, though. And now Northern Lights, super in control. This is such a good disengage from question mark, too. Understanding the circle going the way that it is, but now they have to be ready. I was just going to say, in case FaZe kind of opts to push back, like down and backfill on question mark, they have to be ready for that fight. But them understanding that, wait, we have to get off this hill anyway. Why are we taking this fight to FaZe in the compound? We don't want to push in. We don't know what we're running into. Let's back off. Let's play what is now the spot that bystanders died in. Get a hell of a lot of utility going our way. Yeah. Even cast for cover. And, well, let everyone on the hill fight one another. Smart understanding, smart play from question mark, who might just get 2 more kills as Batul comes full speed forward towards him. Yeah, I don't think they fully know that that's... Oh, okay, now they definitely do. They saw them as they move forward here from all of this. And Hobbit's already getting himself on towards Perfectix. Cook the nade. A nade goes past. Will this cook right? Faultlessly gets Perfectix confirmed. Smoke. There you go. Batul goes down as well, and this is not something they were expecting. Again, if you're a question mark, you gotta play the kind of the element surprise when you're outnumbered. That's exactly what they do. Wrap down below, catch NLT off guard, and we're all focusing what's coming uphill from the south. Faultlessly nice to wave a cord in the open. Spiro finds one in return, and there you go. Northern Lights out as Vex comes in to help, but again, they already have 12 kills. Predex greeting them as well. What's on towards Vex, though? That is a nice little pickup for him, but Blue Star is already down as well. Going for the molly, trying to trade that through. Wox actually confirms Vex here. He's got to be super careful, though. They're still paying mind and attention to the question mark angle. Here comes a flash. Will it do much? They're going to push alongside for it. Still nades raining down on them for the moment. A little bit of chip damage on towards Diggory. He sees Wox. The head peeks over. Will he be able to get it, though? Ooh. 3 flashes forward, no immediate follow-up on it. They know they have a knock down there. And I think what he is doing is that he wants to allow for his teammates to wrap around while they're flashed. They're not going to commit to the rest. So buy time for 80 to get around. Vox falls down, and now it's just Rykes on his feet. And once again, the flashes are out. But while this is happening, question mark is wrapping up behind them. Yeah, this is a perfect opportunity for question mark to round this out and get a double if they're able to do so. And nice little sprays through, doesn't quite clip him. 8C actually gets right as well as Woxic. And then it is a finish up here as Hobbit comes up, takes out Diggory. The backstab is in full effect here. Faultlessly can just find on the left-hand side of him one final target in 8C. On FaZe, that could easily be the cleanup here. No FaZe up going on. So many right decisions being made by question mark in this game. Yep. It's absolutely insane. It's everything we saw in the previous game and everything we saw in the glass game of yesterday up until that very final fight. They're playing this like they're understanding of what's happening around them and what they need to do in order to come out on top, even when the odds are against them, is phenomenal to watch. And that's off of a start to yesterday that was pretty slow.
feel like they know. Oh, 8C!
No.
Ruining
no.
Creed X there quickly, but now they know it's a 2v1. 8C moving towards the smokes and trying to take an angle that maybe question mark's not expecting due to the fact that the shots came from the north. 8C gets forward. Is he going to be able to make this happen against Faultlessly?
No helmet, no vest for either of them, and he catches them off guard, and FaZe Clan somehow comes out on top. 8C 1v2v2 takes out both the duos, and they win it. Wow. That's not the team that I expected to see win that game off of how everything kind of went down in that match. That's impressive. I mean, Digger was setting 8C up with the flashes on the hilltop to then wrap around the side and just clear out the table. Impressive to watch.
What was that? That was, you know, it's funny. I cast my mind back to like an Erangel literally like 3 years ago where 8C gets the 3 spray. Those are the kinds of moments that 8C lives for. And oh my days, I don't know what to say, Toby. That was phenomenal.
That was impressive. Love to see it, more of it. Crazy circles, crazy ending. What's not to like? We'll take a short break and then we'll be back with more PUBG action after this.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Actually finds a ton of damage.
And it's Lou again. Lou, absolute monster this game.
Double's coming through, getting a little bit horny for this one, I gotta say it. Whether or not Vard's going to be able to find an angle here. The pop flash looks perfect here. Can he swing on the outside? Oh, a double comes through.
Good.
Almost with the drive-by, but what an effort from Vard.
To look in two places at once. That was the power of Beamy's position. He's looking at Tebow. Now he's looking at... Well, Beamy actually could have sprayed at the same time, and that would have been that. But he comes through it anyway. 8 kills in the chicken dinner, 4 heroic. Oh my god! No way! 1 left to find. Ruin has 1 left to find. That's a double knock thanks to that nade. And Vard is being pushed from the blue. This is all but certain.
Perfect!
Beautiful flash! Goes into the smoke, but Vard works out where he is. Huge clutch for Vard. Nixie and Highman also a little bit disengaged from this fight as well. They're going to be battling each other at range while this 1v1 rages on.
What?
No!
Nookie actually posted through the window. He finds the knock onto Tekkas.
That wasn't Squeaky. What? This is interesting because the next circle is actually the worst possible one for Team Liquid. Both halves of their team have to move in. Vard, thank you very much for those extra points, mate. Much appreciated. Delightful long... Oh my god!
Get Peaks on over 5 the second time around, and now it's 2 versus 1. Fendelos, Ketpa, they're the ones playing the low ground. They're the ones having a hard time, but yet BBL prevails. 3v1 Liquid. Just can't seem to close it on out in the end. This one, obviously, not exactly working in their favor. 14 kills make that 15-16 kill
kills in total, so this isn't good for them. Vard with an excellent frag onto Schofield to take 3 members of Team Rage down. It's only Mert remaining now. Let's see what he can do. Howl eliminated in the meantime, and there we go. But Diggory is just absolutely on it. Laza he's not out of the woods yet. Team Rage are not having a fun day.
They're chasing. They're not giving up on any of this. And Laza falls as well. 80 up close, thrown on down, spots one, 80 goes stop working together, Vex peeking on over as well. Micah does find one, but will he get more for just 1 HP left? Somehow still alive. Oh, there you have it. Face man.
Flank around.
PBL trying to wrap, but example is there, ready and ready. Chrono down, Dendalos does find one, though Smash finds the second, continuing the way that they took down teams early on BBL. Gonna concede, not giving anything away. 19 kill, 3rd place though for them. FaZe as well, realizing there's nothing more to come for. They go down. Northern Lights win the game with 9 kills, exactly the way they wanted.
Nice.
The Matt, no way he's gonna be able to get back on his feet now. Second shot comes from Ruin, taken down by Squeaky as well. Just 2 players left alive. They still got utility to use, but they ain't too fussed to use it. Frost and Mar peeks on over 3rd down, 4th down. Squeaky holds the angle and ends. Get themselves a win. Coming off this, I think there might be Page did manage to get a knock. Back towards Liquid we go. First comes through. Nail Cup with the hip fire. Gets Spot as well. Perfect one.
You're watching G-Loot Season 6 Super Week, and what a super play from 8C there right at the end. Toby, how did he do that?
It was phenomenal. I mean, it all started with the setup from Diggory early. A lot of flashes thrown forward. Knew that was going to keep them from getting the res up on the 3rd player, I suppose you could say, on his feet. That allows for him to wrap around, force them down the hillside. Then, I mean, Creed caught with their backs turned, pretty much running on top of each other, just made for one bigger target. A pretty simple spray at that, but the way that he wraps underneath, without a helmet, without a vest, and still takes out both the players from Question Mark was very, very impressive.
There were like a stack of key moments in that Final 4 fighting it out. I mean, Kylaris as well, Northern Lights, super aggressive again. I think they ended on like 12 kills, getting themselves now a lot of placement points, probably more than what they've got in total over the whole of Super Weekend just from finishing 4th. But I mean, talk me through what they did there to fall out in 4th, because like you mentioned off broadcast, they probably could have done a lot more and finished higher.
Yeah, there's a moment where I think Question Mark really messes around with the knowledge that Northern Lights has, right? The Northern Lights is transitioning down towards where Bystanders was at that moment, where Northern Lights feels like it's a dead angle at that moment in time. They've assessed that angle multiple times. They deal with Bystanders there as they're moving down, but they don't realize Question Mark's made that move, and only when they see them as they're down on the road do they realize that they're there, which really causes and throws a wrench in the works here of Northern Lights. So, I mean, you can see how well they deal with this location when they have the information, but the fact that kind of Question Mark really played around with that notion for a while for them, yeah, that hurt Northern Lights considerably.
We get a chance now to watch this Final 4 fight as well. Creed X as well, Toby. I thought that they did a pretty good job of positioning themselves quite nicely. I questioned that little hill moving into this, but it worked out for them.
No, I mean, I thought this was game over. As soon as we see Question Mark make the backstab attempt onto FaZe up on the hillside, I thought that was GG, but not quite the case. 8C instant double headshot on the first, and you see the second time around, I believe was Dante, not quite aware of exactly where to expect 8C from. Just incredibly good understanding of the terrain, of his surroundings in that moment.
What?
My maths was off. I mean, Northern Lights only got 4 placement points, which is half of the total that they've had in the last day and a little bit. But those kills, Carlos, every time I look at this, I mean, 12 kills, 10 kills, the double digits are coming in all the time. Is this going to be enough to sort of push Northern Lights up into that top spot if they continue to play like this?
To go back to your previous interviews in previous tournaments, yes. I'll expand. They're absolute monsters. Like, at this point in time, the fact that they're constantly getting double-digit kills whilst getting these placement points, could they have converted this into a win? I think they could have had things gone a little bit differently, but they don't. This is what they end up with, but they'll be pretty content with this. I think when I say content, you know, you look at this team, they're always expecting a win in every single game. But yeah, this will be enough for them for the moment.
slowly but surely they're starting to catch up to Entropic, but I do think, Toby, they are going to have to start placing higher if they want to sort of leapfrog over Entropic and ultimately create a little bit of distance between them and that team.
I mean, as long as Entropic continues doing what they do, they should be all right. But as you're saying, too, they were 24 points ahead just before. Now they're 13 points ahead. So Northern Lights, I mean, while they might not find late game, with the amount of kills they're accumulating, they, by the end of today, if we keep going the way that we are right now, Northern Lights will qualify through and first.
So we can see bystanders moving up into that 8th spot. Of course, remember the top 8 teams from today will move on to the grand finals, while the other 8 will have to drop and play tomorrow in the following games. It's interesting, bystanders in 8th. These are my notes, very helpful. Nice twice, because I thought that they played really well in game 1 and game 2. Had some nice positioning, played some good games, but just not quite getting to the finish line per se. Except, sorry, I am incorrect. They actually finished in 4th place on the first map. But I'm impressed by them, Kailaris. They're looking a lot stronger today.
Yeah, I have to agree. I don't really have much more to elaborate on in that regard, but we know that given positions that they're able to seize and take control of, it's not easy to push on their positions because they are very proficient at dealing with multiple angles at multiple times. So yeah, I think that's about it.
I know we keep talking about them, Toby, but we did start at the beginning of the show. I have to bring this up. They are one of the invited teams. BBL, I mean, I know it's tough rotations, but how many times do we get to blame the circle on their behalf?
I mean, it's kind of ironic now that I said play more patient coming into this game. And this time around, it was one of those, had you just moved a bit earlier, you would probably have been all right. But you can only have so many throwaway games, and while teams continue to perform well against the odds, like we see here, BBL just can't seem to maneuver their way through some of these circles. I mean, when you have a tough shift like this, go all the way hard west, and they're already caught on the east side of what was the previous circle, to then have to backfill on what is essentially 5 or 6 teams with essentially like pretty much nowhere to go for yourself, it's gonna be tough. In all fairness, I think they survived longer than I expected them to in that game. But even with that, when you're forced to full speed send it into an already occupied spot, it's not going to go your way. So they got to find a way, in my opinion, to avoid having to risk everything on a rotation. They need to scout it earlier, prepare better within that one match on what they want to do, because it seems like they get surprised by the circle shifts and surprised by what teams they're going up against, as if they hadn't set up for it well enough.
I do want to test your big brain, Toby. Phase 2, in your words, a beep ton of water. How do you play that circle?
And it wasn't only the water, it was the fact that you had so much of the like unplayable mountain into you. Essentially do, I mean, if you aren't inside the circle, I mean, if you're already there, then good job for you. You're probably going to be fine for a while. But if you aren't, I mean, Liquid did it, Stardust did it, Navi did it, Valda and Mars you only go to. The issue is you have a city that's on the waterfront, which you know we're shifting away from. It's just a crap place to have to go, but it's the only place you can go. So kind of lose-lose situation.
There we go, a little bit of PUBG education from Toby. All right, we're moving into the final Miramar, Kailaris. It is potentially the final one for 8 teams who may make it through to the grand finals before we change over to the maps. Do you think that the game plan remains the same for some of these teams?
I think some teams, like, again, Liquid, I think they'll be looking for different circles. It really didn't get any easier, did it? Like, we move away from the northern circles, and then we end up in this extremely west circle where teams that find themselves overlooked positions on these hills become absolutely dominant for all of the other teams trying to get in. You saw as, unfortunately for teams in the south trying to transition, like Toby was mentioning, absolutely got obliterated. BBL in the east side absolutely got obliterated. There are other locations on this map that are a bit more forgiving, just that none of them have happened in this tournament thus far.
I mean, if you want to be the best, right, you've got to not only beat the best, but Toby, you also have to be able to play whatever circle you get, right?
And that's the thing, I mean, that's what I was just alluding to. We can keep saying on behalf of BBL and Liquid and other teams who've been struggling a bit, oh, but it's also the circles are so tough, it's so difficult. Sure it is. But despite that, we see the same few teams come out victorious pretty much regardless of what circles they're being given. So it's not like it's impossible, it's just incredibly hard to do. And some teams are better at playing in these chaotic situations. There are teams that are better at playing tough circles than they are when the circles are going their way all the time. It sounds weird to say it, but there are teams that just don't function that well when they don't have to move a whole lot. The teams that are playing on their feet, they get to scout around, the teams that are comfortable with the edge play usually also fare better in the chaos circles.
If you think that there's a team that can pull it back and potentially finish in the top 8 today, let us know in the Twitch chat. We'd love to hear your thoughts. And also, I mean, the TLDR of what Toby's just said is get good, forehead. That's what he was trying to say. Great analysis work.
Yeah.
Right here, we are getting ready to jump into game, the final Miramar of day number 2. Kylaris, Toby, I have nothing to throw to you with. There's no more challenges that you've given me today.
No.
And we're only 3 games in.
What
are the throws going to be like for a wrangle?
Oh dear.
Yeah.
I got to think something.
That's gonna be. Huh. Okay. Huh.
All right, mate. Let's get into it then. The desert once more, as previously mentioned, the last opportunity here on Miramar, not a forgiving playing path for anybody wanting to head over to the west, which means our circle's going to be somewhere towards, well, it can't really be towards the west. So let's get another ridiculous
circle. Say that
circle.
now, James. Yeah, no, probably won't. I mean, to be honest, it could still go power grid. It's probably not going to happen, but that is within the realms of the possibilities. It could also go to the islands. And I know that, I know you're keen. Martin has called me out on this, and he's right. It's like, Toby, you can't say that you called the island circle if you just say it's going to go every single Miramar game. Yeah. And I'm like, you know what? Yes, I can, because I still called it. You know, it's about the consistency. It's about committing to always saying it could go island. And you know what, James? With this playing path, it could go to the island.
So what you're saying is that you used the same tactic as when I called Tornado Energy every tournament, and then they eventually won one.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I have still, with the thousands of games that I've casted at this point, I've still yet to cast an island finish. So I feel like it's going to happen eventually. But not today, not here in the upper bracket, because this one is going to go north into an area, James, which I feel like we've traversed quite a bit already. That being said, we haven't been to the kind of east-northeastern part of this circle all that much. We usually go down to Junkyard, shift over towards the fields around San Martin and Hacienda, but the northeast, a little more, a little rarer, I suppose.
Yeah, and perish the thought if we get the circle ending on that road west of El Azahar, because everybody knows that's absolute nightmare to deal with. So yeah, we'll see how this one plays out for now. But Entropic still holding on to their lead as of late here in the previous games. And unfortunately for them, I suppose, it's good that Northern Lights isn't really getting huge amounts of placement points, because if so, Northern Lights would absolutely be number 1 right now. There is no doubt in my mind, considering the amount of sheer power we have seen from Northern Lights across the 8 games we've played so far.
Yeah, it's scary. It's scary that Northern Lights, who's usually, we've had the pleasure, I should say, of broadcasting NLT and the players in that team pretty much since the start of their PUBG journey. And a team that, you know how we have some teams that you don't know exactly what to expect from, but Northern Lights, I feel like as soon as I see the circle and where they've landed, I'm like, yeah, now I know exactly how they're going to play this. With how they've played this tournament so far, hold that thought for a second, because there's a DPS in play and bystanders and skater right next to one another.
Do it.
Oh no, that's a team flash.
Come on.
You'd think that if there was synergy within anybody, that Semti and Jemti would have the best, given that they're siblings.
Look, Skade, Darth Sidious is saying, do it. Get on with it.
Do it.
No!
And bystanders is saying hello there as they peek around the side, and there you go. First one goes down. Yord able to find one, gets the flush too, and Xiong on his own now forced to disengage. But as I say that, there are Skate team members coming towards it, but nope, seems like this is a, you know what, we tried, didn't work. Cavalry didn't arrive fast enough. Let's get out.
I was under the assumption that the DBS gave you unlimited power. But apparently not, no. So really good move and good push here by bystanders. Got to give them a tip of the hat for that one, because it was well executed. Great flash and great overall, everything about it. Very well done.
But to finish my point on Northern Lights, I've always been used to being able to see them come into phase 2 and then go, I know exactly what they're going to do for the rest of this game. But this entire tournament has been a massive change at that. They engage earlier, they I mean, they commit to fights that they wouldn't usually commit to, just to, you know, kind of frustrate other teams. And we've already yesterday, only a couple of games in, seen people go to Twitter and go like, can we please get rid of Northern Lights because they're being incredibly annoying. And I feel like this might add to what you were talking about, James, with the weird testing things for PGC. If you can be the pain in the butt to everyone, because they have nothing to risk, they're pretty much already qualified through to PGC. Yes, of course, there's money in line, and I mean that it's not a big worry because they're already sitting in second place.
Yeah.
If you can qualify through and make it tough for everyone else while doing so, that's going to put so much pressure on those teams that are still trying to guarantee their spot through.
Yeah, I like the potential of disrupting other teams that you feel like are your potential main competition, right? I like that a lot. Just as an aside, whilst we actually get into this game as well, unfortunately, Divan will be playing with 3, not 4. So we'll have to keep an eye on them if they can kind of tighten things up here across 3. But that's just a status report coming in today. That's your public service announcement.
I mean, and now I know my lore knowledge is limited compared to yours, but what I feel like when you have Illidan on your team, you don't need 4 players, do you?
Yeah, so basically what he does is he uses an ability called Shear, which is going to rip your armor apart.
Why did I start this?
So, but if you do give, you know, someone like Illidan the Warglaze of Azeroth, he's... I'll stop.
The worst thing is, I know you could go on for an hour about this. I'm like, oh no.
Absolutely.
Which Pandora's box did I open? Oh no, close it. But it's all right. I'll gladly join you on a podcast of just talk to me about.
You don't want to do that.
Lore.
You don't want to do that.
Probably wouldn't.
It'll be a 12-hour podcast. Vard here going to be causing some commotion towards Divan, actually. They really want to bail out of here. Losing any more early on is just going to cause them extreme setbacks.
Yeah, it's for Liquid too. I mean, Clip nowhere near his teammates. Now, Illidan isn't there either. The thing is, though, Liquid can't be completely sure who they're going up against right now. They don't know that they're just 3 of the D.Va players connected, but they aren't joined together. And that has kind of, to me, been the Liquid this tournament so far. They're a little less organized Liquid. I mean, we did see Clip and Vard have a phenomenal play on a Wrangle yesterday, but overall, the way they've been approaching fights, sometimes we've had one player kind of caught off guard by a player that didn't expect to be in set spot. And there's just been different moments where I go, this is not the Liquid I'm used to seeing. Liquid is a team that comes into a fight, they know what they're going up against, they spread out, they take control, and yet we've seen now on multiple occasions them taking that first casualty in a situation where they usually never would.
Yeah, Europe playing PUBG and EMEA is like, especially at this level, is like playing against 20 trapdoor spiders across the desert. Because there's so many priority locations that when you're trying to get into a spot will be taken and nobody's making any noise and everyone's being very wary and cautious. And then all of a sudden, bam, the trapdoor opens, the spider grabs you, drags you down. You've got to be very wary of that here in Europe because there's too much of it sometimes.
That's why I just live in Denmark, because there are no dangerous spiders.
Yeah.
Miramar, whole other story. But if they made a PUBG map of Denmark, it would just be like a pancake with no danger.
Well, actually, I hear that's why all the Australian players move to North America, because guys like Tig, they don't want to be dealing with Black Widows,
everything
Black Mambas.
Is out to kill them.
Yeah, they go in the water, the swimming knives. I'm like, how is that there? What's going on? You know.
True. And unfortunately, while Illidan might not need more teammates to stay put, he could not get away from Entropic, as it does fall down to what was a 3-man Divan, now down to 2. Circle still a minute away. And, well, I mean, honestly, everyone is already here. It's kind of funny. Ever since we moved, and this is a while back, but ever since we moved the circle settings to go that phase 1 pops at 9 minutes to now being 10 minutes instead, we've had a long time, and I feel like it's still the case, because we had the 9-minute mark be when the new circle popped for so long. Oftentimes, teams are ready for the next circle to pop at 9 minutes because that's what they've been like. That's the pace of which they've been used to playing for so long. They've gotten to loot fast because they knew they had to hurry. Now they get an extra minute, and they're like, we don't need the extra minute. We're kind of already here. So we see what we see now, James, which is teams are split, sitting in the compounds. They'll shoot a bit at one another. Maybe they get a knock, get some info off of it. But other than that, it's like, come on, new circle, we're ready. Just show us.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're watching the map as well at the same time for this one, the teams have already all done a decent job of finding themselves a relatively central spot, more so actually than any other circle we've seen so far throughout these first 2 days. So people are just waiting for the moment. Circle about to pop. Goes relatively central, right on that awful road that I previously outlined. Damn it,
James! Why did you have to do it? Why did you have to do it? Death Valley in view. The road leading from Hacienda towards El Azahar. No one wants to get an end game there. It just becomes a river you don't want to cross, really. And ends right now split with players down below and up high. They have to commit. I know it's phase 2. Yes, you can maintain your splits, but for ends' sake right now, you cannot. Need to regroup. There's no way you can defend each other in that spot. It's going to be hard to drive up that hill. All ends. Everyone's going to commit to compounds now, and it's going to be disastrous.
Move on through here. Code Marco going for the spray down. Added damage for him. Taking out Vard very quickly. Spiro ran over Lou. They'll be trying to get that up. But Spiro actually taking out the Vard and actually stealing the kill away. They already have enough kill points. Stop giving them these.
They try to make it easier by running each other over, but even then they go out and find kills.
Yeah.
And as much as I hate to see Liquid once again get off to a tough start, I'm kind of liking seeing BBL at least find something early on. Get a knock. I mean, it's not much. Could have been anyone. Easy peasy. One on Vard that he comes driving on by. But again, that one kill. For a player like Code Marco, get things going. Because he knows he didn't play well yesterday. So get things going, you know, get the... get some of the weights off your shoulder, play a little more loose, and start fragging out like we know you're capable of.
And with circles like this, obviously you guys saw it for this circle too. If you don't have priority spots, where whatever you can consider priority spots on the side of this ridiculous road, if you don't have those, I feel like a nice spot to take is like an extreme west or extreme east, so that if there is a circle that goes north or west, you can then try and move and not have to deal with this middle road, right? So we could see quite a few teams trying to go for that as time goes on, if they're already kind of on those extremities. But yeah, just a few pot shots here and there, just warding people off for now.
The, I guess, ideal scenario is again, like with the river and Rostock, this is the closest comparison I can come up with. You want to have some sort of control either on both sides of the road or the valley, or you want to have a clear cross point where you want to have created some sort of a bridge from where you can get from one side to the other and know that you have somewhere you can go that is going to be a safe kind of landing area. Issue for most teams, as you can see right now, no one really has that. I mean, ends, they have control of the low point and 2 players up high. But no one, everyone's just waiting for the confirm on, are we playing north or are we playing south? And then we'll take it from there. Until then, it's a waiting game. No one's going to move until we get a guarantee on which side we're going to.
Sure. Or if it goes middle, everyone throws their keyboard out the window.
Yes, that too. People just walk out. No, nope, not this time.
I ain't doing it. We all resign, regame.
I've had enough. Yeah, exactly. Frustrations grow too high. And I mean, but that is also where you see the fun games, because how long are you going to try and prolong for, right? How long are you going to try and wait for the confirm for? Because we have games that end pretty much on the road. And the teams that are too hesitant, the teams that don't dare to kind of throw away what they had planned and do something else instead, they normally also the teams that end up losing out.
Taking the high ground positions. This is far south at the moment here for these teams, though. Here's the circle pop. Ooh, okay. This gives teams a lease of life, I feel. Like, there is an opportunity now to have your destiny in your hands to a certain degree, now that we're sort of eliminating that road, in theory, up towards the top. And obviously, Team Liquid and Tropic, considering that they were hard committed to some of these high ground positions down in the south, nice lookout points now to try and shoot out a lot of things.
For the majority of the 60 people alive right now, this is probably the best outcome, really. I mean, of course, El Azahar could have housed more players, but you wouldn't want to go open field up north. Rather, this south hillside thing where you can, to some extent, spread out, play some different dips, and the south hills can house more people, especially now that we're shifting out the north as well. Melman, in the meantime, finds 2 from Northern Lights as they try to rotate on through teams. spots BBL. Revenge coming through, but no knock found. I thought that had James written all over it.
Definitely so. A little bit of a misstep there, unfortunately, for James, who uncharacteristically not getting the knock at least, but Northern Light. I'm not sure how they get out of this one. This is trap.
With the Tulin still being house yet. It's like, boys, I'm seeing a lot of people around you right now. I know that yeah, we probably shouldn't have been there to begin with. But then again, just goes to show the danger and the kind of the trickiness of what shift we've just seen.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be rough for them to try and figure that out. Meanwhile, looks like James going for round 2. Maybe a little cheeky extra here if he can find it. He'll see Quetpa moving along. Here's the car of Smash moving, so he was looking to maybe get an angle on that. But at this point, might just be gathering information, relaying it to his team, telling who's beginning try and go for that wraparound on the backside of all of this. And then that will give them a decent understanding of how many potential threats are going to come from that south side whilst they look north to see where their next transition may be.
Yep, Millman trying to find some confirms on these players. He had them knocked once before already, but couldn't find the last, so they got back on their feet. And now, somehow, Northern Lights staying alive through this skate. In the meantime, that nade, is it gonna go far enough? Yes, it is. Sean confirmed, now down as well, as the vehicle explodes. Now Pixel forced thrown on down. That one should get him, indeed it does. All of skate out in 16th.
Unfortunately, not exactly been the easiest of starts for them here, but all good. We will continue things on. Fex actually finding Code Marco. BBL is stuck in a rut. I'm not sure how they get out of here. Quetpa's going to be sending it on in the south side through the entirety of Entropic. And Smash as well and Thunderlost are kind of stuck in that Minas Generalis area.
I mean, FaZe were on the north side of this circle. They were arguably the furthest north team, and they hard committed to a blue rotation wrap all the way around everything, and are now coming into the south. And because they've cleared out the Entropic split, look at the amount of space they have south now. They do still have a play to make on Heroic or try and wrap even further east. But, I mean, again, take it into your own hands, right? They were the furthest north team.
Yes.
Now they're the furthest south. Wide rotation around, and now they can play in from here.
Yeah, that rotation came in on the west, right? Far west. So it's absolutely one of the only ways they can really make that happen when you then have that shift go from one side to the other. So it just kind of advanced things on. Still firing over towards BBL here, trying to find themselves any pickups wherever they can. BBL actually recovered the man that was down before. So very nice recovery as a whole. Fex, though, moving up. This could become quite scary considering Ivers is still lurking around.
He knows he's up there. The thing is, does he expect that to be a player on the same team as the BBL teams that the rest of the team members are shooting towards? They know he's up there. But the thing is, they want to clear him out, because if they get him out, if they clear that spot, if they maintain control, they have a spot to play from. Diggory now starting with rotation towards him, as well as Diggory, as Fex, sorry, single-handedly just pushing on forward here.
Oh, that's a good nade. Oh, just a little far. Doesn't quite connect. He's right on top of him at this point. Fex has got to be very, very careful about this. Nice turn.
Solo player, danger, danger. Smash peeks over the top, finds one. There is still an Entropic player up high. Lookerooks has all the vision in the world. Hasn't opted to engage on it, but James now from the side finds one. Page as well from inside Junkyard starts shooting towards FaZe.
Yeah, I think he's relaying information and actually will take down Smash there for the moment. A little bit of a steal, but this information's crucial for Ivers as all of this is going on around him. He is waiting to pounce once multiple knocks have come in from BBL as well as FaZe. They're actually pushing up towards that position, but Code Marco might have been the distraction here for a moment. Diggory gets knocked, and this might cause the stab to come in here from Ivers.
Yep. Trying to play that surprise effect, but how many players can you surprise from that spot? Lookerooks finally taken down. James takes him down from above. One spotted from Quetpa, should get the info on the second. Two, Thunderlost is there to find him. But how do they deal with Thunder?
Excuse me?
Hello. Oh, what?
What? How does he make that happen? Ivers, how has he leveled up from PCS 6? I mean, I know Nail took so much of the spotlight, but Ivers has been... It doesn't matter if he goes down. I don't even care. He immortalizes himself. That was insane. That's PUBG.
I'm completely lost for words. Did not expect things to go down the way. The instant spray. Well, yes, there was one at low HP, but instant spray transfer and finds the third as well. That is just with one mag too. That is so absurdly impressive. James down to blue, Maxi down to blue. Tried to fight through it, but not gonna happen. Heroic stands strong, and look at the control Heroic gets because they're proactive. So many other teams. We talked about this yesterday too, James. How many teams like the comfort of the compound, right?
Yeah.
Because Heroic spread out, because they kind of dip down south to take matters into their own hands, because they clear them out. Look at the space they've now made for themselves.
Yeah. Oh, huge swaths of space. I'm still stunned, mate.
That's I really hope we can get it from his POV, because that was the first, like the initial transfer to find the two, because they weren't like it's not like they were on top of each other. That was like a good flick, and then to transition from that into the third, who was coming from behind him. That's
yeah. As we watch these fights going on, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting spoiled here at G-Loot Season 6. This is a great engagement from Question Mark once again onto foot. And bringing them down very swiftly off the back of that. If you can get a doozy up from this position as well, you can play down towards Steven, I feel. Steven's been a little bit quiet, but likewise, Creed X, though, south of them, still 4 alive. Stardust has angles here on some of the guys from Question Mark moving forward, but they have quite the mountain coverage, but they'll have to move off of it, which does leave them open a little later on.
I like the way that Heroic is taking high ground. Even though it's outside what would be the end of the circle, they go up to get the info. They know they can. You can see this T-Bone and Paige peeking on over. Get the info while we can. We know we're going to be the ones playing the low lane, but peek on over and then back off. With the carry, I feel like the carrier mechanic on knocked players has helped us a lot, because we know that once phase 4 hits, if you're knocked in blue, you're down. Even if they get one knock, they know they can back off the hillside and rest inside the circle, right? So... So a lovely mechanic added that allows for a play like this to happen.
Get it up, getting going. Now D-Van is going to be under assault here. How much can they really ward off? Actually, that's a really nice opener. And Question Mark has moved 2 ahead of them. A little bit bold, but it is working out at the moment. Just one more to take out here from D-Van. As they confirm on 1. Will they be able to round this out? It's hidden in there. Actually, they do see the peak. Nade comes out from Kitnesh, but... I think Question Mark at this point could happily collapse and finish this off now.
Yeah, I mean, with what we're seeing from Question Mark, I feel like I was on point. I usually don't compliment myself on things, but like kind of compare, like saying Question Mark is the Question Mark of EMEA PUBG, right? You never really know what to expect. Kind of comparing them to the former Tornado Energy lineup. What do you remember from the Miramar games yesterday? Not a whole lot.
No.
But they have gotten a win, second place, and now they're looking as strong as ever again. 3 games in a row. Look at the shots coming through. Dante peeks on over, finds Giano instantly, binds that. It's like there's no response. They can't get to it fast enough. Question Mark is playing with so much confidence here, and that is just night and day from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, they've been looking all right here from Miramar. The desert has been kind to them. And Heroic still flexing out down towards the bottom. You can see it. Ents having to move out of that compound, I sort of feel like it's a bit of a blessing, if I'm honest, because I don't like defending that compound. I think it's awful. So let's see how much they've got to work with up in the northwest.
Beamy has an arm, and he hasn't fired a bullet yet. A little disappointing, not gonna lie. Maybe he literally just picked it up. That could be the reason why. At least you hate to see someone get knocked with an arm in hand and not having had to fire a bullet yet.
I mean, we were concerned about Beamy having a Car 98. Never mind Beamy having an arm.
I'm the type of guy that whenever I pick up an arm, I just instantly fire a bullet into the ground. Just so I can say, you know what? At least I got to fire a bullet. But let's see if Beamy gets to do anything. Creed are slowly making their way up in that direction. I mean, Correxia is the one kind of tasked with maintaining that contain on their side, so he would get the info. But curious to see how Creed opts to play this one from the east side.
Dante looking for bystanders still. If he can eliminate them, I mean, maybe they continue wrapping around towards that angle, because moving in towards the center, a difficult Herc, though, opening up on a doozy. Nade is predictable as to where they are, though. This is rough.
That is on point. One goes down. That should be Yod instantly. Or Herc is already instantly there to follow. Just a moment from now. And that's the issue. Bystanders, the position they went, even with a knock, it's not going to be enough. Like, there's no way they get out of there alive. It ends being allowed to make the push on out. Question mark getting to finish the fight against Divan, or while it only be 2 players, still getting to finish it. Bystanders had to make a play earlier, and they didn't.
Yeah, they needed to throw more smokes earlier, I feel, because by the time, as we watch the Orm come along, if you throw more smokes forward earlier, then it's less predictable as to where they are moving against blue. Once you're moving against the blue and you're on the edge of a smoke, you can shoot into the smoke there and you know they're going to be at that position, right? So yeah, pretty simple.
Or even just like, oh my god, Beamy, how many more?
No.
What you need? You have like 3 crates around you now. You got 30. You got 39 bullets in that Orm. You better start shooting.
It was an Orm again. Oh
it was an Orm again. 39 Orm bullets. Start shooting. And do not stop before you're out of ammo.
How often have you seen this? I don't think I've ever seen this. Like
nothing competitive.
Yeah.
Please. No, that's a rarity if I've seen it. And everyone's gonna be terrified. Why is he shooting so much? He's not being conservative with his ammunition. He does not have to worry whatsoever. Ends in the meantime under pressure. Nogi, unfortunately, we see a lot of players sitting caught with nades in hand here. Will be the downfall of himself. There are 2, unfortunately, so ends down to 3 as they're now being forced to make the aggressive play forward.
Right, this is heroics if they were able to just connect a few of these shots from high money, as we have Ent still shooting over towards Na'Vi. They are a big threat that you want to be taking out here, considering there's a few dips and divots and rocks and everything like that you can work with here, but there's going to be so many cross angles for all of these teams as these circles actually bear down, because there's a lot of people still alive for this circle.
Yeah. And despite that, I mean, look at how much control Heroic is taking. They're just not being hesitant. As soon as they see other teams fighting, they push up to take more control. Because not only does that grant them more space, it also limits the space other teams have. They're essentially forcing teams into each other, making it that much easier for themselves to sit back and play with full control. I'm loving the proactiveness that Heroic is playing with here.
Absolutely. Right now as well, question mark. They've bumped themselves up to 2nd from all of this. So Miramar has been super good to them. And they've been following through with it. 12 kills right now. The points are racking up. Uber able to put on the pressure against Ents. And Ents, I mentioned it, Crossfire. 3 teams finish off Ents from this position. Really difficult for a lot of these teams to traverse this kind of land that they're having to deal with.
Stardust in the middle of everything. I'm a little nervous on their behalf. I mean, right now it's question mark and Heroic who are applying the majority of the pressure towards Na'Vi, preventing them from moving forward. But there's really only one place for Na'Vi to go, and that's straight into Stardust. But they're just sitting 3 players on top of each other, essentially, trying to hold off here. Beamy swaps over to the AR, finds one, didn't like what he saw with the bolt. So goes for the spray with the barrel, gets the first one down. Now hopping over to Nates instead. He does have Na'Vi players close to one another, so let's see what's going to happen.
Huge problem. Oh, big damage coming in. Navi's going to actually prone and retreat from all of that. But you're in nade range from multiple teams here. This is not going to go... Wait, how did that not... okay. But Stardust, likewise, them being clumped up as they are, they're also going to be in nade range. How much of your utility do you spend in these moments as this time goes on? Because it's still going to be very useful going up against these later teams.
And this is what's working so well for Heroic. Again, the fact that they took so much control early, everyone is playing with the backs against the blue right now. No one has that, like we talked about yesterday, no one has that kind of spot to drop back towards. Everyone is playing up against the blue, and Heroic are making the mistake for not being more active.
Yep, and will go down, will Na'Vi here towards all of this. Question mark likewise falls, but they've done absolutely enough. They've had a blinder when it comes to Miramar here today. Peeking over the top here. Heroic should now be asserting some dominance across this. Yeah. They've got the equipment, they've got the manpower, a duo as well as a trio, and Stardust is getting battered. Wox once again for Predex is able to step up and get some beautiful little shots in.
Whichever point you can find here. Don't expect the rest to come in. If they're lucky, Beamy does the job for them. T-Bone and Beamy now in the middle of the flank around the side. If he finds 2, that's going to be easy points for him. Goes for the flush for a smart play on the side of Beamy. Finds the second as well. Finds the third 2. No points for Vox. Beamy wants them all for himself.
Yes, he does. 10 kills go the way of Heroic. All right. It's time to spam that arm. Let's get it going. I mean,
how many more bullets does he actually have? I would love to see.
I'm not sure.
He's probably not going to swap back to the arm at all for the remainder of this game. Just curious to see how many bullets he actually got to fire.
I mean, if I was him, I'd just like go as north as possible and just try and, just go as far away as you can. It's like, I want to play. But
yeah,
they know that they have the extreme advantage right now. They're sticking as two duos. We love to see that, just in case any trades come in or knocks go down.
The contained player setup as well. Corexis sits up close, finds one. He was one of the main damage dealers of all of yesterday, and here he is once again. Him alongside, I believe it was, the Entropic player sitting far and above on the damage. Goes for the arm! Headshot!
Nice.
The iron side, or might as well shotgun it while you have it. 12 kills for Heroic. Phenomenal proactive game, because James, right, it all started down on the southern side, right? With them pushing out of Junkyard to get that win.
Yeah, really strong position, strong showing, and really, I think controlling the space around them is what Heroic does very, very well in these kinds of scenarios. And we like, it's like every game we have like a big major tournament highlight going on. I don't know what's going on in this tournament here so far, Toby, but Ivers doing what he did, but I shouldn't talk about that. Kudos to Heroic, they win.
A great game overall. I mean, again, phenomenal to watch. Let's take a short break and we'll be back with Erangel, 3 of those, after this.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Back that push, or at least apply some pressure. James actually finds him as well now. It's just Badulins finds himself in a 1v3. James open sight line here. The spray is good though. Badulins.
Now it's a 3v1.
Thunder had a chance to aggress while the fight was happening elsewhere, while the Thunder might not strike twice. So those BBL back-to-back chicken dinners essentially on their side of the circle. Marco's plus one more loot down slow HP. As I say that, actually not Marco, the one who's receiving the majority of the damage there, Kid, but does find a second.
Very good.
Now Lou, all that's left alive. BBL were outnumbered, but it's just Blue left alive. That in the end will amount to more. Let's see Smash tagged up by the mollies twice. Make that Gem's able to get the response from the other side. No, tries to peek on over. Then the lost, how much more damage can he do to them? A lot, as it turns out. Solo player left alive goes out.
Even better if he gets a couple of extra points and steals those knocks away. If he steals a few away, that's going to be so good. He can't though. That's Liquid out. And it's only Spyro, and I reckon they know. Actually, Melman that finishes that fight. It's time for Na'Vi.
Actually, Aaliyah over the top side here. The perfect setup from Na'Vi. Waiting for a knock to act upon. Quizzy going to find Hyruza now. Ibarko just going to give it up to the blue Joro.
Really good read on the sound cue there. And Gustav making a case. So the shotgun just to be permanently part of this. Beamy goes into the blue to surprise.
No
Hal.
way, man.
And Team Liquid, who are trying to move up, you can take a look at where they are with the car. They are not shying away from this at all. They want to finish off phase 9 entirely, and they do. Team Liquid managing to take this Wizard Tower. Is anyone coming in next? He's got the shotgun. What can he do? He's out of bullets.
He actually finds a ton of damage.
And it's Lou again. Lou, absolute monster this game.
Double's coming through, getting a little bit horny for this one, I gotta say it. Whether or not Vard's going to be able to find an angle here. The pop flash looks perfect here. Can he swing on the outside? Oh, a double comes through. Almost with the drive-by, but what an effort from Vard.
To look in two places at once. That was the power of Beamy's position. He's looking at Tebow. Now he's looking at... Beamy actually could have sprayed at the same time, and that would have been done. But he comes through it anyway. 8 kills in the chicken dinner, 4 heroic. Oh my God, no way! 1 left to find. Ruin has 1 left to find. That's a double knock thanks to that nade. And Vard is being pushed from the blue. This is all but certain.
Perfect!
Beautiful flash goes into the smoke, but Vard works out where he is. Huge clutch for Vard. Nixie and Highman also a little bit disengaged from this fight as well. They're going to be battling each other at range while this 1v1 rages on. No!
Nookie actually posted through the window. He finds the knock onto Tekkas.
That wasn't squeaky.
We're back, and I'm going to let the boys talk about Heroic and the Orman a little bit, because they did win the chicken dinner, but I really think that this is the thing that we should talk about, which is Ivis and what he did, Kalaris. I don't care if they got knocked out. I eliminated 13th. There you go. I don't care. That was fun. I like that. Let's talk about that.
The crazy thing about it as well is that BBL, it's not like they came over the ridge one at a time. There was like 2 and then 1. So I'm expecting, all right, there's no way he survives this. But then he does, and then he gets them all. I don't even care that James gets him right after. That was just spectacular.
The highlights on your screen now, Toby. There were so many good moments in this game. Walk us through what we're watching.
I mean, I'm watching that first knock on Gemty, and I was like, wait, was that this game? Like, that's how much was happening during that previous game, because that felt like a long time ago. But yeah, I mean, this was just chaos unfolding before our eyes. James obviously called that it was going to go down into Death Valley, and that's what happened. Fortunately, we got out of there rather early, but these hillsides, while they're better than the valley, they're not exactly easy to traverse either.
Kalaris, as you're watching this, I mean, there's so many fights. Where do we even begin? Any ones that you remembered? Other than you can't talk about Ivis, you have to talk about something else now.
That's fine, unacceptable. Yeah. When you get to these final moments, there we go. Here's Beamy with the beam itself. But I love watching this guy. He has definitely made a fan out of me from qualifiers into this as well. But this was a Heroic written all over it. And I think that they played it very patiently from the angle that they were coming in, considering there were so many fights. Takes the scope off. Why on earth not? Finish it off with a cheeky bang.
There you go, and your scoreboard is up now. There are 3 teams now that we're halfway through day 2 that I've looked at and thought that's quite nice. Question mark, Bystanders, and Creed X for me, and you can see them there sort of doing a really good job of getting the points. And for Toby, I have to ask, does question mark still have a big question mark over their head for you?
They do, unfortunately, because I have seen them perform like this before in multiple games in a row too, to then just the very next day do absolutely nothing. So I would say this, if they can, I'm not going to expect for any team to go out and put up 17 points every single game, but if they can continue a like 5+ points every single game throughout the rest of this tournament, then that's when they're starting to have convinced me, because it's not about doing well in 1 or 2 games. It's about being able to do so throughout the entire tournament. And there's still enough games that they don't, that I'm worried.
I don't know, Toby. They don't have to play tomorrow at this rate, so it might just work out. True. That is your leaderboard right now, Heroic. They're doing a Heroic jump there, Kalaris, because they did just pop off in that last game. And the chicken dinner gets them into the 2nd spot.
I think I'll be real here for a moment. I feel like anybody above 80 points is safe. Like, it's going to be difficult unless they come out and get 0 points, 0 points, 0 points, and then somehow 5 teams right below them, 6 points teams right below them get absolute bangers time and time again. Like, they're going to be safe here. So, question mark, yeah, sometimes there might be question marks above their head for this one, but not after this Miramar performance going into the final. That's great to see them jump up. Likewise, Heroic, up until they had this ridiculous end, question mark was in second place. So Heroic doing very, very well as well.
The points are quite close for that 8th and 7th spot. I mean, if you want to jump in there. And that for me, I mentioned them earlier, Creed X, they've had 2 top 4 finishes. If they continue, there's a good chance they can knock one of these teams out of those top 8 positions, Toby.
Yeah, but definitely. I mean, 42 points, well within the race. Top 5, as we're seeing here, probably guaranteed to go through at this point. But there are still 3 more spots up for grabs, and it's close. I mean, what was it? 51 points for 6th place, and they're sitting at 42. So 1 more top 5 finish with some kills to boot, and they should be right up there.
We are halfway through day 2, so it's always nice to pull a key play from Miramar, and we do, in fact, have one. It has to be this specific moment, Kylaris, when they clutch some victory. Walk us through AT's play.
80, man, he's sometimes just makes these kinds of things happen. We've seen it for years now when it comes to it. As Toby pointed out, this spray, not too, I suppose, difficult in inverted commas when it comes to that. But the fact that as this happens, bear in mind, Hobbit is giving him the information for the angle. And unfortunately for question mark at that point, the remaining man not really looking at that angle there, as he's obviously being fed it. So a little bit of, I guess that's where some of those question marks come from, Toby. The fact that I think they maybe could have taken that 2v1 a little bit more strongly against AC at the end.
Yes, there was a world where they could have lined it up, but look at this. I mean, with the way that the field is, he does. I mean, Hobbits doesn't even get to bring his gun over the ridge line before he's down. He doesn't get to fire a single bullet because 80 double headshots him. Well, yeah, essentially before his entire upper body has reached over the ridge, right? So there's no response from him whatsoever, and it just happens too fast. Happens too fast for him to react to anything. And I'm loving, I mean, seeing top players perform like this because it's very difficult to do.
Seeing top players perform is fun to watch, but there's some top players that haven't really performed as well as we'd like, and I do think we have to be realistic now. The likes of Liquid and BBL, 3 games left to get themselves into the finals. Kylaris, can they do it? I mean, have they not put a lot of pressure on themselves?
There is definitely a world where those two teams specifically can still do it. Like, given Erangel, given the way in which these 2 teams are very, very good on that battleground as a whole, and the margins that we're talking about, I think it was like 41 points for 8th place right now. So they're like 1 good game away from breaching in. And if they get that 1 chicken dinner under their belt, they just need to come into the next few games with, a 5, 6, 7 pointer. And I think they would still be safe. So there's still hope.
So maybe Liquid, but I mean, Toby, BBL, have they even had 1 good game? They have really struggled throughout. And I know we've spoken a lot about circles and rotations and difficult positions, but this is not the BBL that we've seen in past tournaments.
I think teams that usually play passive, they can hide somewhat bad performances by, just avoiding fights and then going down in ways where you go, but of course they're going to go down because they're in a tough spot. Teams that usually play aggressive, when they don't have the momentum going with them, where they aren't playing confident, you see it a lot easier because they still go out and try and take the fights, but because they don't have I suppose a lot of it comes from the momentum and the feel to go out and perform well. It shows immediately, and that's BBL for me. They've been trying to take some of these early fights and they've just fell short up against opponents where on any other day you'd go, of course BBL is going to win that fight. Like, they've had everything going their way and still they fall short. So I think that's a lot to do with how they're feeling right now.
Kylaris, we're now changing over maps. Are you expecting the likes of Skade to get a little bit better as we go into the final 3 games?
Skade could likewise have a jump up. It doesn't bode too well for them that yesterday their Miramar was better than their Erangel. Obviously, we're getting a 2nd place and a 4th place yesterday on Miramar, but not really converting a huge amount on Erangel. But we'll see. Again, very, very strong players on their side too.
I'm hoping for all the fun we saw in the last game, but right now on Erangel, Toby, Kylaris, I'm going to leave you alone.
All right. Grassy pastures time as we head on in. We're getting an east plane path here. so not exactly the easiest.
No, these plane paths, I mean, I don't know if it's algorithm, if it's a patch thing or whatever, if it's just superstition all the way through, but we have had some very, very edge plane paths, which I feel like Erangel for the most part. Yes, we do get that southern, like guaranteed melee base sort of plane path every now and again, but the hard east and hard west plane paths we've seen today and yesterday now is, that's not something you see too often.
No, you do not. I have a splinter in my finger, and it's annoying me. How did that happen?
Oh.
Disaster.
And now to something completely different.
I love to just, tell things about my life that are going on that are inconsequential whilst we're, chilling, seeing what's going on. BBL, actually, this is kind of interesting that they're going for this drop overall, considering that, I mean... it doesn't matter too much. Their normal go-to is a Gatka split, right? So they're not going to go for cars and stuff. They're just going to commit to Sosnovka, the military island. This is but why are there so many people here?
Yeah, this is again, the further out on the edge you go, the more you're forcing teams to go for alternative jobs. So we didn't really see any contesting in the early game yesterday on Erangel, but now obviously with the plane path coming in like this, Steven, not expecting to see any foot esports, I should say, players in the near vicinity. Issue for Kidness is that there are 3 of them here, and he is solo on a 3-man team right now, and the teammates are in prison, nowhere near to help him out. He's in trouble.
Let's see if they can get themselves out of this quandary. Esqui goes for the shotgun. All right, it's the double barrel. Ooh, little flash. Goes for it. Double shotguns. Ooh.
Double barrels. Quadruple barrels.
There's too many shotguns. You can't deal with this. He gets one. Ooh, no. Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Well, he had an M16. I mean, what are you...
what are you gonna do? Yeah. Exactly. Had there been no vests, maybe there was a chance, but Esky with the level 2 and again plenty shotguns coming through there as well, not gonna happen. And unfortunately, I mean, DC Saha in the minimap in the bottom right corner, he was kind of making his way in the direction, so trying to stay alive as long as possible. But Divan again off to a tough one here as Nordskiff is the one missing out like last game. And honestly, I mean, also we saw him yesterday against BBL, almost taking out that entire team. If there's a player, I mean, while you're having a tough tournament, to get anything going, that's just not the player you want to be missing out on.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Kano going for a little bit of a spray down towards Istanbul Wildcats, who are making their moves. And I think the thing is that actually where they would end up normally going, which is a little eventual move. How is he? Why are we here?
Why is he still there?
Yeah.
He's just been peppered by 2 people in the compound next to him. And then he goes, I'll stick around for a little while. I mean, his car did spin out, but you'd think that he could still drive away. Ilden in the meantime. Again, troublesome situation for his team. 1 HP, has to reload 4 more bullets for his teammate. Unfortunately, Saha is there to help out. So, this fight right now, I mean, they're getting to kind of do it without any interference from anyone else.
Yeah, potential great recovery here for them. They're still 1 man down, unfortunately, here, Divan, from the even get-go of this. Never mind losing another at the beginning. Odin looking for a different angle to try and bring some pressure towards them, but I think it's gonna require a combination of Rupture and Odin really causing them some problems here on the angles.
There is still Iron up for grabs, should be able to do this fast as the issue is, and nope, there you go. Saha does find him some points confirmed in the way of Divan. You got to find a way out of this at this point. Odin, there's no reason for him to continue to peek this. I mean, they're split. If one of them gets knocked here, you'd have to think that Divan comes out victorious. For Odin, I'd say back off, try and see if you can get back towards the compound, maybe find a vehicle and just move.
Yeah, it was a quick escalation. And, I mean, even working with, I would say, relatively limited materials, right? Like, I mean, they found enough. They found SLRs. They found themselves 3 times. We're up against some M4s up the hill as well here for all of this. But now, for both of these teams, really is a salvage situation. You just got to find your way out of this. If you can get the points, great. If not, really do want to stay alive here, considering how early it is.
And the thing is, I mean, if you're either of those two teams, you've been making some noise for quite a while now. That kill feed's been lighting up. And there's one team that loves early third-party opportunities, and they're coming their way right now. Entropic, on the move, they've heard the shots, they've seen the knocks in the kill feed, knowing that it's happening nearby. They are going to check this out, no doubt about it.
Yeah, you'd be wise too. Could be some free points here for Entropic as they're now moseying on along. I feel like if you're either of these teams right now, you don't shoot a shot at all. You stay so quiet in this moment. Because right now, they're just rotating past. One of the foot guys, as well as one of the D-Van guys, has probably seen these cars moving, and both teams do not want to make a sound. Oh, but maybe a little turnaround. Oh, okay, we're going past. Be very quiet.
Yes, don't make a noise. We can continue fighting in just a moment.
Do you reckon they're like a T-Rex as well? If you don't move, they don't see you. You know,
it's
like
two small dinosaurs having an argument and then spotting the big T-Rex coming walking on by. Oh my lord, guys, stop! Shh. There you go. They were quiet. Are they going to start shooting again now? I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but I've never seen Odin sit that still before.
And that was still better than Jurassic World. All right, just saying. Like that was 2, or not even 1 minute of content. Still better. Amazing.
I mean, I didn't watch the movie, but I just took for granted that it was not going to be good.
There you go.
And I think I was right with the reviews that I've seen.
That's correct.
Yeah. Other than, this is a good position for him to be in if he peeks over at the right time. Odin, I don't think there's any cover. No, he's miles out in the open. No cover for him whatsoever. But you got to hit those shots. Headshot comes through. Nice knock using the rock for cover as best as he could from his position. And Rupture, yeah, no, there's no way he's doing anything with that. Odin caught in the open. Easy peasy.
Yep. Soft resed him the weapon there. Very nice for Illidan. Odin goes down. And Rupture now very up against it. They're going to try and go on the hunt for this. I don't see any other way.
Well. Yeah. They might as well, right? I mean, they're down to 2. It's been a tough tournament overall, really. I mean, at least the upper bracket here. They know they're going to be going lower bracket anyway. Might as well get as many kills with it as they can. Get a good feel for tomorrow, and then keep the motivation high.
Wildcats can't catch a break on these rotates, man. Like,
nope.
What? Okay, Rupture's going to go down. Unfortunate for Esports to get themselves in this position, and Illidan is having none of it. Spray into them. You encroached on our territory, friend. Very well done. But why did we just see it? Was that can't have been a deny of a kill, right? The Istanbul Wildcats, whatever. I'm not even going to.
No, it must have just been bled out.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I hope so. Anyway, that'd be impressive, kind of, to be able to do so at this point in the game. Liquid, in the meantime, wrapping around. They know Skates around. We'll have heard them or seen them earlier. Mexi trying to run along the shoreline and see if he can get an off angle. Not quite gonna happen. Clip is still way back, I say, on the Rostock Hill itself. So if they opt to full-on aggressive, he's not really gonna be around. So smart from Liquid to hold their horses, at least for a little bit, and then set up a play for later.
Yeah, I'm expecting Liquid to fare better here when it comes to Erangel as a whole. We already saw it yesterday, to be perfectly honest. So setting themselves up here for the later stages of this game. It's an all right spot to play from for now. They're already trying to find themselves a few shots towards Skate. And a push up, aggressive maneuver here for them to try and clear out this location.
Again, Clip still in a vehicle. This is dangerous. Had they lost 1 or 2 in that early rotation forward, they would essentially be playing like 1.5 v4. Now this has allowed for the remaining Skate players to pull up and try and help out too, but Empty on his own for now as Liquid try and kind of wrap around this whole compound. Whoa, Shong? Where are we going here? Is it a flank on the flank?
It's a try, but Mexi knows that it's coming. And maybe he's just too late to try and find himself some cover here. Here comes the shots in from Samps. He tries to go for... was that a molly or a nade?
While it might be a little outdated, and obviously a lot of things has happened since, this is a lot of players that has been on the same team for a long time. So a lot of mental goes into this. Like, we know who we're up against. We know how they usually play. Let's see if I can, like, out-IQ my former teammates here.
I mean, even Pixel was the sub over at PGIS, right? Like for Team Liquid. So it goes really deep at the moment as we continue this on. The movements will go on as well. Question Mark's going to be moving in from the north whilst this fight stalls out. Alia is actually just ripping Northern Lights apart down in the middle of this circle while this continues on. But Pixel finds his target. It's still Pixel versus Mexi here up against this. And Mexi, he is lucky he's surviving all of these aggressions.
Yeah, he's essentially forcing Pixel away from the fight, which is working out pretty well for Issue is, I was just going to say, if he doesn't get to stay alive, there's no saving grace. He was trying to buy time for his teammates, but those go down because of it. Now, they do find 3. Issue is, Pixel is still alive. This rest should be coming through as the commit has been to flushing out Gemty instead. Now, run back down towards the compound, at least behind the wall.
Yeah,
get the rest on up and... do they go for a punish play here? I'm not quite sure, but damage, it's already really been done to Liquid, right? They've lost one.
Yeah.
But we'll see how they fare from here.
I think it might be a bail scenario. I mean, if you look at Pixel's ammo as well, he doesn't really have too much two-hand, which is a little bit of a concern as well as they continue on. There might be a little bit of a trade going back and forth once this pickup actually happens. But yeah, you're not getting your teammate up where Liquid is right now. That's for certain, as they're using it as just a hold down over to the east of Rozhok.
I'm not sure what was happening in the granny, but I saw James running in circles around Nauik for a while, and I was like, what is going on over there? Are they talking in all chat? What's happening? But now finally, the flush does come through. Nauik does get taken out. Again, Liquid, 3 alive. They got 2 kills, but at the loss of a player. And whether that's going to be worth it or not, we'll see as the circles keep closing in. Because again, I mean, if the circles do go up towards Garden or the compound that Liquid is currently in, 3, 4, doesn't matter too much. You're going to be in it till the end anyway. But if they're going to have to make a play out from there, like approaching another compound as 3 rather than 4, could easily be decided back to the
Yeah, and between that compound and others around it, not much cover. Right, like roads very open. You've got apartments going to be looking down at you as you try and even make any move. Oh, Page ripping him out of that car here with the mini. Very, very nicely done. Divan, there's so no room for them. They come off the back of a fight early on. They're trying to make their moves through this. Actually, Illidan's found not too bad a little hill just north of where FaZe resides at the moment. But, I mean, eventually he's going to get crunched down on. So he's just got to try and survive the best he can.
T1 just can't catch a break. I mean, not only do they only have 3, which of course is unfortunate, but
fight.
They're just running from one battle into another, and they're taking casualties every single time. Part of the reason why they're sitting where they are, and that's where, I mean, again, I don't like to hit on people while they're down too much, but that's why it's wild to me that we see D.Va, a team that's struggling to the extent that they are. BBL is currently only 1 point ahead of them. No, but that's just, I mean, it's insane to me when you see a team that usually fast so well really struggle to get anything going at all.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing Codemago spin out his vehicle while trying to make a transition through Na'Vi territory as well. Dangerous rotation coming on through, and once again it's BBL, like we see with QM here, but BBL sending it full speed forward towards the center. And there you go, Marco spun out, now he's taken out.
Yeah, Na'Vi's going to have a field day with us alongside us, number Wildcats as well as Stardust. Everybody's shooting down at that location. Difficult for them to really find a spot. Gade likewise is there as well, though. And they will go down to BBL for the moment, but I don't know, BBL trying to solidify this position now. They found a nice little dip out of the line of sights of a lot of these teams. And the reason I was laughing before is because Question Mark was trying to rotate through Rozhok. The circle shift comes in, and they could have easily transitioned to the north of the circle, but by the time they've all turned around and got up here, Ents is now there in a 2-2.
Yeah, it's... I mean, they do still have a pretty doable transition in from the east. You can see Dante miles up there, trying to scout forward towards his nine, make sure that no one's in the apartments. Once they get that info across, should be pretty straightforward. And yes, now they're all moving in. Liquid in the meantime, again, lost one early. We'll see if it plays a factor as they pull up on Bystander's vehicle. Shenanigans coming through. Fortunately, no one going down because of it.
That's Tony Hawks is proud, man. That was insane. But Bystanders greeting this. They're 2-2 right now. Any supporting fire from Bystanders on the other side of this road is going to be very important, especially if Team Liquid decides to try and transition from building to building. So they need to keep that angle covered. Volcano is the one that is keeping it. FaZe going to be rocking up towards Stardust at this point. Here comes a little underhanded nade trying to go over the wall, but it doesn't quite find the mark. FaZe and 8C absolutely ripping Stardust apart.
This worked out very, very well for FaZe. This is, I mean, arguably one of the more difficult compounds to push, but didn't seem to me like Stardust was really ready to get pushed the way that they're sitting right now. They were in a 3-1 split, and honestly, I mean, this was the best way they could get pushed, given that this was where they were 3, but FaZe just didn't want to have any of it and took them down with ease.
I like what Stardust was prepping with the underhand nades and trying to catch them as they arrive, but it was like 2 seconds too late. Obviously, you wanted that underhand nade to go slightly over the wall, right? So, minor things.
Let's see now, Lookrooks. He's hearing the movement. I like this kind of... I don't know if it's much of a bait, but obviously Heroic is going to have heard the vehicles coming through from Entropic, and he's kind of staying up here, seeing as if anyone is coming out to try and see if they can spot an opponent. Beamy with the bolt and hand coach. I think this is actually what it was. Now that they're going back the other way, this was a bait. They wanted Heroic to push forward with Lookarok sat up front and waiting for them to make the play. Now he's pushing forward on foot too. They wanted to catch a Heroic player off guard, which they did. You can see one of them making the way full speed back. I believe it's Page towards the compound with barely any HP.
Beam is far and might not even have an angle on this if this goes too far down this little hillside. So if they can catch someone down towards the bottom here, that could be a great opener for Entropic to find something, but I think Heroic's aware. They know that they're not going to give them an angle right now. Beamy is now reinforcing both of these teams, understanding the information that they're playing with, and yeah, 2 of the best teams in the world right now.
You rarely ever see teams dare to pull off plays like this. I'm loving that we're getting a perfect image of a clear bait setup. The way that it was done. Unfortunately, since the knock didn't come through from Lookarok's first time around, can't really commit to it too hard. They'll have to go 4 on a vehicle.
Yeah.
Yep. 4 on a car. Disengage, get out of there. Circle went the other way. Might as well just get out alive. Issue is, I'm not sure how long you're going to be staying alive because they're going straight into a full-man face in that compound.
They are 4 in this vehicle.
I mean, there's... Yeah. And there's no tires in that thing. It's driving terrifyingly slow.
It's going to blow. Get out. Bail. Run away.
Well, okay, of course, in the middle of everything that's going on, QB stops for a second, gets a kill, and now he's continuing running. And, I mean, truth be told, they're running into a compound from where there is no one, and Heroic are pulling up on this, but they're slow to it. They can't commit to that building.
Yeah, right now at least, right? Like, they'll push probably slowly just north of them, shy north. Illidan knows that they are on their way, though. No, don't smoke. I was going to say, okay. I mean, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't as Illidan here, unfortunately, but...
We'll see what he can make happen from his position. Hopefully not a whole lot until the very end of the game, but that would require quite a few circles to shift out in his direction. You can be sure that Heroic is going to peek down into this dip. I mean, they're not going to just sit around and wait. You would assume that they're going to play it slowly on the edge here and get a little more info. The thing is, I mean, as you can see, Faultlessly is continuously shooting down in their direction, so can't really make that aggressive play forward.
The one thing, that he's hoping for is that other teams have line of sight on this. As soon as Heroic move, they have like question mark being able to look at them, but they know someone's here. Oh my!
That is a lot of utility committed. I mean, but it's also a spot in the circle.
I guess they thought maybe there was a full team in the dip, you know?
Yes,
and
more than one player.
Yeah.
They got the kill. I mean, can't fool them for something that works. 4 nades cooked perfectly. They knew exactly where to throw it, and not a whole lot you can do to
get you're right. They got the kill. Then they lifted him up, shot him into space, and he's not even in the Milky Way anymore, mate. That's...
Nope.
They got the kill. Yep.
They got the kill. And then some. Circle, in the meantime, shifts into the open. You have the most valuable position right now being controlled by 2 Wildcats players. Whenever opponents find out that's available, they'll probably go for it. Issue is they can't really commit to try and find out that it's available. In the meantime, up on Volcano, BBL trying to fend off against FaZe.
At least they're alive. That's a good start, but Question Mark's going to be trying to make the transition through north of them. A lot of angles are on them right now. It will be difficult to make it happen. Quep has found himself a spot already. Ents is likewise moving through onto this too. It's going to become an absolute bloodbath if they're not careful here. Question Mark is caught in the middle of all of their cars here. It's not a bad car fault, but if a few nades come in, that is going to spell disaster for them here. I don't know how they survive in this. They've got to be so careful.
If Volcano has ever erupted, this is when it happened. Everyone out of nowhere started to fight one another. Nogi on his own trying to dodge and weave as half the server is shooting at him. And finally, 80 will take him down. Everything is chaos on the east side of the circle. Smash now solo player left alive for BBL as FaZe Clan try to stay alive here too.
And Tropic's trying to survive the push from Heroic here. It is difficult though. They pushed up on this hard. Nailab actually catches a little bit of that fire as the molly comes around. That means they know exactly where he is, and he gets blasted into oblivion. They are cosmonauts. They're sending everyone into space.
Yep, utility being used to full effect here by Heroic as they push further forward. Now going into Hobbits, want to see what's happening over there. So Doozy peeks on down, spots one instantly. Hobbits already down as Heroic continue their march forward.
Push through. How many grenades do they have? Hello?
I don't know. I don't know.
It just keeps going. FaZe is out, unfortunately for them. Na'Vi was able to take them out on the dip on the bottom side. BBL only Smash staying alive. Actually picks up Uber while this is going on, but Heroic is still on the warpath against Question Mark here. This is a fight for some of the top spots right now. Na'Vi will go down while this is going on, but Question Mark goes down as well. Heroic is feeling it. They are rolling, Toby, and I don't know if anybody can stop them. Bystanders is going to be the next target.
Heroic is in a sandwich, or was in a sandwich, between Question Mark and Bystanders. And yet, we talked yesterday about how some teams are the one and few who can transition from one fight into another instantly. Heroic is one of those teams now. Flammy does go down, Beamy does as well. So casualties on both sides. Correxy tries to stay put, not gonna happen either. Page, T-Bone, only players left alive. They need to find two.
A testament to Bystanders here, going up against a hot Heroic that have rolled into this with a step of like a proper skip in their step. They are looking really, really powerful, but a little bit of a back off from Page, taking it a bit slowly now against Bystanders. And you're looking for the extra. Oh, he's got extra and sauce.
Gone over. You can see here every time he peeks up, Yawn is there ready and waiting. Solo player left alive, 5 kills and counting for him as Bystanders stand strong. Smash though still alive and making his way slowly up towards. In the meantime, on the west side of things, Creed now finally making the play in towards the compound.
This is a super weird end. Like how?
It is. 0 kills for Creed.
Yeah.
And still 4 alive. It's been a very strange.
And now they're hunting Wildcats who they've bled out all game long, but they found themselves a top 4. That's great.
I mean, they've been chilling in this compound all game long. I'm just curious as to how many kills they have. 4. Okay, so Grown, he found kills early, obviously. He found a steal on Code Marco as they came transitioning across, and then now they just killed James. So, Solo, and a Bystanders who, well, they have all the space in the world because all of Creed is focused on what's going on here, but of course they don't necessarily know that.
Yeah, if Bystanders knew, I feel like it was just a solo pushing on them down towards the bottom. You make that ease trap, but here they come. All of the cars coming in. And with their angle that they have, they're not going to easily see this push-up, I feel. Actually, no, Bystanders is going far to the west side for this. They could come in from a better angle.
Yeah, play the wall on the west side instead. Easier approach to the back side of it, but it is also within nade range. And again, given that Creed has no kills so far, you'd have to think they have the utility to play. Wall finds one, Blue Star finds the other. Keanu all of a sudden on his own. No vest, barely a helmet left. Vehicle comes flying forward towards him. And Creed in the car goes Vox, staring play. It works out at least so far.
Definitely so. There's definitely something to break down here in this push later on, but we'll talk about it as it later on during the segment with the analysis. But right now, Creed X has taken this brilliantly against what we've seen from Bystanders push up. There's still the opportunity for maybe some of these solos to try and cause a bit of disruption, but this will be Creed X's if they can just weed out the snakes at this moment.
And then you have Smash, who literally has like 90% of the circle.
That's true.
There you go. Gaxi up on the roof.
Nice.
Finds 2. 2 solos eliminated. Now just 1 alive. We are at phase 6. and everyone is dead. This has been a very normal game.
Yeah, this one's been all over the place. I mean, the fact that we had so many people like crashing into each other on Volcano, on those little dips in those fields and stuff like that. A lot of teams felt like they only had a few options to play. Now Smash. You know what? If you can do this...
I mean, if he gets the circle, which he doesn't.
Can he still play a little bit of the...
Does he just go instantly blue?
Nah, I don't think he does. I think he's going to wrap onto the east, try and play that hill on the other side.
Yeah. Not a bad play. I mean, he does have absolutely nothing to lose.
Oh,
the issue is he does have a road to cross.
Yeah. All right.
So, good luck, have fun. If there is a player to do it, Smash. I mean,
he's a good one.
He does have his moments, but this is a full speed sent towards you, buddy. You need to hit shots and then some in order to get out of here alive. This is shooting towards the first target. Folks stays alive, and while he's kind of baiting the attention, Blue Star and Gaxi is full speed sending it forward. Does he spot him? He does.
Yes, he does. Tries to go for it. He's going to try and use this smoke.
6 nades. 6 nades. Oh!
Nice shot. There's no way. There's no way.
6 nades.
Keeps throwing down smokes here to just give a more difficult time to Creedex, knowing exactly which angle he's going to take, which I like a lot. But he has now no more smokes. That's his last one before that dissipates.
Come on. You know where you knocked him?
Yeah, it could go for that smoke, because that's a dead giveaway, right? But
I think so. A little too late, as I say that. Where's the knock? Nothing comes through, and that one thought he had it easy, but not gonna happen. Tries to get down behind the tree, and this is just, I mean, playing with the food at this point for the sake of Creed. There's no way he's this.
Four could have sprayed through this smoke and probably ended him, right? But there you go. Oh, he's gone. Creedex get themselves the win here after everybody else is dead on the other side of the map.
I was just gonna say the volcano erupted and it took down half the server with it. And on the back end of that, you had Creed, the archaeologist, to go into Vesuvio and kind of dig out the corpses and come up with a win.
Yeah.
So a pretty straightforward game for them, mainly a snake clearing contest for them, but they come out victorious. Can't fault the team for winning a game, and they get themselves a nifty 15 points with it.
Yeah, definitely so. We'll go to a break, ladies and gents. When we return, we'll have Sam to break down what happened in this game.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back to G-Loot Season 6. And Kalara said just before the break that we were going to break down what happened exactly in that game. I mean, everyone died, like a lot.
And that's the breakdown. We're going to the next game. Thank you very much, Sam. Everyone died a lot, guys.
Everyone died like that. I just was like, what is going on? There was a moment where everyone was dead. Carlaris, that's what happened.
Yeah. The one thing I really wanted to talk about was the push from bystanders on towards that compound, because I feel like obviously they're working with incomplete information, right? I feel at that moment they're probably concerned that it's just one team looking for any opportunities to shoot at something that may be crashing at them. And in theory, the northeast corner might be the one to really push, but they don't realize nobody's looking at them from there, because the only thing Creed X is looking at and trying to figure out is how to dislodge the one Wildcats member that's actually in there. But it goes awry for them, unfortunately, and Creed X gets a nice cheeky win off this.
I did actually have that as a question, but I was memeing in the beginning. But good on you for just picking that up and running with it. Toby, it was a really interesting game. A nice one for Creed X as well, because this is going to push them firmly into the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they come to you in a little simpler fashion. This was one of the cases for Creed X. They got to sit on the west side and watch everyone fight towards the east. And I think to go back to what we were just talking about with the push towards the northwest side of the compound there from bystanders, I think had bystanders had the info that it was only Smash on the southern side, they would probably have dared more. But because they're not fully aware of what's happening on the southern side of Volcano, they go, if you're playing from the east side, there's a threat of getting shot in the back from what we're leaving, essentially. So I think that was a big part of why they upped the trip all the way around, because they knew at least we won't get shot in the back if we play the wall on that side.
We're watching the highlights there, and I just laugh every time I see Heroic throwing everything and the kitchen sink at Divan. That was cruel but funny. All right, here's your scoreboard. Let's take a look at this. BBL finally getting a second spot, 6 kills as well. Toby, are your boys back?
Well, I mean, if I'm not gonna say this is the game that's gonna like shoot them up the leaderboard, but any momentum is good momentum for BBL at this point. Things really haven't been going their way. So second place, no matter how they come by it, 6 kills as well. If that's what they need, then I'm all for it, with only a couple games to go.
We mentioned, well, Carlars mentioned them at the start of Super Week. Creed X obviously taking that chicken dinner. Bystanders for me as well today, doing a really good job. But interesting, Wildcats sitting in 6th spot. They'll be really happy with that. Toby, I'll give this one to you as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, similar fashion to the way that that Creed came to the end game. They got to commit to the compound somewhat early. Grom was sitting there for a while, got to swamp up some placement points in that game, and yeah, I mean, again, can't fault the team for getting circles going their way. So they got to sit tight and farm it.
Everyone died in that game, and this is what it did to the leaderboard. This is really interesting. Creed X jumping themselves into a 7th spot. Bystanders as well in 8th. I mean, this is going to shake things up considerably. And look at Heroic, 2 points off Entropic, Hylaris.
Yeah, big jump. Very, very nice to see how this is playing out here for some of the teams trying to challenge for the bottom spots in the top 8, if you know what I mean. So, of course, we will still see Ents, Foot, Team Liquid trying their best to get a big win under their belt to really rocket them up in the standings as a whole. But it's funny because we did come in with Entropic with such a lead. It has been chewed away at. They've not quite had the blast of a day that they did yesterday, even though Ibis has popped off and looked ridiculous. But Heroic and Question Mark really give them a good run for the money up at the top.
2 more games left. Can we confidently say, because my maths is bad, Carlos, if you've got 80 points, you're going to make it through to grand finals?
Top 5 is totally safe right now, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is going to be interesting because that means it's 6th, 7th, and 8th spots up for grabs. And that's, I mean, at the moment, quite a big difference between Bystanders and Ents. But with 2 games, this can change very quickly, Toby.
Honestly, I mean, with what we're looking at right now, while teams might not be at the level of being able to pull things off, because bottom team is still at 23, any team with 2 good games in a row can make top 8. Any one team can make their way through. And all of these teams that we're seeing within the bottom 6 have had bad games. So because the top that is now pretty much cemented to qualify through, have taken away so many points from everyone else, it's still scary close. One good game for BBL, they're in the 40-point club. All of a sudden, that 50-point club is not too far away from you coming into the final match.
I mean, I've always been curious about this, so of course I'll ask two people who are not playing competitive PUBG to answer it. Toby, do you think that the teams are looking at the points right now? I mean, this is always my thing. I'm like, do you go into the second last game as a team going, right, we have to get X amount of points if we want to get to grand finals. I want to go to my mom's tomorrow night, so this is what we need to do. I mean, do you think that that conversation actually happens with the teams?
I don't think the part with going to your parents' place comes
don't
up
know
all that much, but I do think that they are aware of what's needed in order to make their way through. That doesn't mean that, oh guys, now we qualified, we'll just slow down. But they'll play their hardest regardless, but they would want to know whether it's we need back-to-back wins or we need one good game and we're through. Like, they would want to know that, no doubt about it.
Carlos, obviously we heard Naleb say that they were going to deny points, so it is going through their heads how they need to play smart, and maybe the point system is a bit more in their minds?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they came in with 76 points, right? And actually quite a lot of points. In fact, 21 of those points came off the back of the win from yesterday, as well as the 11 kills. So I think ultimately, of course, they won't be denying any points now. They really don't care, I don't think. But yeah, there was that thought going through the minds. There'll be that thought going through the minds for the teams 6 all the way through 16th now.
Toby, Kylaris, analysts, mind readers of players, according to me, and also shoutcasters, which is what they're going to do right now.
Actually, I like to be referred as the player whisperer. If you could just get that correct, that'd be... All right, anyway, Toby, let's get on.
I've always had a weird with the term shoutcaster.
Yeah?
Because I don't feel like... I feel like I speak pretty loud sometimes.
Do you know where it came from?
But I don't feel like I ever shout.
You know where it came from?
No.
There was a program way back when Quad V, when all people... Or when all the old casters were really young. And now they're all like 40 and 50 and stuff. D-Man and those guys. There was a program, and it was called Shoutcast.
Uh-oh. Wait, they just fought each other. I'll get back to your point in a second. They just... Why? They just fought each other in the compound east of prison, and now they can go wherever they want. They still fight. I think Foot Esports and Divan, it's become personal somehow. And I'm not sure how or why it became that way. Because Foot Esports is still well within the reach of qualifying, and I'm not sure why they're taking these fights.
But the thing is, as well, is that this isn't a very common backup drop from Foot either. So, but it is for Divan. So Foot has intentionally, if anything, from these two teams, gone for this. And now we're here once again. Rupture is actually going to be able to take Kitnesh quite quickly. Now, unfortunately for Divan, only one remains. They're gone. Foot will control this, and the sprays into them go down. You're right. Something's going on here.
What's the point?
Well, they got 3 points.
I mean, for Foot. I mean, I can't fault Foot for getting 3 free kills, but for
okay, so hear me out on this theory whilst we see the North Circle.
Give me a good reason, yes, James, please, for Divan to do what they just did.
Unfortunately for this is a wild theory. Unfortunately for Divan, they know that they're playing... Well, Foot knows that they're playing with 3 players right now, right? Mm-hmm. They know going into an early fight that they're already 4v3, right? If you assume that that team is going to their usual backup drop based on planes, etc., it's a theory. That's what I'm going to go with.
I will say this: had Foot been at a point at where they were at the bottom of the leaderboard alongside Divan with nothing to lose, we just need 20 points and a win for it in order to make our way through. Sure, you say the 3 points are the easy ones, let's get those early, but they're in 10th. They're within striking distance, regardless of what amount of points they get early game, to just have 1-2 decent games and make their way through. I would say, why risk it to get those extra early points if you can just play a smart game without the risk and qualify through? But again, it doesn't matter because, I mean, they clearly won without taking casualties, so it's fine. But look at this. I mean, it's just, 11 points now, up to 8th. That's, I don't know, head scratcher.
All right, well, Up to Stalber we go.
Yes. Yes, we do.
This 2 days, it's not even 2 days, like 1.5 days has been full of extras, full of extra little things.
Yes.
And I'm all about it. This has been great fun so far. Northern Lights over here in the apartments, and we'll be looking to move on up. I feel like as always with these kinds of circles, we're going to see quite a few teams all around that shooting range area, south of that, in those hills, trying to find those compounds, even west of shooting range as well. Because ultimately, right now, there is a decent bet on going north of this river based on how much of the circle covers currently. So get there and then maybe work your way down if you have to.
I mean, again, you want to play the percentage game, right?
Yeah,
you want to play the risk management. And right now, the risk is bigger sitting south trying to go north at some point than sitting north trying to go south. Because if you go south, then you can always, I say just, that's not just, but you can always try and crash into Rostock. That's at least the city. Crashing north, there ain't a whole lot to take. And, well, I hope Wildcats are faster than the Northern Lights. I don't know what the speed of Northern Light is, but right now, if you're Wildcats, you want to get out of here because you're being hunted.
That's right. They're right on their heels. How are we low? There we go.
And once again, it's them every time.
Yeah.
You just hate to loot next to NLT at this point.
Revolvered him.
Especially the and I'm not going to call it the 2022 NLT, but the G-Loot Season 6 NLT that just does not care who they're going up against. They will hunt you down and butcher you. That's the NLT we're seeing in this tournament. And I'm very interested in seeing even just for the grand finals, if that's a playstyle they're planning on continuing to play, or if this is it's qualifiers who've made our way through, let's test out things.
This is even more probably problematic for all of the teams that are not in the top 8 right now, right? When you've got teams like Northern Lights rolling around, rocking around, just doing what they want because they know that they've probably qualified for the finals already, being above 80 points. Like, now this is a real hazard. The fact that these wrecking balls are just moseying around, doing whatever they want, shooting at everything, now you've got to be really careful about staying alive into these later stages of these games for the final 2.
See, BBL get whatever points they can. Here comes Odin full speed forward. Rupture instantly. They have to follow. Bolt in hand from $10. Doesn't work. Smash is there though. And for the Esports, well, they went a bridge too far.
And a retreat is on the cards here for the final remaining player. And rightly so. They still do need some positive point gain in these games. So Lyron's going to go away. He'll probably try and cross. Maybe even by a boat, who knows at this point, but he's got to play this very slowly now and try and scramble some points where he can.
Yeah, it's suboptimal, especially given, I mean, they get the 3 points, they kind of get off to a good early game, but then that is a blow to the chest that they would not want to have, because again, while top 8 is within reach, not only are they, I mean, down to 1, but they just fed 3 points to one of the teams trying to chase them, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and BBL here, it didn't look like there was too much rush for them to leave this bridge as a whole, because they know that by this time, probably a lot of the teams have taken the spots anyway. So they know they're coming late to all of this. There is not too much rush. And they also doubly know, based on the suggestion that we made earlier, in terms of these averages, a lot of people are probably north of the river. So there's going to be a lot of room for them to work with for now.
Then they go south, and the circle hard shift south, and then they win the game, and then everything is good. They've got it all coordinated. It's all math at this point. I am surprised, though, that with this circle, that Foot, knowing that BBL lands west of them on Millie, didn't opt to take the east bridge. Because FaZe rarely ever, if ever at all, sit around and camp the bridge.
Yeah.
BBL, I would say, more inclined, especially with where they are on the leaderboard right now, more inclined to do something like that.
Yeah, I would agree. FaZe now just entering slowly, steadily. Gonna maybe take a few shots towards Stardust, who have found a little barrier that they've set up themselves.
This is a roadblock. Let's see if it's effective or not. Apocalypse is going to be the one to peek on over. They have no clue what they're running into, but who will come out victorious? Do they stop the cars? Apocalypse triggered this, but here comes a Funky. Somehow not getting tagged home, but somehow not finding a knock there either. How have we not found one yet? Kelty trapped inside the shack. Now one down from each team as both Vex and Apocalypse falls. Okay, that was being held back for much longer than I thought it was going.
Apocalypse was a kid in a candy store. He didn't know what to reach for. There was too many opportunities for him to try and do something there. And now, this is still up in the air as to who's going to be able to come out on top of this one. They do have themselves 2 conversions, but likewise, Gustav has 1. They can't take away anything from Gustav and Diggory. They can make this situation still work, although there are angles potentially here from the likes of RV, etc., shooting across from all of this. You've got to be very cautious how you play this.
The issue for starters is they have so much more to lose here than FaZe has. FaZe, again, in the top 5, already guaranteed to go through. Starters need to win this. That headshot does not help things either at all. They have the numbers right now, but for how long? They're trying to flank around. They still have a player trapped inside this shack. He should be going down in just a moment. Door shut at, nothing connected. Nailcop is there, but now Gustav from across, taken down from Crosscow.
Yeah, Istanbul Wildcats also eyes on this. This is rough at this point. I mean, Stardust have only converted 12 points across the day. FaZe goes down. That opens up the opportunity for them, but Beamy will fall. BBL rocking up.
And look at this circle shift too. I mean, Heroic not expecting it. Beamy does find 2, so damage done while soloing on the kind of the southern side of that hill. R2 down on that side. Beamy will fall, but here comes the rest of Heroic.
Trying to get the cover wherever they can. Heroic now taking this high angle. If they take out Quetpa, they'll have huge high ground advantage over where BBL currently is. So they want to try and dislodge him if they can. Another nade comes in, though, trying to go for the flash. But you need a push with that if you're going to go for this.
Every single flash Page throws should be him being allowed to push for the 40. He's waiting for T-Bone. Got to set up that 1-2 punch, or at least the possibility of it. T-Bone, Hail Mary nade thrown forward. Now Page does fall. And I gotta say, because T-Bone looks the other way with the nade in hand, that's Page going down. Would have thought that had he looked up there while that was happening, he would have been there to trade the kill instantly. It does find him, fortunately, without Page going down.
And now they've seized the spot. So what can Thunderlost and Comarco really do about this? They're sat behind rocks at the moment here, but Heroic has a lot of room behind this ridgeline to play from it. Jurexi and T-Bone now fanning out, looking for alternate angles from all of this. Little cheeky shot from the SLR. Pew! And a reposition.
Yeah, get around the backside of it. They don't have the info on the knock. I mean, he's gonna bleed out soon anyway. Smash, I believe it is. Ooh. Sitting on the southern side. They know there's one on the rock. Smash does get taken out. Page should, again, be resible, but T-Bone, the one up close, doesn't want to commit too hard to it. Corexi is up there now, though. Gets the res on up. T-Bone fell back and kind of played the overview position. Now, Heroic back to 3 alive.
Rough for Thunderlost and Comarco. I think they have to stall this one out and maybe just... Because they can't be aggressive against the Heroic position that they have. You've got to be very cautious about this. Page now going to be moving up to a northern angle against it. This ridgeline. What do you do? Because you can't escape. It's kind of like the Northern Lights versus FaZe situation from game 1 of the day, right? Like, how, as BBL, do you get out of here?
The thing is, with the circle being where it is, neither of the two teams are really in a hurry to go anywhere.
Yeah, true.
It's the problem comes when the circle goes away and Heroic opts to stick around. For BBL, I mean, they need Heroic to get the hell out of there because they, as you say, I mean, they cannot leave before Heroic says that they're done caring about what's going on here. But then again, as long as the circle is here, BBL doesn't really have a reason to go anywhere.
Yep, fair. Unless, of course, for... I think what they could potentially be hoping for as well is another team eventually wraps to the west side of Heroic, right? But that would, of course, require a circle shift, require a forced movement, as everyone's already now found their spots. Stardust trying to take themselves cube. I like that. Lovely little spot. But again, we're probably going to get a shift away from there. So it's a temporary solution for them.
Yes. The good thing for them is that they're taking the southernmost position. I mean, that isn't across the river. To say at least now we have a chance to wrap to either side. They came in from the east. They saw Navi. Now they know they can wrap back east, but then they're also hearing the action on the west side. So they're going, even if the circle does go west, we have a party. We have a fight. We can third party.
Yeah.
Let's see. Circle. Well, send us straight north. And now at least they know they're playing with the backs free.
That they are. There's no reason for Creed X to move on down. And we have this unfolding up towards the top. Question mark and Ents. They do seem to run into each other quite often. Their rotational paths, very similar. And a good match for each other as well when I look at these two teams.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, both very good at what they do. Obviously, the tournament so far, it's been question mark who's been coming out on top of the majority of those. Takes now spots 2, 1 in the car, 1 on foot. That's info fed across. He's going to fall back because Ents are currently in a two-way split. I think Rustinmar has the info as well. There are players very close to him because he takes Wiz running up the hillside with info given. Does he spot a Doozy? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, they're still playing the control game here at Ents. Making sure that there's no wide rotates north of that Severny Road, because that is a very common trajectory for some of the teams trying to, I guess, scramble for a position.
Yeah.
Given this kind of circle and given that teams have already, staked their claim to their spot.
I mean, it's essentially Rustinmar and Tixu maintaining control of the LC and waiting for the helicopters to arrive, right? They don't want to take fights if they don't have to, but they have to make sure that if the helicopters have to come in, being Nuki and Squeaky, they have space to arrive. So, sit tight. And now teams not sitting tight, ready and waiting for a fight up close. Stardust, damage done, but again, can't seem to fight that additional knock.
Yeah, this is a game in a position where Team Liquid will thrive, though, from... They'll be able to make something happen from here for sure. They've got quite the control across the position that they found. And Northern Lights has a Groza. Batulins, you cheeky scamp.
And this is, I mean, it's a thing now. Fortunately, you do have Heroic kind of shooting him from behind here as well, but it's a dangerous position for Liquid because James, and we saw him a little bit of shadow boxing there as well. Missing those shots, that kind of allows for Stardust to sit around. And Liquid in the position they're in, they do not want to have neighbors. They want to, like, for as long as possible, maintain as much of a buffer to all their opponents as possible. You can see now Stardust sleeping and crashing straight into tree. Let's hold thought for a second. Let's Kelty. Well, he gets himself killed. That's unfortunate.
I think there's nothing more for them there.
Yeah, no.
And Creed also firing on at Heroic. They are open there on a little angle. BBL, though, is using this opportunity to move forward. I don't mind this, considering that they know that their opponents were being shot at.
Oh, shots coming through. T-Bone down to 1 HP, able to back off. Fortunate to get out of there alive, but for how long? All of Heroic are here again now. They have lost 1. So 3 from Heroic. Defending as best as they can.
This was super good game sense. Oh my god!
Nice.
BBL! Oh! I'm sorry?
Wow.
You're not trapped in here with us. What?
1-2 punch over the top. That was just the perfect crossfire setup. Using that rock for cover too. They did not see what was coming from Cope Marco.
That was great game sense. And they moved really very, very swiftly on that. But as that's going on here, we have Entropic in a fight with Northern Lights, trying to effectively hold them out. They have a bit of a wrap on them themselves. As already Ivers, though, bleeding out in the blue. He is going to be gone from all of this. Effectively going to spray on towards the tree and can't quite get the conversion. Lookaruk's being able to help that out, but bystanders coming in for the third party. Those angles are open. This fight cannot continue.
Yeah. I was just going to say, you can't make that wrap around the hillside with bystanders still in full control of shooting range. You are going to get shot in the back, and that's exactly what happens. Jolt finds the flush there as well. QB, Nailub, single players left alive with the team. Somehow, Nailub is still alive and actually gets the kill on NLT's Lou as well, as Northern Lights fall as well.
So yeah, this fight can't continue. Yeah, because Entropic's going to end it. Jeez. That was some nice little shooting coming out. It was a bit of a panic, I feel, from... I would say both teams a little bit to a certain degree. But yeah, Entropic really thrives in those moments. But now they're going to have Skade kind of sniffing around. They were looking for potential... Well, I was about to say third party, but fourth party with some of the shots coming in from bystanders.
Yeah, things have, for a little while, slowed down again as enough teams have been eliminated for the rest of them to make landfall in the circle. We do have Creed pushing ever so much closer to Team Liquid, and now Wildcats, I mean, again, on their full speed sent to the middle of the circle. They're going to be going straight into BBL at the direction of their heading.
I don't want to send towards Cope Marco.
Pulling up on this? Hello, BBL, how are you doing?
Spend a lot
down. Jumps out of the car!
Marco, can he round this out? He could round this out and get himself the res as well. No, he gets he goes for the flush. Oh, you. Oh, BBL seething with rage.
Yeah, that is a tilter
They
if
got
I've seen
10
one.
kills.
But I was just going to say, but they have made their way up into 11.
Yeah.
Again, within striking distance of what will be that top 8 spot come final game of this stage of the qualifier. VAR in the meantime, alongside Liquid, trying to deal with their southern threat as Creed falls short. Blue Star solo player left alive. And now for Na'Vi up on the hilltop. I mean, they're fighting on 2 fronts here. You have Melman trying to fend off against the entire push from the west, but also the remaining players fighting Skate out towards the east.
Yeah, I think you gotta get the regroup going here, because Skade is closing in pretty aggressively, but Alia, okay, maybe it's not as required. It just opens up straight away on all of that. Probably could even get a confirm quite quickly. Gets Novik as well.
Flip spotted, forced to prone down, throws a flash on forward to make a little more space for himself. Nate's coming through as well. He's under half HP. Fortunately, that Nate doesn't really do anything, and Tropic falls in 10th. That is elsewhere on the map. There's 4v4 for ENCE and Liquid. Both teams fighting for that top 8 spot here.
Very important indeed. As VAR already opens to Rustamar. Where else can we see some of this movement move? As we have Mexi really kind of dithering about a little bit there. Really want to get on top of all of this. But Team Liquid is blasting this at the moment. Rustamar and Nuki will fall. Likewise in the kill field example, just confirming what Alia already started with the 2. As we watch both fights go down, Team Liquid completely blasts ENCE on that position, and that will be moving them up closer and closer to top 8.
Yeah, Clip really being a pain for ENCE. I mean, they were forced to kind of direct all their attention towards him, but that allows for the remaining Liquid players to swoop around from the side and backstab the remaining 2. So smart play on the side of Liquid. That's what we like to see. Even though ENCE brought the fight to Liquid and Clip was instantly forced down on his belly and await for his teammates' arrival, that is how you want to see the response coming in. Instantly assess the situation, understand what's going on, and come up with a plan that works against it.
And only one more remaining now for Skade. It's gone completely the wrong way here for them against Na'Vi, who I guess, they just gave Alia too many openings in this little fight that was going down as the sweep continues on. I mean, Na'Vi is one of the very best when it comes to sweeping edge, so I'm not keen on taking that fight against them as we take a look at the numbers from this game so far. Code Marco putting in some work. It's just a little bit of a shame that they lost on that flush, right? They've just 1 second earlier, that doesn't happen, and BBL's looking in a much better shape.
A tilter, no doubt about it, but Marco on his own, we've seen him do crazy things before, and if he can outlive, I mean, we're in placement points now, if he can just stay small enough and avoid the attention from Team Liquid, there might be more placement points for him to farm. James is coming scary close, and that car jumps out, now spotted, and James caught in the open, goes down Issuers, he falls down back behind the ridge line, and Marco can't really get to the flush.
BBL is clutch at this point. I mean, they can make this happen quite easily. I would just go for the confirm. Yeah, try and find your confirm if you can. I moved a little too far for him. Any point on the board is great. Ooh!
That is a lot of damage coming through that nade. 87 at that. Forced to prone down. Clip with the molly sends it through. BBL out in 6th place. But again, placement points given. Plenty of kills coming their way. And BBL now within striking distance in that final game for top 8.
And likewise, if Na'Vi considers and continues on their path down towards the south, they're trying to solidify decent points for them to be untouchable in that top position. Again, once I see a team getting close to those 80 points, if Na'Vi can round this out and get up there, they will be difficult to catch up, but still a lot of bystanders is in the same boat, really.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think this circle went. Where can we go? That includes the least players. We have half of Keanu is inside the circle. Other than that, no one's there, and there's a reason to it. You can't play anywhere in the lowlands as long as the hill is lifted. So until Liquid moves, they can't do a whole lot. But here comes Na'Vi full speed forward. Flammy on the receiving end of it. Finds the first one, gets the second, went for the flush instead of fighting Alia. Mistakes were made. He goes down, but here comes Keanu to try and save the day.
Yeah, gotta absolutely batter this. Well, Sacrifice for sacrifice, I suppose. Kiana's going to actually move back away from all of this, get back into all of these little cover points that you can try and use. More nades coming on through, though. They haven't had to use too much of the utility just yet, so they're sitting with a little bit. Oh, perfect! What a nade! What a bounce! Trigonometry be damned. He hit that perfectly.
Could not have been done any better. Ali, a solo player, now left alive. Issue is, as much as Bystanders wants this, they can't pull over the hillside because, again, Liquid still hasn't left the hill. They are the eye in the sky. They are the danger, but doesn't matter. Herky with the nade gets it on through. Down they go. Navi out in 5th. And now Bystanders, they need to get their way out of here, but here comes Liquid.
Turns out they didn't even need that much of the utility that they saved all this time. Just 2 nades working on out, but here comes Team Liquid, as you say, rocking up to this. It is going to be hard for them to try and find a situation here where they get out alive. York gets the heal off, so at least he will be healthy while this goes on. Nades potentially going to be cooked here from Team Liquid. They're going to be bombarding this position quite soon.
Keanu sitting tight, awaiting all the utility to be done with, so you can pick it up. But look at the utility from James. 3 nades, 3 mollies. They have got utility for days, and everything is hitting it. That one should be a knock guaranteed. No, as I say that. Doesn't happen, but barely any HP. Keep coming up when you want to. 50 more mollies to be used. Herky, though, peeks on over again. So much damage coming through on both sides.
And shots from Question Mark are going to be raining in as well, as they know that it's the perfect opportunity. Bard will fall from all of this. Kiana tries to peek around the corner, goes for a little bit of a spray, tries to try and find an off angle from all of this, a relocation to make sure he's not going to get shot down from 3 players alone. More mollies come in, but Hobbit actually being able to take this. Oh, actually, Yaw already spots Question Mark as well.
Question Mark held their fire for long enough. They wanted Liquid to be fully committed to this fight. They knew when to ambush, and they're stunned. It's been done to perfection. Really clipped solo player alongside James left alive. James, I thought it was going to go down for, not quite the case just yet. Here comes the peek on over. Hobbits fight the first one. James trying to stay put, but not going to happen. Clip left alive, but no Question Mark. I mean, this is sealed. This is
It is shooting fish in a barrel. They round it out. It is the easiest win they have ever had in their lives at this level. Question Mark rounding it out. That was perfect timing, Toby. Perfect.
It really was. Couldn't have done it any better. Smart timing on their part. Once they take out Vard, who tried to kind of flank up towards the north and get an off angle, they knew it was their game to win. The rest of the Liquid players already like fully committed, either inside shooting range itself or enough utility spent to have to commit to that fight. They knew they could slowly just make their way on up, shoot everyone in the back, and that's exactly what happened.
Excellent stuff. They got themselves 2 wins now, right? Today, and some also high placements elsewhere, right? We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we have one final game remaining.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
One more game to determine which 8 teams will be the first ones to join our grand finals here for G-Loot Season 6. It is Super Week. We are moving into the final game. What is great is this is a double elimination bracket, which means the players that finish in the bottom 8 can play again tomorrow and Sunday to try and make their way through. And I did ask before we came into this game if it was going through the players' minds, the point system, and then Toby, Liquid and BBL kind of proved to me that it must be because they went points hunting something spectacular in this last game.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they know what it takes to make their way on through to the grand finals, and they will do everything they can to get there. I love how Liquid played the hit down the hillside, but even more so the way that QM played that finish off to the game there.
The highlights are now on your screen, and you have a chance to watch my highlights. Is going to show up later, Kylaris. It is going to be the nades, but walk us through some of the other stuff we're seeing right now.
Plenty of nades, but again, actually considering this situation and how much I feel like control Heroic had over it for a good swath of this game, BBL turns it around, and I feel like they moved up on this hill at the perfect time. There were shots coming in from Heroic from the northwest, and as soon as they heard those shots, BBL's like, this is our time to get out of here, try and remove this pressure that was on us, and from there, just great stuff. Shame about this flush though for them.
I think in short, I mean, that fight against against Heroic lost it when they gave up the hilltop.
Yes, agreed.
Like they lost all info, and Code Marco and Tendril was just perfect peek on over.
It's my favorite. That's my favorite part right there. I can watch it again and again.
Yeah, that was lovely. I mean, everybody got really good at using grenades, right? And up until this point, bystanders actually hadn't used much of the utility at all that they had available to them. And any little cliff edge or wall edge around shooting range, there's that dip on the east side as well, which is absolutely notorious for everyone dying to nades. This one on the backside as well. If you're going down there, you better be sure as anything you're out of nade range to stay alive, because you're going to be bait at that point.
I highlighted it earlier, but I'll highlight it again. Team Liquid and BBL Esports, look at those kills in this game. They are well aware that they don't want to play. I know Toby said maybe they don't want to go to their moms tomorrow. I rate they do. So they are doing everything in their power to get those points on the board. Let's take a look at how the leaderboard has changed now overall. This will give us an idea of our top 8 teams. Still not quite enough for Liquid or BBL, but Liquid is really close. If they can just get one more good game, there's a chance that they could make the top 8, Kylaris.
Yeah, let's figure this out then. Where are we at? Yeah, it's basically 6th through, I would say 12th is probably what we're going to be focusing on at the moment. For BBL, they would need a decent win, and then, you know, teams like Credex to not really get too much, the teams above them to not really get too much from all of this. So for BBL, maybe a bit of a stretch, Toby, overall, but still, I mean, there are a few teams here very much so in the running, right?
I mean, BBL, that last game was a good game, but BBL need that one great BBL game. The 12 plus kill game to really guarantee us, but because as you're saying, if they get another decent point game here, they're really relying on not only for Creed and Navi to not get even further up, but also Liquid, Ents, and Foot Esports, and that's simply too many teams. If it's 1 or 2 teams that you're hoping to not do certain things, you can try and kind of play a role in how they perform, but when it's 5 teams, you need to do something specific, that's out of your control.
I do think for Liquid and BBL, these are 2 teams that, I mean, Ents as well, they're in here when I talk. The players at Skate, they also know this. It's really scary to leave this to the last game. And we've spoken about this yesterday, Toby, that they are at the mercy of so much. Yeah. There is a very good chance they're not seeing their mom tomorrow.
There's a...
yeah. Go on.
Ents has only got 16 points today, which is a concern to me. They're really not looking too in form today, and sometimes Ents can have those moments, right? They started the day off in 6th place. They've fallen all the way down because the other teams have risen up around them whilst they've only had 16 points. So right now it is feeling like a bit of an Ents off day, and if that continues into this last game, I feel like, yeah, we'll be seeing them in day 3 and 4.
People might get, upset about me saying this, but I think what we're seeing right here on the leaderboard is the exact reason why invite teams have to play the close qualifier stage 2. We have only half the teams straight through, and I mean that one half is pretty much already straight on through to the final. So fair enough, they've played well, but we have half. We have 4 of the 8 invited teams still not inside top 8, and there is a multitude of reasons why things have gone the ways that they have. But it just goes to show that the average level of EMEA PUBG is high enough to compete against the invited teams. Therefore, the playing field should be even to that extent.
Look
so
at the top 2.
Love to see it.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
You got your top 2, you got Question Mark as well as Entropic up there right now. Question Mark is number 1. We spoke about them at the start of day 1, saying this is a team led by veteran. You've got Dante faultlessly can pop off at any given time. They did just come off literally the easiest win of their life. Like, just to be able to round that game out, that was no problem whatsoever. But they should be in the conversation. They qualify for PGC before. They should be in the conversation. Aside from your invited teams, Entropic, not invited. They're always in the conversation. Bystanders, our Danish roster as a whole, they are also in the conversation in that top 8 right now, looking like they probably could hold on to it because they've got the chops to do it.
I mean, Toby, I don't think people should be angry with you saying that. I think it's, I mean, we've spoken about this so much and I've harped on about it a little bit, but it does raise the level even more because ultimately it gives new teams a chance to play against the invited ones. But on the flip side, this is important. It's important for the invited teams as well. If you want to be one of those top names, to prove yourself, and if it takes getting knocked into the lower brackets, so be it. But I think all this has done is shown, like you said, the level of PUBG available, but it's also just going to improve so much because there are going to be these teams that have thought that they were somewhat untouchable, who are now going to, end tonight and have to sit down and spend a lot of tomorrow talking about this. So this is a really good format change, and I do think it's just going to mean that we'll get even better PUBG, Toby.
And one of the wildest things is if you're a fan of one of the teams that are currently struggling, going, oh, but there's so much crazy stuff going on, how could they even prepare for it? Believe me, if your team goes into lower bracket tomorrow, the crazy stuff has only just begun.
Yeah.
I feel like with the more open, like the more teams we add to the mix that aren't, you can say, like trained in the organized way of EU West PUBG, the more wild stuff gets, and the more sometimes teams that might bet on paper doesn't succeed. It's only gonna get harder the later we get into this, and I feel like that's gonna be shown tomorrow.
It's time for the final game with Not a Sharkcaster and the Player Whisperer. Take it away, gents.
Fantastic. That's right. That's the title. I don't know. I just made that up right now. Oh, the previous game. But anyway, yes, the gloves are off now. It's serious business time, Toby. It's the final game here for these teams to try and solidify themselves in the top 8 to move through into the grand final guaranteed. Otherwise, you go to the lower with days 3 and 4. And let's be real, the day 3 and 4 teams from that lower, Enterprise, Polish Power, Sakura Sense, and Digital Athletics, they are not unfamiliar when it comes to the top level. This is why EMEA we have the deepest region out of all of the regions that exist in PUBG esports. We do have the deepest region. Sometimes we might not have the world champions and things like that, but you can't deny how much talent is in this region.
There's probably a Chinese fan sitting and yelling at the screen and throwing their popcorn. But I would, unbiased opinion, I would agree with you. What I'm seeing right now is that Divan, they have been a pain in the butt for Foot Esports twice now, and now they're hot dropping bystanders. So, yes, break it down, James, please. I beg you.
Jeez.
And also that circle.
That's a spicy one. All right, yeah. Don't know what I can say too much about this. This is interesting because, I mean, Divan does go over here. They do go towards Mansion area, but this isn't really Mansion. I thought maybe they were going to take some cars, try and go over that way, but no, they're actually just here.
And if you're bystanders in this, I mean, you see 3 people land with you, right?
Yeah.
That's got to be, well, that's Divan because they're the only 3-player team. So, but do you take the fight? Do you go for it saying, well, it's the bottom team, we should be able to kill them, but again, at what risk? It's a city fight. There can be shotguns. We've seen the danger of what that can lead to. If I'm bystanders, I take a car and get the hell out of there.
I have to agree. I think you don't take the fight, like, because you're not in a safe position right now as bystanders. Literally, if Creed, Team Liquid, and Ents have a good game, and you go out now, you're out. Like, you go to day 3 and 4, which I think bystanders can just play this game out, avoid that early fight, and then just go for a decent placement down the line. I have to completely agree with your assessment.
And Bystanders is always, and it has for a long time, been the team on the cusp. It's always a team that either just exactly makes it in or just exactly doesn't. And this would just be another one of those where had they, quote unquote, just done the right thing, they would have qualified. And I am seeing them all driving away now. Thank you, guys. You know how to play this. Yeah. Smart decision. There's no reason to go fighting against a team with nothing to lose here.
Becomes even more of a head scratcher, though, now, because they have to traverse to the opposite side of the map. So this is going to be a tough game for Bystanders. We're going to keep an eye on them. We are going to watch them here. They are currently qualified in top 8. However, that could definitely change. As a circle like this, BBL is already trying to find themselves a decent position. Team Liquid is already on the move. Some of the teams that are trying to strike out for those top spots will be finding priority spots, and as Observatory.
Yeah, BBL moving early makes sense. They're looting Gatka and the surrounding area anyway, so they were in the vicinity. Might as well just kind of double down on the spots that you consider your favorite spots. And again, Liquid, I mean, pretty textbook Liquid rotation whenever we have an easy transition to the circle, which you pretty much always do when you're a particularly looting team. You're going to move out early, try and see if you can claim some free real estate, which they will be able to. But what I'm worried for here, James, is I feel like this stage, I mean, this upper bracket 12 games so far has just been the, whenever we've had a somewhat, what can happen here type of Circle 1, Circle 2 has been the table flipper. And I'm looking right now and going, what would be the worst second circle to follow what we've seen here now? And I'm just seeing so much water.
Yeah, it definitely could be, right? And
yes.
I mean, I feel like Question Mark's a team that will like account for that as well. Like looking at their position that they've taken up right now, like Aduz is already up there. Hobbits is trying to transition up from Primos. They'll all be filtering in. This is an important fight.
This is teams with the same idea in mind, coming in at the same time. 2 Vard who fights 1 Vard, finds 1 immediately to follow. Headshot connected, but unfortunately the knock player, not the one on his feet. Smash now spots one from afar, but he's a player that they did not account for. James goes down as well. Luketpa finds Clip. Liquid torn apart in a second. Alice Quetpa finds 3.
Well, if you're a Team Liquid fan, good for you, because they're playing 2 more days of games.
True. Get more value for your, well, I guess it was free to watch, so just more screen time. But that's, and also of all spots, James, you have the Prio compound, you have Observatory, hard committing to Swamp in phase 1. I'm not saying it's a bad play, I'm just saying I'm surprised to see 2 teams commit to it so early on.
And Skade here, trying to push up against Heroic. I don't know if this is going to go so well. Beamy is just lasering folk here. He does what he likes. And Page as well on towards Pixel. This is falling down for Skade. This is a Jenga game gone wrong.
It really is. It really is. Beamy has gotten this one written all over. The nade comes through. Does not get him, though. Either with the nade or the spray, but T-Bone on the flank. Easy peasy. Skate denied. And that's another team that you'll see playing the next 2 days.
How have we started this like this? I love it. I love the chaos. But I think, it kind of goes to what we were saying about the circle, right? There are some significant locations that you were alluding to, priority observer and things like that, observatory and things like that. But even the 2 locations that have been crashed and how those work as even checkpoint locations to then transition to your priorities, they still exist. And unfortunately, all the good teams kind of rotate like good teams, which happen to cross over one another.
And one of the things to me is, Liquid, the team that will usually take center, spread out early, they full on committed. Like they were, I don't know if they were expecting to fight, but you rarely ever see Liquid play that much. Okay, so maybe when they rotate to military all together in a bunch, fair enough. But here, spread out west, spread out, take control, do all that stuff. Here they came 4 people full speed forward into probably the one compound you cannot scout because of the hillside on the east side of the building down towards the swamp. They had no chance to scout it. It's a dangerous play. And, well, unfortunately for them, BBL beat them by 10 seconds to the building, but that was a surprising destination, I would say, for Liquid on that rotation.
Yeah, especially since they kind of, I mean, of course, BBL moved early as well, but Team Liquid moves relatively as early. So still other locations for them to go to, but once you've kind of committed and then you've lost one, then you kind of have to commit to that fight itself if you want to really save people. But anyway, we have Creed X trying to hold out Foot that are moving from the north. Got quite a heavier angle from this position.
I was gonna say, I mean, if Foot got a knock on a Creed X player there, or even if they got a player knocked, that's one of those. This is 8th place. I mean, if there's a team we have to like, let's put destiny in our own hands, right? Let's do this on our own. You can see the shots were fired and Rupture instantly turned around. Lyron is now appearing in the minimap as well. If they get a knock on Creed here, they're split 2-2 as well. That is dangerous.
It's a good target for Esports to work on, right? They're at 49 points right now. Creed X is the barrier. If you eliminate the barrier right now, then it makes your job a whole lot easier. But they're not. Well, let's see how this is going to go. They are now all on the move. The migration begins, and are they going to make it for the crash?
They're pulling up on this.
They can get to this first building, and that's huge because now Creed X, they didn't have an angle on this push-up. And now they're bailing. They have to. Good move by Creed X, I feel.
And that, my friends, is why you park your car smart.
That's right.
Hold on. Oh, easy with the buggy there. Slow down, mate. Slow down. You know you're dangerous and all, but watch out. Yeah, but that's why you park your car smart. That is why you park your car smart. So you can get out in situations like that.
Definitely was. Very good from Creed X. Good fundamentals. But yeah, actually, there's a little bit of tree coverage between these compounds, so even a mini NSKS wouldn't exactly easily connect from the Creed X members, but Odin's going to be scouting out elsewhere, knowing that they've shooed them away.
Let's see. We said that bad phase 1s have proven to show us terrible phase 2s. Let's see where this one is going to take us. New circle pops, and oh my god.
Well, you wanted water.
This is oh wow. Well, it's not like there's anything on the line in this match anyway, James, right? So if you're face here, all is good and dandy. You have half the circle to yourself. If you're any of the remaining 14 teams towards the northern half, Wildcats seeing this circle pop going, you've got to be kidding me.
And Question Mark is laughing right now.
Oh yeah.
They were the one that we pointed out had already seized those locations. Creed X is rotating all the way past Entropic. They have got to be super careful about this movement.
Fortunately for them, they're catching Entropic in a wide split, so I think it's smart from Nailed not to take the shots early on. They will shoot, though, towards Foot Esports. Nothing connected, at least not initially. Foot Esports wanted to continue. I love this committed play from Foot all the way from the north side of the circle, essentially, down to the hard south, because they know that the majority of teams will come in from either the east or the north.
The double crash.
South is so good, but here they come, full speed forward, fortressing. They're ready, waiting. Creed lose one.
This could be an execution here if they're not careful about this, but at the same time, their divided attention, quick question mark, is going to get absolutely ransacked on both locations here because they're having to deal with 8 players instead of 4. This is going to be difficult. Dante tries to go for Rupture, faultlessly trades against Rax against all of this, and Lyron starting to bombard that location on the opposite side of this. This is absolute chaos.
It sure is, and unfortunately for Question Mark, they're on the receiving end of all of it. Fortunately, Question Mark obviously already solidified their spot for the grand final, so they'll be all right regardless of what happens here. But a chaotic moment kind of coming out of nowhere. All of a sudden, you have a
what?
Medibay just ran over his entire team. I'm not sure exactly what happened. That happened. In the meantime, Faultlessly finds 2 with the nade, and that's Creed taking casualties. This is huge for everyone. Everyone trying to get up into that top 8 spot.
Yeah, definitely. If they can get eliminated right now here, Question Mark once again actually bringing the thunder against them. Aduzi and Faultlessly also able to power them down. They go down. They're out. The barrier is going to be easier for people to close in on because it looks like Creed X didn't get anything off of this.
Liquid fans seeing that 4-point spread up towards the top, that's got to be frustrating. In the meantime, BBL fans, 5 kills this game already. It's just, quote-unquote, 9 more points to the top. Far from easy, but still doable.
All right, let's see how this is going to work out. Because Foot Esports technically is in with a chance of this, but they are going to have to really bring the fight here. 2 question marks. Still alive, still posing a threat, still 3 alive. Ivers absolutely ends a lot of Ence's opportunities here.
Yeah, came in late on the West Coast, and now, I mean, again, a team within striking distance. 2 inclusions. They're going to fall short with a peek on over the top. There you go. Another invited team falls to lower bracket.
See if Dante can do anything from here. Here comes Foot now, pushing on through. The rest of question mark very separated from this. They know he's up there because they threw the molly up there. So
they gotta get this kill. The issue is, I mean, as you can see, it's so damn hard to push this.
Mm-hmm.
Did you jump off? Oh, nope.
It was about to. Can he get across? Yes, he can.
Oh, the sneaky plays.
They have to know he made a move.
I mean, with the way Lyron is peeking up right now, it doesn't seem so.
No, I guess not.
There are still 2 question mark players alive as well. Oh no, Odin. He's not gonna be expecting this.
Amazing.
No way in hell he saw that coming. Does manage to get a headshot through though, but Odin caught by surprise.
Yep, smart plays by Dante. The shotguns are now out. Here it goes.
Hunting season.
He's gonna get.
Oh no, misses the first. Got the second though. Crucial for Foot Esports. Issue is here comes the rest of question mark. Only 2 players alive, but they are going up against the duo here as well. Lyron, barely any HP to work with. Does have a shotgun, gets to reload it now too. This is gonna be tough.
Question mark is looking to end them here. There's they don't even care at this point. They're okay. You crashed in onto us. We are gonna bring you down. And Esqui from the windows, a doozy doing it. Tries to go for the shotgun through the window. Ooh, Nelly. And you're gone. Sorry, Foot.
Not gonna happen. Foot Esports falls, and they will sit in, I would suppose, 11th overall. Again, suboptimal, being an invited team and all, but much better performance here through this upper bracket than what we saw during the last PCS event.
And all focus now rests on BBL Esports.
Yes.
It's a bit of a stretch for Istanbul Wildcats to do anything, especially since they're about to get crashed up on here by Northern Lights, and Entropic is also shooting at them. But now BBL, they have an opportunity. They have 5 kills already under their belt here.
And I think most importantly, man, 0 casualties.
Yeah.
They haven't lost anyone. This could be their game to bring things home. Circle did go back on land even when it didn't necessarily have to. They are sitting on the far east side. We'll see here. Northern Lights in the meantime push up towards the last remaining player from Istanbul Wildcats. Not a lot to do, but Tool's like, you know what? I mean, I know we're fighting a team up close, but let me just take some shots 300 meters away.
Yeah, Northern Lights throws a molly in that room and says it's Aurora Borealis localized in a single room at that point. And unfortunately for Wildcats, I don't think they're allowed to come and see it.
Nope. For bystanders too here, I think they can breathe a little sigh of relief. Having, I mean, they've sat on the south side. They're only now coming out of the blue, and this is one of those. Well, I guess everyone kind of did the work for us because they were nervous in their position, but even sitting in 7th. You know what? As I say that, nah. You know what? No, there's only going to be 1 team surpassing, if any, so they should be all right.
Yeah. We will see. Now, as BBL, they're playing this quite cautiously. They know that they've converted quite a bit already in this game. There goes Istanbul Wildcats. And unless Divan kills the entire lobby, the focus is very much on BBL.
Yeah. Bystanders guaranteed. Worst case, they finish in 8th and make their way through. BBL, as you say here, the one team that can change things up. They need to get things going. Circle has gone their way, but now we're getting into placement points real soon as well. And all of a sudden, those 9 points, not too far away.
Threats that lie near them, of course, Heroic is probably the closest. Divan as well. Should be looking to regroup now over towards where Kitnesh is. And for all the other teams, this is going to be field study to try and figure things out here whilst we roll into days 3 and 4. Because actually, all the other teams, yeah, they're already qualified anyway.
Yeah. It's really only BBL that can upset anything at this point. Question mark up in the top again. I mean, we talked about them yesterday coming into that final game. They were kind of hit and miss throughout the entire day, but today has just been on a whole other level. Like, they've been playing so phenomenal. I just really, really hope to see them be able to bring the same level of play coming into the grand finals. Because I'm, as much as I love supporting them whenever they play well, I've also seen them play not well enough times that I'm always hesitant in jumping on the bandwagon.
Yeah, I get you. You've got to have your apprehensions sometimes about it. But we will see Na'Vi now moving on towards FaZe a little bit. I mean, going over the path that they would go over is a bit much. So Bystanders is going to be rotating in below them. This will then trigger the fight to be a bit more aggressive, it feels like now.
Ooh, they see the smokes. They have to see the smokes.
That's a scout move.
Flammy, that is a forward push if I've seen one.
Yeah.
8 falls down. They saw a knock just before in the kill feed. Now he's going to hear the footsteps and the vehicles as well. Flammy, what? With barely any vision at all, gets down Diggory. Does have to throw it on down, but will stay alive. But that was an aggressive play. And honestly, I mean, with how fast things were going in the early game, James, I'm not sure if Bystanders are aware that they're through. I think they're playing this like there's still a chance they don't qualify.
Yeah, potentially. They might not know the extremes of where we're at right now. Horn Hyuk, oh my days!
Again, with all the work being done by other teams here, by BPL, I should say, just accumulating placement points by the second. Na'Vi peeking on over, finds Flammy, 7th and 6th, I should say. Fighting for the top spot coming into the grand finals. Who will surpass who by the end of this game?
FaZe may well have been paper then. They got fed through the shredder by Bystanders. That was nuts. But Na'Vi now still laying down some fire on towards this. I think that they can have a bit more of a successful campaign, considering that they are not being rolled up on straight away by an enraged Flammy. And here comes Nades towards the res. Perfect from Uber. Will he get the follow-up as well? I don't think so. There should be a relocation coming in from the Reza.
Great to go back and make sure that the person that managed to wrap all the way around is being kind of taken control of. You can see example alongside Alia still playing safe from behind. So they know they're only 2 up close. That's why they're being a little more hesitant in the move forward. But here comes Uber. Nate on point as he takes down Hergy. Flush to confirm there as well. Now, just 1 left alive for Bystanders, but fortunately after this is over, they can breathe easy knowing that they've qualified through.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, man, you know what? Yeah, you pop them tires. I'm okay with this. Stop anyone trying to drive. This is a no-drive zone. Especially you up there. Get out of that car.
Looking back, I mean, while this is going on, as Keanu does get taken down in the end of things, BBL, they have a rotation to make. Thunderlust full commit to his shack. Those 8 points still far away. As we see the way they're positioned right now, Heroic has opted to play the southern side of the Swarm. Demon is still around as well, has not opted to leave just yet. So how does BBL get out of here? Circle has started closing in already, James. They have a decision to make and they need to commit to one fast.
Yeah, and they're trying to move here. Marco's being shot from all angles. T-Bone is able to pick it up with the M24. That's what you like to see. Mini follows it up as well. And the problem for them is, from that compound, yeah, it's a nice compound if the circles are on it later on, but then you then have to cross this road 3 times, like, because of the way in which it's shaped and swerves around all of these hills. So that causes major problems on the transition when you're trying to go west.
Nayla finds Beamy. That might open up some of the chance, but no. Kitnesh from the side finds 1-2. Quetpa goes down. Again, still 8 points for them to find. They are just on the edge of the circle, so technically able to stay alive for a little while longer, but so many opponents around and placement points at this point alone probably won't be enough unless if they somehow get to sit tight in the shack with I mean, the entire server dying on their own.
They are sweating buckets right now. It is so difficult for them to try and make a move from this shack at this point. To even get there was difficult. They're smoking everything off. But here comes T-Bone. If he gets close at all, here comes the spray in. He's trying to end them. He gets himself Vendel off. For BBL now, it's do or die. He runs him over. Oh, he gets him. Smash thrust in the transition, and it doesn't work out. They are not going directly to the finals from a run over and spray by T-Bone.
4 invited teams fall short of direct qualification. Now, they will still have a chance, of course, tomorrow and Sunday. They will have another 12 games to play against the lower bracket teams from the qualifier. But this, with Divan out, is now just a fight to impress, a fight to bring a little more hype coming into the grand finals. We have 4 of our top 5. The top 6 teams now still alive, except for FaZe. Who will come out as the victors of the upper bracket?
I can't believe the audacity of T-Bone to just go for the runner. It was the perfect moment as well.
It really was. It really was.
You may as well, considering that Smash has to try and move from all of that. And now Paige, as well as Na'Vi here, going to be taking the fight to one another. The battle will commence down into the southeast side of this circle. Nade's going to rain down on Heroic through these smokes. There's 100 smokes down, and everybody's trying to battle on through this.
One of those 3 FPS fights that we're headed into right now. 9 damage, of course, not really the biggest word, but as you can see here, I mean, they have all the vision in the world, Na'Vi, and the issue for Heroic is they can't wrap East either, because there you have Northern Lights alongside Entropic looking their way. Not really forced to fight one another. More nades now been lobbed on forward. T-Bone goes down. We still have 2 more players on the other side. Uber sprays on through, stands up in the midst of all of it. Finds Phoebe as well. Just 1 more left alive on the side of Heroic. As Paige somehow needs to get out of here alive in order to make his way through, but not gonna happen. Alia, example, Uber working together to take down Heroic. 11 kills for Na'Vi.
Absolute power coming out from them here in this last game. And who can... Actually, look at that. The top 4. NLT, Na'Vi, Entropic, and question mark. These teams here, you got some scary ones, and you got all the leaders as well. Whew.
It's been a good, this has been a good kind of warm-up for the grand finals.
Oh yeah,
so to speak. I mean, it's been a great show of what we're in for the finals coming in 2 weeks from now. It's going to be absolutely insane. The quality of play, the skill that we're presented, it literally doesn't get any better in competitive PUBG.
No, definitely so. We're seeing now as all of these lines of sight from Na'Vi just overlooking almost every team, realistically. The buildings in the middle give Northern Lights a little bit of a reprieve from those eyes, those watchful eyes, but hell, in those buildings, it's Entropic. So you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't here.
They really are. They tried to make the aggressive push on forward earlier. Batoons and Spiro are both in the building now, but of course everyone waiting to see that final circle, or second to final, I should say. I just 4 teams alive. It's got to be the end, right? No, wait, we still have a couple of more circles to play. Where do we go from here? Melman falls. Rest should be possible, though.
Let's see what question mark's going to do as they move up onto this left-hand side. They have a little bit of a ridge to work with against all of this, but it will be slow for the moment. As Northern Lights, the only reason this goes not slow is if they decide to just absolutely barrel into Entropic's position, take that for themselves, try and bring it down, but there's not too much reason to.
I mean, they are already through, so technically they could just all drop their weapons and have a fist fight in the middle of the field, but at the same time, we all know their mindset. We all know their eagerness to be the very best, and at least 2 of the teams here have a chance to be the very best out of the open qualifiers. So, fully understandable that they will do everything they can to play this one as best as possible. Question mark down to just 2 outside the circle now as well. You'd have to think that nothing is really going to happen here until question mark and Na'Vi starts to make a run for it.
Silence descends over the battlefield. Just waiting for the opportune moment. Smokes are going to go up here for the question mark. Moving on through. Almost a slow move through there for a moment. Trying to get up that hill in that Dacia. Bit slow. And they're gone.
When the entire server is shooting at you, not a whole lot to do. But for question mark, again, I mean, while they struggled for the most part yesterday, they sure as hell showed up today. Solid performance over the course of the 12 games here. Northern Lights, same thing could be said for them as they try and get the win here in the final game of the upper bracket.
to watch this unfold, actually. The way it was, it's like, oh, we're sending it down again. Nail Up decides to just hit everything. It's funny because both of us are waiting for that moment where it's like, okay, we'll just wait until they start driving, and then we get to talk again. Because until then, nothing happens.
And then Nail Up just ends it so fast.
Yeah.
Like, we thought we were going to get some action, but no, Nail Up just cuts it short. Uber, Alia both down, thought they were going to be fine with rotation. Not going to happen. Example up close now, though. Have to make a play. He's going to be running straight into the jaws of this one.
Yeah, Northern Lights has actually made a little of the wrap as well. And with that wrap, I mean, they're going to start cordoning off some of the angles that can be worked with here. Mailman actually shimmying about through those smokes to try and keep himself. Weirdly, I feel like he's still in this circle actually up there, but he's going to need smokes to really keep the dream alive.
He is. He can chill.
Yeah.
For, as you said, as long as his smokes will allow him to. But, I mean, Northern Lights, again, I love this play from NLT. Going into the building, but not committing hard enough that they can't get out. Again, just the whole idea of always having that fire escape ready.
Yeah. And again, a full attempt to surround to try and ensnare their prey.
The next bullet is going to be fired when Millman runs out of smokes.
Yeah. I love how also... Okay, people are just shooting into the smoke now as well. Whatever.
Come on, Millman, do something. It's like the meme with the guy with the stick. Come on, do something. Sitting there waiting for it to happen. Millman now finally, he does full Ivers to want to find the knock, but Tool ends, of course, there to steal it. Now down to a full Northern Lights 3-man Entropic Na'Vi.
All right, let's see what they can get done from this as well. And nice pickup.
What was the fairy tale again? The prince and the what?
Prince and the pauper.
There you go. This will determine who is the prince.
Yeah, you think so? Actually, yeah. Number 1 from PCS 6. Number 1 from GLL Season 5.
Invited team, qualified team. There's... This is the battle of the giants.
NLT number 2 in PCS 6. They want, effectively, that streak to have not been broken during that.
I love that molly, by the way, that we just saw up in the window there. You could smoke off or you could just molly. Then you're guaranteed that he's not going to be anywhere near. But Nate's coming in. Peeking on over. Nail Up finds the second. The numbers were in the favor of NLT, but Entropic are turning things around.
It's a new story, but these two rivals, they know that they are going to be going up against each other for the championship in 2 weeks' time. And it's about proving to each other that we're better than the other. And right now, Northern Lights is not getting the better of it. They might be the defending champions of GLL Season 5, but PCS 6 was more recent. Entropic coming for blood.
They are, there you go. The win is theirs. Entropic 11 kill chicken dinner to finish things off here in the upper bracket. What a game and what a way for Entropic teams to finish things off.
Yeah, it's like putting the full stop at the end of your sentence here for this one. I mean, they were knocked off the perch at the very kind of beginning of this game because we had a question mark really kind of rise up, and they had a few kills themselves during all of this. But the fact that Entropic comes in from yesterday being number 1, 20 points ahead, and then rounds out today as well with a win. Jeez, they are so formidable coming into this season.
Sure, absolutely phenomenal to watch all the way through. And there are so few things you can put a finger on and go, that's where they messed up. But really, really phenomenal to watch.
All right, let's bring Sam back in. Let's get on with this, as we now know our 8 teams moving forward.
We do know our 8 teams, but I have to say, the hungry caterpillar, well fed with that chicken dinner there at the end.
They just keep going, man.
It was so much fun to watch that Final Four, though, because you mentioned in the cast, it was all the big names, Toby, and we got to watch them battle it out. What a great way to end day number 2.
It sure was. I mean, all the way down to the end, everyone gave it everything they could. I love the fact that Millman did everything he could with his smokes to stay alive for the hillside too. But again, you run out eventually and they'll find you.
We do need to, I hate using this term, but I'm going to, circle back to the beginning, because Kalaris, what the hell was going on? That was, I think it was in the first 5 minutes, the chaos just began, and it didn't stop for a while.
Yeah, and again, it is those teams that really needed the points, right? They really, to be honest, kind of wanted to avoid days 3 and 4. Some people will say, let's get more games under our belt versus each team, more practice. But no, you really want to qualify for that grand final guaranteed. And for Team Liquid, yeah, I feel like we said it during the cast, all of these teams wanting to go to these spots. They understand that a lot of teams like these spots as well and not getting there early enough.
How does Team Liquid, Toby, cope now? Because they're going to drop into the lower bracket. This is a team that's used to a lot of control. It's used to less chaos. Tomorrow's going to be insane.
It is. And as I said in the beginning of this, if you're a fan that blame things on things being out of their control, it's only going to get more out of their control with more of these open lobby teams making their way through. And that's not saying that the open lobby teams is just like Wild West, shooting everything and don't know what's going on. But again, as you're saying too, Sam, the structure that has been set for a while in like the top echelons of EMEA PUBG, that doesn't necessarily, like that's not the law when you bring in some of these teams that don't usually play that PUBG. So things will get crazy, and more of this out of their control type stuff will be coming through on both tomorrow and Sunday's games.
Carlos, it's not just Liquid though. I mean, we can say this, we'll get the confirmation very soon, but there are 4 invited teams that they did not make it through to the finals. They are going to have to fight for their lives tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah, 2 things to take away from it. Obviously, we kind of alluded to it at the beginning of this game, where this region is extremely deep in terms of talent. So it's great that we get to see how this plays up against one another in this effectively kind of open scenario. But secondly, the invited teams, for the most part, almost unanimously wanted this. They wanted more days to play. They wanted more games to play across the year to try and have this occur in the way that it has. Unfortunately for some of them didn't go forwards here. Toby's citing the fact that the next 2 days could be chaotic, and they will be. However, there are still some of these invited teams that are extremely strong and will have an advantage based on just the fact that they are, world class in those next 2 days. So they still have a chance, still have an opportunity.
Toby, we've spoken about the teams that have dropped out, but those teams that finished this final game in the top 4, I mean, I'd love to look at Northern Lights, who played this very aggressive style throughout the last 2 days, went to hunting, tried new things, and then in that final fight just slowed the pace right down and waited for everyone else to battle. Didn't quite work out for them, but it's just fascinating how they can change things up at any given moment.
And that's what you got to be able to do. I mean, it doesn't matter that you're super aggressive all the time. Eventually, like, you'll get exhausted throughout all of it. And on the other side, it doesn't matter that you can play really passive if you can't take the fight when you need to. It's the teams that can master both the aggression and the passive play that will come out victorious. And that's where, I mean, a team like Northern Lights, a team like Entropic now, to me, like, I think one of the things that brought them to the front of things and where we see them now is because they started playing more passive, because they didn't rush into everything all the time. They started thinking about things more, maybe, and now we're seeing them on top because they've mastered both.
We probably will see it in the highlights. Kalaris, Nailip just doing all the things at the end. What an impressive play from Entropic, though. Have they cemented themselves? Are they now the princes?
Yeah, they have to be after. I mean, after PCS 6, how that unfolded, and watching these shots come in. It's funny. It's a little bit of a weird moment, or these final moments to cast, because we're just waiting for these transitions to occur and as it goes down. But very poetically ended as Entropic and NLT go head to head to round it out. And Entropic comes out on top once again. Northern Lights, they definitely have a true rival in the guys in green,
which is great. It makes for a healthier scene. I like this competition. This is what we're going to see, the prince and the pauper. As I'm just going to keep running with these kids book stories because Toby's got it stuck in my head now. It's going to keep going the whole way. But then, of course, when you take a look at the scoreboard now, it is going to determine what our leaderboard looks like, and that leaderboard probably shuffled considerably after this game, but I think that the teams that perform consistently throughout the last 2 days, Kailaris, as you'll see when the leaderboard comes up, they are sitting exactly where they want to be, which is in those top 8 positions.
That's right. That's right. I can't help but feel, though, when I look at this as a whole, Creed X Esports, man, they are the big winners from this. Like, getting themselves into 8th place, I don't think many people would have probably given them too much of a chance getting top 8 for this first 2 days. But they've qualified for the grand final alongside all these other teams. Doesn't matter on the points here. That's a big win for them.
1 chicken dinner today, as well as included, that chicken dinner has obviously included this, but 3 top 4 finishes. Toby, this is going to be good for them going in, but I do have another question for you. How important is it to finish on the top of the leaderboard? Because at the end of the day, this just guarantees you a place in the grand finals. It's not really going to change anything when you get there. Is it purely just for the bragging rights, Toby?
Yeah, we say bragging rights, and yes, I mean, technically it doesn't matter if you get 8th or 1st, because it's all going to be clean slate when we make grand finals. But I think in terms of momentum, feeling good, knowing that you're on your A game, I think that brings a lot into play. Now, we are going to have a 2-week break, so hopefully the momentum that these players and like the good vibes they're getting now can transition throughout that period into the grand finals. But it's got to be, I mean, it's just comforting knowing that you beat everyone in the qualifiers, going into the final with that idea of we are the best, let's prove it to the world again. That's got to be way better than, oh, we barely even made it.
Fair enough. It just gives you a little bit of confidence. And now we have an opportunity to talk to one of the teams that are going to be making it through to the grand finals. Beamy from Heroic is with us. Gotta be happy with your performance today, Beamy. The entire team popped off, and I'm sure the gents are going to have some questions about the games today, but I have a different question for you. I'd love to know, as one of the teams that would usually get invited to the grand finals, what do you think of this new format? And it's kind of 2 parts. What did you think of having a chance to play with some of these teams that maybe you haven't had a chance to go up against before?
I mean, as most of the teams also would say, is that it's the perfect opportunity that we all get to play more. All the partner teams wanted to play more and actually get to know some of the teams we're going to play against in the finals as well. So it's a really good place to actually get to practice.
Now, I congratulations, of course, Beamy, on a great day 2 here. I can't help but go back to the tweet that you posted around 23.5 hours ago, saying that hopefully I get to play more than 1 game tomorrow. Now, what to you? I mean, I feel like you did play more than 1 game today. I hope you can agree with me on that. But what was to you the biggest day for you and for Heroic in yesterday's games coming into today?
Oh, I don't know. Honestly, can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, what was the, like, for you, for Heroic as a team, what was the biggest difference from the games yesterday until the games that you were playing today?
I think there wasn't too much of a difference for us. It was more getting back into the groove, because we only played 2 weeks of scrims together before this tournament, and the rest of the boys were playing PNC with their countries. So it's just, we're getting more in the groove. We didn't really change much. We're just feeling the fights more, and we started to win more and play more confident.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Hello, Beamy. Good job today. I guess my question was almost a meme question. I'm like, double orm, talk to me about that. Because, I mean, very rare that you actually get more than 20 shots, I suppose, with an orm. But just in general, in that game, I feel like when you're getting these wins and when you're finding yourself in the later situations, you guys exert a lot of control over your opponents. Is that something that the team focuses on when it comes to that, or is there something else for the team in those final moments of games?
I mean, it's something that we put a lot of like attention to against like these circles where we like get them a bit fed. So like every circle we get fed, like we start to take more and more control. So like when we get to the end game, it doesn't matter if we're against a full team or half team, we're gonna have all the control. But that's why we usually win all our end game fights.
Yeah, you guys are very, very proficient at it, and I think it's something that other teams need to be scared of. That's it for me, Sam.
Beamy, well done. We'll see you in the grand finals, and just be aware, Toby knows everything about your Twitter account. 23.5 hours. You might have notifications on, so just be careful about what you tweet. But thanks for chatting to us. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time.
See you.
Toby, I know that you had that account open, so hit that right on the mark, eh? 23.5 hours.
I mean, like I knew it was right after the day was over, right? So kind of simple to do the math on that one.
I love that the poor guys just come out of 6 games, you know, like players normally after this, like their head is they're a little bit mushy, they're tired, and you're like, that tweet that you posted 23.5 hours ago, and he's like, I post so much on Twitter, I don't remember. I like that. I enjoyed that. That was fun. I'm going to wait to check if you stalk other players online now. We do actually have a specific moment that was also quite fun, and I do think it was a little bit of a game changer for bystanders. One of my favorite moments, Kylaris, and it involves lots of bombs. Want to talk about this?
Yeah, from one old bystanders member to the newer ones, this was a lovely little nade coming on in. And again, you know, I think that bystanders also qualifying through in top 8 is a nice big win for them. This is a roster that when you see how they're able to place things out, one of their main strengths for me is almost always being able to find top 5 situations. Getting there, they're all very, very dangerous as players as well. You've got Keanu, Hort, Herc, and Flamey, who all can open up situations for the rest of the team to then transition on through. So cool to see them being able to get to the final.
Toby, all of the teams that we've seen compete in the last 2 days, but specifically the top 8, have been consistent. We've seen some really good plays. Would you agree that without a doubt this is going to make for a really interesting grand final, seeing the first top 8 that have qualified?
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, obviously, 12 games in, every team that made it to top 8 deserved getting there. Whether you finish in first or last, you made your way through, and that's absolutely phenomenal. And I think for all those teams now, they'll get to sit back, because usually you'll get to sit back, you'll watch the lower bracket, and then you'll play the next day. They'll get to sit back, watch the lower bracket, and then have 2 weeks, or almost 2 weeks, of working over what they've seen, what they've played against themselves. So curious to see how much more prepared the teams are going to be, having now got this extra amount of time with the qualifier games being done coming into the grand finals.
I will say as well, just this format as a whole, it keeps those invited teams hungry as well, more hungry than they would have been if they were just straight through in, because you've constantly now got to then play with teams like Question Mark and Tropic on a constant basis, bystanders as well, being able to take these top spots. And you know that these teams are having to constantly push and iterate and change their games up, because they have to be the ones that are qualifying through the chaos lobbies, qualifying through on in, and then fighting you here. So it levels up the scene as a whole constantly here in EMEA, and I'm a big fan of it.
For sure, I stand for this one. I love the spice that it's adding. It's shaking it up completely, making it far more exciting to watch, because you know that there is a chance that some of these big name teams might not make it through to grand finals. Let's take a look now at the day 3 and 4 teams. And this is it. Liquid, BBL, Foot Esports, Ents. They're going to have to play against a whole new bunch. And there is some strong names in the mix here, Kylaris.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are names we're all very familiar with, I think it's fair to say, if you watch qualifiers and things like that. Veni Vidi Vici qualified straight through into the lower bracket based on the June showdown finals, and then played the qualifiers to try and bump that up towards a upper bracket invite. They didn't get that, so that's a little unfortunate. Also, my eyes are on teams like Digital Athletics. Mert has gone out on record to say that this is a new rebuild of the team as a whole. And, you know, you've got Metralius on there, Hurth on there that we're very familiar with. And I could actually go on. There's so many teams to talk about here. So I'm sorry, I'll shush.
Should I just list? I'll just list all the others. I'll let Toby do it. I am excited to see a Polish Power in the mix. They're ones that I'm always a bit of a fan of. But then I say that Sakura Zensen as well. This is going to get scary for those teams that were invited, because there is a really good chance. I mean, for the fans, that's the thing, right? You want to see one of the big names go out early, like shake things up, which is a horrible thing to say. Sorry, teams. But Toby, I mean, this is the reality of where we're at halfway through Super Week.
Yeah, I mean, those are the 2 exact teams that you just mentioned that I would keep my eyes on for the lower bracket too. Sakura Zensen and Polish Power. We saw them in the last G-Loot event. Polish Power came off, I mean, insanely strong to kick things off, better than pretty much anyone else in the server. Fell off at the end, but started out very, very, very strong. They have some insane fraggers on that team. Wouldn't be surprised to see them try and kind of dictate the pace of the lobby coming into the first games tomorrow. And Sakura Zensen, again, I mean, when they're not going up against, I like to, previous tournaments, I've called them kind of the little brother of NLT in the way that they play their game, very similar to them. As long as they don't have NLT on the server, they usually are the best at executing that playstyle. But it's when they have to share that space with NLT, similar rotation paths, and them running into one another, that NLT has come out victorious. But for this tomorrow, Sakura Zensen and the more passive playstyle, and Polish Power the more aggressive. Curious to see what they'll bring.
And we've actually, Sam, we've had so many obvious returns here in the upper bracket, but we get a return of Senya in solo as well. Exciting times for me.
It is going to be exciting, and both Toby and Kalaris, I'm sure, will be in the chat because you're going to take a little break for the next 2 days. Avenger and Jorasar will be joining me tomorrow as we move into the next 2 days of Super Week. We now know who our first 8 teams are going to be in the grand finals, and we will find out who will be joining them at the end of the weekend. So make sure you book it in your diaries. We expect to see you. But for now, go play some PUBG. You got at least, 23 and a half hours, Toby?
That's right.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.